good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, I'm chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, I'm chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
택부 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 행걸로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose? Here on the edge of forever. I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is
a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my Jovi, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my,
punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get back pop on yao. Pop on now, yeah, uppercut to ying my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกนะอ้าว Need a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิด one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up the score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away. They're ticking away.
give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome back to Berlin for the third week of VCT EMEA Kickoff, where the stakes are climbing just as fast as Lovers Rock kill feed. Today, we're going to be diving into the middle bracket as the region's old guard fight to keep their spot for Masters Santiago alive. It's a dream that they have to realize. I'm your host, Ginny, joined with Minnie and Billy, and we're back on the comfy couches. Billy, lovely to have you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back. I can't believe they let that guy Cairo come on yesterday
No,
and replace me. Isn't it crazy, right?
Immediately came out with a height joke as well.
I know. At least the better Scottish person's on the show today.
The audacity, that's what I'm going to say, right? Either way, yesterday was pretty great in terms of the games that we were given. I think Ulf coming through with that win against Pacific was really good to see. Not just the fact that they were so confident, but also just like the vibes afterwards that we had in the interview. But all in all, Billy, I'd like to start off with you in terms of like whether the series lived up to your expectations, because I know like there's some Pacific love.
Yeah, I was really sad. And I feel like you guys were also kind of rooting for Pacific yesterday, because when Ginny had asked, like, oh, who do you think wins? Like, you were both like, oh, yeah, the expectation is for Pacific to win. But Ulf came out swinging and were able to finally find their first win here in VCT since coming up from Ascension. So, yeah, really, really great performance from them.
I wasn't rooting for anyone. I just say who I think's going to win. I no bias here.
Roll the clips. Roll the clips. I swear you said
You do know that this is a live broadcast where there is a VOD of the broadcast.
Look, I just thought that Ulf were going to lose because they had 2 subs, and I'm banking on them at stage 1 to be very good. And they surprised me yesterday.
Well, we'll see whether or not those stocks are going up. But for today's games, we are pretty comfortably in that middle bracket. These teams still have 2 of their lives to be playing with. We're going to be starting things off with Fnatic against Na'Vi, and then we have Vitality GX. Both games should be very promising because every single one of these teams has, of course, had a chance to kind of go back, lick their wounds, and figure out what didn't really work for them last time around.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting day because we're in that middle bracket, but we've got a lot of teams here that we probably expected to still be in the upper bracket, or even teams that are still maybe expected to make it to Santiago. So I think today it's going to be just like really good games in my opinion.
Okay, I feel like that's every single day because we are blessed. True winners are the viewers. Okay.
I mean, I'll be honest. Yesterday I felt like was a little bit muddy at times. Like it was a lower bracket. Today it doesn't feel like a middle bracket. It feels like an upper bracket to me. So I expect the level of Valorant to increase a lot today.
Ooh, well, you know those memes about expectations versus reality? I truly hope that that is not the case today. But to start things off on a lighter note, we're going to be playing a little bit of a game. I'm going to put you two to the test in regards to the deadliest duos that we have here in VCT Kickoff or EMEA. We're going to show you guys the duos, and then you can only pick one. So you need to play favorites. I know that doesn't sound great. The monitor straight ahead of you. So I'm gonna start off with you, actually, Mini. Boaster Crashies.
Versus who?
They're gonna be going against Yampy and Durka. So
My
you gotta pick
eyesight's
one.
so bad. Boaster's Crashies, I don't care who they're up against. They've lost the matchup. I'm not a fan of this duo at all. Both individually, I don't care about them. As a duo, I don't care about them.
You sound like a
Couple of
toxic
frauds.
ex, low-key.
Yeah, I hate their fake relationship. We all know who the real OG relationship is in that dynamic, you know.
All right.
Crashy's just the new thing. He'll be gone soon. It'll be fine, you know.
Ooh, someone's a little jelly.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, well, love that. Billy, your turn. We have Ara Flickless, and then we have Hero Ruxic. You gotta pick one.
Oh, wait, I have to choose between who? Aaron Flickless and who?
Hero and Ruxic.
Wait,
No,
Aaron
that's not
Flickless
what
on
it
the
is.
other
Oh, wait,
side.
this is wrong.
You mean purple and mini blue
I
versus
said
I said
it
red
was good.
too. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
So let's do Purple and Minibu, and then Hero and Ruxic.
Has to be Hero and Ruxic for me. I think that Turkish firepower that they're able to bring. Purple and Minibu have been putting up good performances, but Hero and Ruxic for me here.
Okay, moving to the other side of this bracket, we have Larock and Lovers Rock, and then
that's-
Martine and Mini.
That's like
Yeah,
that's like
yeah.
lock-in when you get that first round. You're playing against us as Sentinels. The Rock Lovers. Honestly, this is hard. I'm gonna go Lower Rock and Lovers Rock, but that's just unfair. Like, because
It do be like that
that duo
sometimes.
beats like almost every other duo, Martina and Mini. So
Well, you know, there is going to be like the winner duo, so maybe that's their spot. Billy, we have Woot and Comeback, and then Ara and Flickless.
Let's go Aaron Flickless to Ukam boys. I think that they've shown, you know, how synergized they are together with the amount of time they've been playing together.
Aw. Mini, your
I
turn.
agree, I
Your
agree.
turn, your turn.
Wait, you got to
Who
choose.
am I
You
got?
got a
This
Hero
side?
Ruxic or Yampy and Durka.
Why is Durka?
Oh, that's
Is Durka.
difficult, you know.
But honestly,
TikTok,
I feel
TikTok.
like Hero and Rixic have been playing their best Valorant together so far.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna go Hero and Rixic.
Yeah, but I really love the iconic. Okay, actually, I think Yampy and Derka, maybe not Deadliest duo, but iconic duo. I think
Yeah.
here in terms
But
of
it
like
was his choice.
Yeah, my
the
choice.
double
Hero
duelist has
Ruxic.
been so nice
Billy,
from them.
you gotta choose Larock and Lovers Rock or Ara and Flickless.
I have to go Larock and Lovers Rock here, I think.
Okay, fair. And now you guys have to
The
play
final?
rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to choose the final duo. Unless you
I think we're
both
both
I think we
agreeing.
both agree that
Yeah?
it's Hero and Ruxic, right?
Really?
Yeah?
No, I go Lovers Rock.
Oh, okay.
And the Rock.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors,
Okay.
go. Rock, paper, scissors, go.
Oh.
What the?
Now we're gonna be here
No,
for
just
Another one.
you
No,
choose. Katie,
that's
your
why we
choice
don't
to
do
choose.
this.
Who's your choice?
Yeah, wait, yeah, you choose.
I'm gonna go for Larock and Lovers Rock.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
that's fair. I mean, they've really impressed us, so can't complain here.
Martin
Alright.
and Mini did get unlucky with that draw though.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
You
for
know
them.
what? You can't say that when you're put in a bracket. It's just how the cookie crumbles. You gotta beat everyone to get to the top.
True.
So
yeah.
it is what it is. Anyways, first matchup that we have where you actually do have to win if you want to continue your run here in VCT Kickoff. It's Navi against Fnatic. And Navi specifically had a really good start. And then they went up against Gentlemates, and then it was not a good start anymore.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that Navi did look really good coming into it. I think that in that game they kind of got owned, to be honest. It was a 2-0 and it wasn't that close in my opinion. We had Abyss and Bind, 13-7, 13. Is that 9? My
yeah.
eyesight is so bad, I'm sorry.
Everybody get the glasses.
I don't even think those scores even represented the game fully either. I do think that Mates had that kind of one-sided. So to me, one thing I'm kind of looking out for is, you know, we've got new leadership in Navi. What happens when they go into those closer games that are a bit more tough? They don't have Angel inside the server anymore with that experience. It's now on Shao as a leader to kind of pick the boys back up. And I don't know on Shao well enough as a leader yet to know if that's going to be a story that maintains itself or continues.
I think as well, like going up against Gentlemates has probably been the first real test for this Navi roster throughout Kickoff so far. I think if you were to look at the bracket, they've had kind of maybe a more easier journey when you consider the teams that they've had to go up against so far. So
Fair.
yeah, I think it's definitely good that they take the loss now so that they can learn from it and hopefully implement those kind of mistakes that they made into their game against Fnatic and learn from those.
Yeah, and speaking of Shao as a leader specifically and how they've kind of taken it day by day and just the preparation coming into this match, we had a chance to have a bit of a conversation with him ahead of it, so let's head over to see what he had to say. Shao, thank you so much for taking the time ahead of your match against Fnatic to join me for the interview. I would love to have a conversation about Na'Vi in the bigger picture of things, because looking at the start of kickoff, you guys did really well against KC, then you have a 2-1 against Heretics, and then a 2-0 against Gentlemates. What's going on here? Are the stonks going down?
I don't know, we will see today against Fnatic. Yeah, we just learn mistakes from Gentlemates game. Maybe we were a bit relaxed winning 2 previous games, and yeah, I hope we will be back today.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it myself, but I think as well a lot of questions in regards to what can we expect out of the performance from Na'Vi, because you talk about already having seen some of the mistakes against Gentlemates. What is that going to look like today on the server?
In my opinion, it will be like first 2 games, good team play, good firepower, and maybe some clutches from our good players like Ruxik or Hero.
Got to keep the entertainment value going with the clutches. We do appreciate that. When it comes to the bigger picture for Na'Vi and just how you guys are looking to perform in this kickoff, I think questions are also around, you know, these newer teams. When we're looking at Gentlemates coming in, when we look at BBL, they are currently in that upper final. You're now fighting in that middle bracket against Fnatic as well. You know, the old guards are currently question marks around them. How does it feel to be in that position as well?
I mean, it's sport. First of all, so it's fine. We just work with what we have, and if in the middle bracket, and it's Fnatic, our goal is to win and play next game.
Absolutely.
Until qualification. Obviously.
Until qualification, yes, that's what I want to hear. From your position, though, being in the server, being the player that leads everybody, what is it that you've been focusing on since that Gentlemates match to make sure that today is gonna run smoothly?
No, I can't like open my secrets.
No, not even like a call.
If someone will watch and prepare against me, so this is like I will keep it in secret.
Okay, you're keeping your secrets close to your heart. I respect that. You know, you got a man of secrets. That's fine. Either way, still, I mean, you're saying you're going up against Fnatic. The goal is obviously to win here. Fnatic as well has had a little bit of ups and downs. Do you think that makes them more scary, less scary? Because we heard Boaster talk about how they're a team that likes to scale and they like to have all this VOD reviews. Of course, they now have quite a bit on you as well. Does that make you a little bit worried? Not at all?
No, like we're usually not underestimating enemies, and it's Fnatic, you know, they like can bounce back at any moment and win the tournament. So yeah, we will come to this match full focused, full prepared, and we will show our best today.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time for the interview, for not letting go of any of your secrets as well. I do respect that. Good luck on your game today against Fnatic, and we're going to be heading back over to you guys. Thank you. That was, we didn't get anything out of Shaka. He's like, no, I'm keeping my secrets close to the vest, and honestly, respect, okay? He doesn't want to give
He just needs to lie like Angel used to do. Like Angel at least just would just lie, you know? That's
you know who actually didn't lie? Boaster, when Lou spoke to him last week, and she kind of touched upon the fact of like, okay, like what's going wrong? Why is it kind of like missing the mark? And he just came out very honestly and goes, you know, the more games we play, we actually have get that chance to scale, and we get to have the VODs, and we get to prep a little bit. And would you agree that this is potentially what we're seeing and what Fnatic really does need to succeed?
Yeah, I think something that we kind of discussed when we saw Fnatic play for the first time was that they are a team that kind of need to warm up into things, especially at kickoff. We've not really seen them have a successful start to the year since 2023, like we mentioned when we spoke about this previously. So yeah, I think the longer that they get to... I don't know why you're laughing.
Why are we laughing?
That's crazy. I think the longer that they get to play throughout this kickoff bracket, I honestly think the stronger that they end up becoming. So that's going to be a real test for Na'Vi today.
Yeah, I will put some criticism though. I don't think that they should be getting to this point and then relying on VODs during the tournament. Like they've had an off season, so like I don't think it's fully like a good excuse. I do think it's the case. I absolutely agree. I think that they get the VODs and they seem to improve week by week. But at the same time, I don't know if last week was fully on the improvements in the strategy. Like they started the game on Corrode against Team Liquid, and honestly, they should have been down quite heavy. And it was the heroics, in my opinion, that were like. It's a good thing to see in some respects because it did look like they were shooting, as opposed to the game against Foot where they just looked both a little bit strategically lost and didn't have the firepower. Last week, at least, they were coming at guns blazing. And there was a bit of a ramp up in the strategy, playing a bit faster at times. So things are looking a little bit on the rise, but I don't think it's fully solved for Fnatic yet.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that you mentioned there, Minnie, is the fact that last week it did feel like on some of those runs we were like relying on heroics when it came to Fnatic, and of course the more games that they play throughout kickoff here, they can't just keep relying on heroics from Alpha, from Crashies, those kind of clutch situations that they kept finding themselves in.
Yeah, and that's also something that, again, we heard Bozer touch upon in the interview, but I think we can say worrying signs, but even the teams that we're seeing do well, they do manage to kind of like rely on these heroics every now and then. So yes, of course, there's like a couple of question marks, but The truth of the matter is, since VALORANT, it is a tactical shooter game. You gotta know how to shoot your gun anyway, and sometimes you gotta come through with the heroics. But Alpha is a player that you highlighted, Billy, and that's another one that we're really going to have to be looking at today because he is like that spearhead when it comes to pulling off these rounds that you just have like, wow, what just happened?
I definitely think that he was a highlight in their game last week. And of course, he's going up against another person that is Hero, who can very much be that individualistic player for Na'Vi, who's been able to pull off heroics in the past. So yeah, I think going into today's game, something that we need to keep an eye on is these two Sentinels going up against one another, who obviously have history between each other as well. Maybe.
Yeah, I think the Hero's developed really well since his time of Fnatic. Both are, like, I would describe it as more of a Sentinel flex role right now. Both of them are playing Sentinel, but also Hero last week played Tail on 2 maps. The Alpha's been playing the duelist too, so it's almost like their flexibility is a really good sign. What I liked about Alpha as well was his almost like leadership at some points last week. Like he feels locked in the server, but also out of the server he feels a lot like he's taken a lot of that hype man duty. And I think he's really embracing it, and it seems to be a very good sign for Fnatic, or a very good thing for Fnatic even.
Yeah, I think in general, like Fnatic is in a great spot, and of course Na'Vi is as well. But this is kind of the ultimate test because you already touched upon it, Billy, yourself. When we're looking at the opponents that Na'Vi has played, Heretics and KC, they're already in that lower bracket. Gentlemaids are in that upper final, so that was their true test. Now Fnatic is the second test where they really get a chance to prove themselves. Both of these rosters still have a life to play with, but the middle bracket for kickoff starts now.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my head beat. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve. But it won't be calling. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my head beat. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove that it won't be calling. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my head beat. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve it.
All right, the teams are ready to go, and so are we. Map vetoes are up next because, you know, this is a best of 3, so you got to pick your battleground or where you're comfortable going. Starting things off with you, Billy, in regards to what are you hoping to see? Doesn't have to be like realistic, but like something you just really want to see today.
I think before we even get into map vetoes, I'm excited to see Shao go up against Boaster in this IGL head-to-head. Of course, usually this would have been considered as an El Clasico back in the years of EMEA, so seeing this is going to be really exciting for me. I think looking at this map veto though, seeing Na'Vi select Split into Fnatic feels a little bit dangerous in the sense that both teams have had 2 wins and 0 losses. It feels almost a bit risky. I don't know how you feel,
Yeah, I think that Split historically has been a good map for Fnatic. Like, these teams have a lot of history, and they have those leadership there, the strategic leadership in Angel, Shao, and now Boaster, you know, like, and Split to me was a map that Fnatic would always kind of win in that matchup, in my opinion. So I think that it's an interesting choice from Na'Vi. Na'Vi do have a good ban in Corrode though, like Fnatic were playing that a lot, so I think them having that perma ban is very good. Fnatic going to Breeze, interesting. I expected maybe an Abyss there, but we'll have to see, because last time they were playing Sage, I don't know if we're going to see that on a
yeah, I think that's a big point, right? I think for them to pick into Breeze today suggests that they've been doing a lot of prep work on it over the past week. I'd like to see potentially a composition change come out from them because, of course, they managed to get such a lead on the map, and then when they switched sides, they kind of struggled and allowed BBL to come back into it the last time that we saw them play Breeze. In fact, the only time that we saw them play Breeze. For Na'Vi, though, we've not seen them play Breeze.
Yeah, the players are also getting ready in their Razor chairs, which very important as we're going to be heading into a best of 3 series. I mean, the final map that we do have, however, is going to be Bind, which I'm also interested to see how that one is going to play out because Na'Vi's Bind has not looked the best.
Something interesting to me is that Angel on the podcast recently with Mitch and Tom was saying that Rooksik would be playing more Chamber if Rooksik liked it. Angel seems to be really high on Chamber right now. And these 3 maps, I think, are maps in which we already know he's playing on Split. Breeze could be a map he could be playing on it. And then Split as well as a map where, the Bind as well, if they're struggling, could be an angle where he switches there. So that's something I'm keeping my eye on, is if Na'Vi have kind of gone back to the table with some of the comps and maybe looking at that chamber angle. I would quite enjoy that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that chamber angle, it's a big thing of comfort as well, throwing the comfort word around. But something that we've seen from a lot of teams in Kickoff so far, I'd say, is that teams wanting to tie their compositions into the meta, but then also having to move away from comfort. And it's finding a balance there, I think, in my opinion, of being able to play comfort roles, what your players thrive on, but also being able to have a good read on the meta. So yeah, I think it really just comes down to what Ruxic feels most empowered on.
Yeah, I want to keep the conversation then like focused now on Split specifically, because that is the first map that we're going to be looking at. And when we're looking at Na'Vi, they've already played it against Heretics and KC. And again, kind of going back to the point of like, this is a map that these are two teams that are already in that lower bracket. So how much of a testament is that to their strength on this map?
What do you mean, sorry?
So the fact that they've played Split already against teams that are currently in that lower bracket, do we think that they are comfortable enough on this map to be able to take Fnatic on it? Like, do we think that it's
I think that it's definitely viable. I think that personally, I think that Fnatic in their double duelist approach is slightly stronger. I don't think Chamber on this map is its strong point. I think that Chamber is very good on other maps. I don't think the operator is as big a deal on this map in general. And so I don't think Ruxic is going to shouldn't find as much value, especially when he's got two duelists just like diving in his face. Like, I think that this map kind of suits that explosivity a little bit more, in my opinion. So my bias apparently is towards Fnatic all the time, but I do think genuinely this kind of comp matchup, I prefer Fnatic's approach here.
I think that's fair, and I think if Alfear can come out swinging in the same way that he did in the last series last week, then honestly, fair enough. We kind of had harped home that we did want to see Alfear kind of flexing more into these kind of agents rather than just being on that Sentinel role all the time. I think Bakaj as well on the Viper has been such a bright spark for Fnatic coming into this roster this year. He's had a really great performance. I think Na'Vi, though, to give them the grace that they deserve, when they came into Kickoff with this roster and with this composition for Split, I think we were all kind of like taken aback, like, oh my gosh, this is really what Na'Vi look like going into this year. This is very innovative for them. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how these two compositions go up against one another, but I just want to give kudos to Na'Vi for that composition.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just think now they're playing against the bigger opponents. So what happens now is basically the question.
Yeah, absolutely agree, and that's already something we touched upon. But then also Fnatic side of things, you already said that you do like their composition. This is also a test for them in regards to how they're going to be performing, because they are now in this middle bracket as well. But we're ready to head into our first map of today, and we've got our casters ready for that as well, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Ginny. Yes, it's time to see who's going to take the cake between these two teams. Middle bracket stakes may be low, but Tom, we come into this matchup, Fnatic 5-1 in the partnership era up against this squad, but Boaster versus Angel. I guess kind of still on,
he is in the heavens. There you go, it kind of fits. He's lurking.
Angel's gone to heaven.
He's watching from above, and so is Milan. No, it's one of those matches where, it's a grudge match between the orgs. It's a grudge match maybe between a couple of the players, but ultimately it's about staying in that middle bracket. No one wants to have to make a lower bracket run, especially when there's 3 brackets.
Yeah, it's quite a long run once you get down there. For now, well, Na'Vi and Fnatic, one of them is going to get pretty close to striking distance on a spot in Santiago. After this, the victor will need to win 2 series, 1 BO5 at the end. And that lower bracket still gives them a chance to bounce back. Fnatic start out on Na'Vi's pick, so they choose the side. And they will go for the defense, where already you can see Na'Vi are putting the pressure on, but Bekaj, he flew under the radar for a moment, but Hero takes him down, and Boaster running in a little early, gets cut down to size. Kayak's got a huge challenge, and good trades from Na'Vi set them up for a 3v2 post plant.
Yeah, I like the mid-round call. Put the pressure on, get in your opponent's face, try and overwhelm the players and not allow for that retake to be properly set up. Puts them into an advantageous position, and with Ruxic,
it's come off the screen,
in an aggressive spot, he's going to be able to hold the line. Know that there's no flank coming either because of the trap, and it just leaves Filu jiggling. He's already seen everything. That's all they needed to know.
There's some danger up close from Alpha. That Bandit, the fire rate, not even used there. The one tap clean to start this off. Ruxic running out of those headhunter shots down to 2, and no heads have been found. That nade can take him out. It's chased him all the way back to main. Bought some time, but time ticking for Crashies as the defuse not even halfway, but he gets it there. He sticks it under his nose. The time surely. Oh! A second on, and he's won it! A missed shot from the Headhunter! That could have defined it, Tom! 6 HP, and he's got it done!
I know, that's a crazy Red Bull clutch. It's round one. Fnatic on split has always given me, well, it's given great moments, but also nightmare flashbacks. And that might be a nightmare flashback for Angel, just kicking things off. Round number one should have been dead to rights. And even the second pick, once he got it half, you kind of think that's a moment where Rooksy could have waited a little bit longer. But you'd think, I've got him dead to rights. There's no way he survives this. Crashies does.
Damage getting called out by your teammates as well. You're like, 6 HP? No, yeah. Hassle, man. That's an easy kill, but oh, so many chances to close that out. It felt like none of them connected, and a big round for Crashies. Player spotted in the corner. Alpha's gonna immediately get out of there, yet still. He's lit down to 20 HP, some decent damage. The Headhunter only needs the one shot as Boaster goes down, and Alpha still tagged. It looks like there could be a weakness to exploit towards that B site.
Yeah, the major threat has gone though. That's the only problem. That Headhunter, there's a reason that Angel was talking about wanting Rooksik more and more on it. That we even heard from Rooksik himself in the interview saying that like it's just kind of boring. You just click heads, and I was like, yeah, it's not boring to watch, and also like if you win, I don't think anybody cares how exciting you find it. But I guess also when you are probably the best controller, maybe other than Kiko, that played in EMEA last year, maybe you don't want to be switching roles too much. I can understand that as well. We'll see if that's
30 seconds left.
A piece that will change. Of course, for Na'Vi, feeling out the map, I'm sure they'd love to get an additional orb as well, which is going right into the hands of Filu. However, getting anything more done from here is going to be difficult.
Well, let's see. Pressure put on. Alpha tag low. There is a chance. If they can take this site, if they can deal with Crashies, and they will eventually. Leaving it down to a 1v2 snake bite. Oh, it's perfect. Yeah, that's it, done. Still, all in all, Tom, great damage coming out of this round if you're a Na'Vi fan.
Yeah, for sure. Like this was a couple of shotguns brought up alongside SMGs and a rifle, so it really isn't too bad. And yeah, coming in with a showstopper for the next round for Philo after picking up the orbs and getting a kill and getting the plant and dying.
Yep.
And he's done excellent work. So that's something that they can definitely look to put into this next round. What will be up against, I imagine, a fairly weak purchase from Fnatic other than the singular rifle.
Yeah, we'll see how they decide to play that one out, but you'd be surprised if there's too much investment. Good signs early on for Na'Vi. Vialu, showstopper online. I think if you were going to put a big investment into this round, it would be too much of a risk. That showstopper could turn the tide in their favor. The question is, will it be used to entry up against the weaker buy from Fnatic, or saved as a last port of call and disaster? Nice nade. That's landed well, but those players able to make a little distance behind it, so end of the world. Yeah, Na'Vi not deterred. One player towards the B site. The rest of them ready to break out on A any second now.
Yeah, Tiger needs to clear this close angle. I'm getting a little bit nervous. One through, runs in, but it's a disappearing act. Allows Hero a freebie. We saw the stat a moment ago. He's got the most kills so far in Kickoff, which is surprising considering the performance that Althea had. They've still left, yeah. Xiao is very far away from the rest of the team. This is going to be the latest lurk of all time. But luckily, they're still going to have a 3v2 on the site. Kind of looking at Vekaj, though.
Xiao's even taking his time. Now they know that they're here. Xiao speeds up. He's heard the steps, knows there's a player going to screens. And the eyes on sight now focused in. Rooksik locked in on that angle, waiting for them to step forward. And if they take too long, it'll be death from behind. Snakebite buys time. Rooksik's off, chimes in, and Xiao has completely whiffed. Vekaj now has a chance. Surely not another Fnatic clutch. And this time, it will go to Na'Vi in the end, but wow, a dramatic entrance from Xiao and an immediate exit.
I honestly, if someone can download the replay of this and just, no, not even a slow-mo. I want someone to do a POV of the entire round from Xiao's perspective of just him lurking on one side of the map and just slow walking.
No! Oh, it looks like my ranked games.
The funny thing is he is so unlucky by the fact that Vekash just decides at that moment, like, I'm just going to walk backwards at full pace. Like, not even shifting.
Like, left, right, fair enough. Why backwards? Why backwards? But okay. It's worked remarkably well. Na'Vi, maybe thanks to Xiao, they end up in that round. Maybe
it's not great. They lost so many players, and this is a good opportunity now for Fnatic to almost completely reset them. Yeah, the showstopper's still in play, but Nightfall's been picked up on the other side. Hero under pressure. He's had a phenomenal kickoff so far, revealed in the corner. Kayak knows exactly where he is, and that's an important man to clear. Also the Lurker as well, so that is half the map that now has no Na'Vi presence.
Na'Vi, credits put in. Do you now use the showstopper? Burst through. It looks like a dog's going to be the point of contact. Showstopper active, fired out, and lands on Alpha here. Vekash ran for the hills, so Heaven Control given up, but down below, lurking, waiting, is Boaster, and he strikes at just the right moment. Another blinded up. The spray was good. Running and gunning as Fnatic set their sights on 3 and lock it in moments later.
Yeah, that's going to be a super painful round for Na'Vi. Not only just that sectioning off, that's clearly just a plan. Like, they know that Hero's going to likely lurk on this side of the map. You can clear him out, you can allow for early rotations. But then even just, well, the positioning from Boaster, but also the spams that were coming out from Vekash. He did a lot of damage just through the edge of the smoke as they tried to cross him towards the site.
Let's go, boys.
3-1, early reset. The one saving grace is that tour de force for Ruxic, but bear in mind, I'll be honest, when looking at the veto, I thought this would end up as the third map. Both teams 2-0, I didn't think anybody would be picking it. If Fnatic were able to take their opponent's map choice, going into Breeze, we haven't seen Na'Vi play it yet, and I believe so far it's been their second ban in the majority of series.
And all signs pointing to Na'Vi needing to find that success on this first map. At least to look a bit better than it could be from now. I mean, warning signs early as Fnatic push up to 4, assuming nothing crazy happens here with the pistols. But that tour de force still gives them a chance, as you said. Small as it may be. But that last round, it does feel like, you know, they did so well to fight back into Be Heaven, trade out that showstopper for a kill, for a bit of space. Ooh, rare missed shot. Filu was a little ahead of the pack. And guess who's getting dropped early again? Filu jumping around there. But although players have gotten close on the back of his martyrdom, they have been spotted by the reveal. So for Hero to get out of here is going to require a bit of luck, or maybe...
It's a distraction.
It's going to just require Ruxic to strike in the right moment. He's here already. Oh, but Kayak's used the ult. That's like so unlucky.
I like it. Just a get out of jail free card. Allows him to clear all of the site, give information over, doesn't risk an operator going into enemy hands, and Crashies really is just making sure his teammates can stay safe. I think he might have been. I think he might have been.
And then just shot him in the head.
Hey, he's got a good read. He's got a good read. But that good recovery, because that looked like it could have got out of control, especially with Ruxic taking over mid-control. That got a little bit dangerous, but I like the fact that Kayak wasn't afraid to just go, okay, I'm going to burn my ult here just to make sure that I don't throw the round.
Well, he read that timing perfectly. I mean, I think all agree, if he waited 5 more seconds, that's done. He's dead. But then you look at if Ruxic was just that little bit quicker around those corners. Great read from Kayak.
So much more stressed in the coaching booth. Like, so much more.
Oh,
okay.
Nice shot by Filu. That's a big shutdown. Look at the A site now. I mean, for Crashies, I almost expected him to start backing off the screens, but instead, he's stepping forward. He's looking for a fight, and he's got more of a fight than he wanted. Oh, no!
Yeah, that Viper screen going down. Pushed through his own pit in mid. Vekash just managed to get rid of Xiao. That's the lurk on the other side of the map gone. And actually, Alpha has managed to clear out Hero at the same time. This is very quickly turned into a winnable position, but Ruxic patiently waiting. That operator picked up, has cleared out Alpha. The back and forth ends with Na'Vi in an advantage.
They know that Boaster's on screens as well. The Vekash was mid, could be wrapping behind them. The Seeker last saw him there, so a lot of attention being put towards their backs, but Fnatic have stacked up, waiting for the wall to fall, but they follow suit as Na'Vi find themselves on 2.
Yeah, I think that opener was important. They're just getting rid of Kayak early. Filu having a solid round. Oh, that's unlucky. Xiao just caught with the smoke in hand. But yeah, a bit of a back and forth. even still, there's going to be the finances for at least a decent investment here. Seems like Crashies might have a piece or two missing, going to be left onto a Guardian, so a chance for Na'Vi to kick them while they're down. They do still have to be careful, though. That operator is still in hand. But this time it's going to be sectioned off by utility.
Oh, there's the info for Boaster. You already have so much support close by. Alpha just one away from the showstopper, but Na'Vi, they make all that noise and start to shift backwards. They've got Ruxic embedded.
Cheating.
In good position. Close on mid, waiting for a mistake to be made. The smoke pulled back, still gives him that opportunity. Yet they've lost Filu on that cross down on mid. The whole team swinging out. Oh, and Ruxic missing the shot. That is a costly start to this round. And look at the players left on. What do they have to help them get into a site? I think the flashes are the only real hope here, but if they do get in, the pit could turn them around back in their favor.
Oh, anti-flash for Boaster, and then Backhatch is unblinded by the time that he makes it around the corner. They were so ready for that Sky pot flash. I think that is one of the worries when it comes to that Sky flash, is if you know that that's your opponent's main way of getting around angles, you can do exactly what Boaster did there. I'll face backwards, you hold the angle, you get blinded, I spin. And that's exactly what they needed to do to counter that flash. And well, from then onwards, what's the hero going to do? Run in, try and take the spike and use his pit? Probably not.
It's just perfect play, and I think this is what we come to expect from, you know, one of the most experienced IGLs in the league.
It's a high bar.
It very much is. And that has been leading since, I think, since day one. Certainly since the day one of Summon FC way back. And, you know, making those calls, you see in that moment, we see those three players left and go, okay, what do they have to entry? That's already being called, calmed, and processed on the side of Fnatic. These are their tools. This is how we beat them. And the round's closed out with ease as a result, 5-2. And when you look at Na'Vi right now, Tom, you gotta wonder, what are they missing? And 2 rounds on the board? But plenty more time to play with.
Yeah, I think firstly we've seen a lot of the sort of extremities being cleared out. Like we saw Hero getting dropped, we saw Shao getting dropped. Like I think Fnatic have done quite well of sort of picking off those players. Backhatch has also had an incredible start to the game. But speaking of one of those extremities, we got an incredibly fun matchup today. Some of the highest rated players in the tournament. Hero has been flying. Like we've talked a lot last year about Ruxic, about him being one of the best, and Hero at times being a little bit hit and miss. It's been nothing but hits all the way through this tournament so far. This man truly is in the best form. And then up against him, a man who was literally breaking records in terms of the numbers that he managed to get. Clearly, you can see the energy just running through him. #1 in damage per round. And bear in mind, he may have played almost the most amount of rounds. It doesn't matter. That's how much damage he does every round.
Per round, yeah. If anything, that's more impressive with a larger sample size to draw from. Yeah, the guy currently leading the kill record, tied as well. You have to say, Zeus has matched him in the same map as well, but 33 kills. That wasn't in regulation, though. That was in a considerable number of overtimes.
Yeah. Well, Zeus's game was longer, right?
Yeah, it was the same map.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
but
it was the exact same map. They both got 33 kills on the same OT.
That Zeus also played an incredibly long game.
Yes, that was the year before, yeah.
Crazy.
This one...
so it's Zeus's fault.
Basically, more or less. The fact that they ended up tied as well is just beautiful. Same map, same kills, same record. Fnatic 5-2. We've had a moment to rest, a moment of reprieve for Na'Vi, but they do come in here with very little to work with. Again, even in these rounds, you have to think, if you can get to the site, that Viper's Pit can be your ally. Make it much more difficult for those rifles, and especially the AWP, to find the value that they want to with that investment.
He's got Showstopper. Oh, if he pops it here, he could literally kill the entire team. Well, he's going to get one of them for free anyway. Xiao tried to TP towards him. It's a Showstopper coming. No, he's just jumping up to try and dodge. And to be honest, at this point, they've already got 2 openers. One of them for free.
Yeah, I think that puts Xiao 0 and 8 at the moment. And, you know, not a great start. I think we've had every facet of Valorant gameplay fail.
It's because they don't have a Yoru. He was just being the Yoru clone.
Yeah, and it almost worked, except for the fact
he
that
shot the clone.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is Xiao.
30 seconds left.
And then, as a result, Na'Vi got...
Yeah, but there's no... He didn't realize there's no real Xiao to run behind.
That was his mistake. It's all I know now.
He was like, wait,
there's
that
no real...
had to be me as well.
Also, there's no real show on the server right now.
Okay, that was rude.
Okay, came behind someone and missed 10 bullets. So I mean, what do you want me to say? It's been a really rough start. I really don't know what he was thinking, but I guess the dog had cleared a lot of the round. It really had. But you know, I'm trying, brother. I'm trying to help.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If the dog had cleared that corner, he'd have known Alpha was there because Alpha was in that corner.
So, Angel, I would love to now just take a timeout and bring him up here for a little try-cast with that.
I think he'd be like, sub me in, Chief.
It's like, actually, I made a mistake.
To be honest, this was also one of Angel's best maps for calling as well.
This actually, where Philo is right now, you used to just see Angel in here non-stop.
No matter the agent, no matter the time of the round.
No, it could be 3 seconds in on breach. Guess where he's going to be? And I'm not talking defense. No. He will have he will have jumped with his knife out across mid, but still somehow survived. Here we go, Alpha. Whoa, that's a little premature. They baited that out really nicely. Sending Rooksik in, selling that fake, and then boop. He's out of there. Your showstoppers landed for nothing, and now they can put that pressure on later. Although some players going towards the vents, they're going to make some noise, and a bit of a distraction. Shao is just lost in this instance, but it almost works out for Rooksik. He gets some damage done, but in the end, it falls apart. And I really you have to wonder, what was Shao thinking? Oh.
So Shabu's got one back. I still look at that Viper's pit. The kill onto Crashy would be enough, but bear in mind, Crashy's knows that. So he doesn't fight. He just gets the jiggle peek, runs back all the way, and with 30 seconds left. Both players are on opposite sides of the map. I think they're literally just feeling it out, and hoping that there's some space. Oh, I thought there was a chance, because again, maybe the kill onto Kayak could be enough, but again, you got 15 seconds. He doesn't really have much of a reason to go peeking. And then when he does, Kayak's quite good at shooting. So he's dropped the spike. Hero's now going to have to save. And I would say, like I said, he's been fantastic all the way through. He's been nullified so far, because either he's played the lurk and they've fought him, or he's just not had the impact in the round. We've not seen much from Hero so far.
Well, I mean, in this round, I'm not sure what he's supposed I'm not sure what he's supposed to do, because right away, the whole plan here was to make some contact in vents, it seemed like, leave Rooksik embedded, and when they go to push behind you on mid, Rooksik gets a free pick. And instead, Shao took his knife out in the middle of mid and got shot in the head. And then they didn't really need to push behind you because they've got the pick. And the guys that would have fought vents for info don't need info because they got the info because they saw you with your knife out walking in there. So it's just a little shaky. And honestly, for Navi, I don't think this is something that worries me that much because I've seen Shao play a lot. I've not seen him play like this a lot. But he does need to...
Why does that not worry you?
Because it's just a flash in the pan. It's a little shaky start, but he can get there in the end. And Alfier, well, he doesn't need any sort of warming up. Nice shots.
Oh, crispy start to the round. Of course, it's a lower buy, but yeah, I would go on the other side of the coin and say I'm actually very worried because they're losing 7-2 on their own map choice.
Sure, yeah, without a doubt.
And unless something drastic changes, it looks like it's going to be 8-2.
It's more every round that goes by, I'm like, well, that's the last round. Shao's going to make one of those plays, but it seems to be his new play style, at least in these rounds.
Okay.
Nice shutdown from Hero. And a 3 versus 3 hit going down. Okay, Navi now have a real opportunity at converting this. Rooksik, I mean, he can get real close, but there is a player watching him for now. Boaster's up top. The timing is key as Vetgas goes down and Sociable's double surely locks in the round win.
Yeah, they know exactly where Boaster is as well. First one comes easy, but he's got a man behind it. And, well, just as I comment about Hero not really being on board, he comes in with the triple kill. Takes over the round, and, well, Navi are back on the table once again. Big round individually from him. Like, I think it's been so difficult for them to sort of close out Crashies, and the fact that he was able to clear him and then put the pit down, that's the turning point of the round. That's what made it so much more difficult for Fnatic to get back in. Obviously, the other thing that has me a little worried is the fact that versus Liquid and versus Foot, Fnatic were better on the attack. And Navi were also better on the defense, but...
Sure. There we go. Little silver lining for us. And a 7-5 still possible. Look, there's plenty of time for Na'Vi to get back into this as long as there's no more mistakes. TP into the back lines, back to the scene of the crime. But will Xiao be a repeat offender as he moves out towards the A site? It's all open. It's being given up. The play can now be found with Rooksik dropping crashies. That's about as good a start as you could hope for.
Yeah, he's been a menace on the A site. This time he avoided it, I think knowing that showstopper was likely going to be coming in. And now posted up in their post-plant positions. It's going to be difficult. Still most of the utility available for Na'Vi to try and deny over the top. Alfia will have spotted the man behind, and somehow he's almost doing tricks on top of Xiao, and they quickly find a couple back in return. It's left all onto Rooksik. He managed to kick it off, but they're already beginning that defusal hidden in the corner. He needs to land the shot, and he won't be able to. That looked like a tough retake for Fnatic, but I'll be honest, in the end, they make it look kind of easy.
They do, yeah. It looked like a frag movie from Kayak's perspective. He was shooting bodies that had already been taken out by a teammate.
From Alpha as well. They went for the fly-through before getting the kill.
Around, yeah.
Oh, there we go. There's Xiao.
There he is.
Hello,
yeah.
Xiao.
1 second. There we go. No, really nice stuff from Fnatic, and I think for Na'Vi, you know, it's really heartbreaking. They kind of needed that 7-5. They want to be able to bounce back. We know, good half for both teams coming up, sure. But if Fnatic got this kind of play style locked down, they're coming in swinging like this. The Cash as well, 13-5. Say the same for Kayak. You know, I just can't see them slowing down in the same regard while Na'Vi are looking a little bit lost. Showstoppers landed out of a Viper's pit. Now an op strikes on the other side, and the advantages, well, they don't compound too much thanks to Rooksik. But where do you go now? No control of B main. Viper's pit is up in B. They look for the A site, and I can't believe Alfia is going to walk through the pit. He is right behind them. He missed them by a pixel, by a second or so. But with that pick onto Kayak, I mean, the thing is, if Alpha gets this strike onto Xiao, they're going to be stuck on site.
Oh, he's low on HP. Xiao is looking completely the wrong way. You wouldn't expect anybody to be there that quickly. And because of it, the advantage swings back. Rooksik still with the tour de force available, but low on HP. We need to see something from Filu in this round. They still don't necessarily know where the other players are coming from. Immediate usage of util to clear that close angle, forcing Rooksik back down to just 2 HP. Filu needs to land the shot, and he gets nothing. It has to be a 2 HP ace, and they already know how low this man is. It will be 9-3. It will be a dominant defensive half coming out of Fnatic.
On Navi's map pick, yeah, things are off to a shaky start. But before we come back for the second half, let's hear from Crashies on why he thinks Vekaj is underrated.
So the new iteration of Fnatic, I think people are actually sleeping on Vekaj, our newest player. I don't think he's getting rated as highly as he should. So I kind of like that we're being kind of underrated right now. And I think it's always fun to go into a season having to prove like yourself and all that. Like it's a new year, not a new team, but like a new player. But I think just as every new year comes, you always have to kind of prove yourself again. So I'm just excited to prove the same old Fnatic. Yeah, I think what definitely something we joke about is scaling. So I definitely think we're gonna be like ramping up or scaling, as we call it. I think teams that start hot kind of usually like drop off, but I think like historically with Fnatic and especially Boaster, he's really scaling up as the year goes and as the season goes. So I think we're just kind of used to that, and I think it'll probably be the same as this year. So. The Odin, yeah, we definitely got abused by it at Champs. I think Brock used it to probably the highest potential it's ever been used. It hasn't been nerfed yet, although I do think like Riot has been making good changes with like the walls and stuff to not make them as wall bangable and stuff. But I definitely think there should be either a price increase or something should be changed, because yeah, it's been I think it's been a strong gun ever since the game's been out. Like I was using it on Ascent back in the day, so yeah, it's just always been a strong gun, and I think it probably could use a nerf. So goals going into Kickoff, historically we haven't been that good in Kickoff actually. I don't think we've ever, especially Fnatic, I don't think they've qualified for the first LAN, and I've never qualified for the first LAN of the year. They've never qualified for a Kickoff event, I've never qualified for a Kickoff event, so I think the simple answer is just qualifying for Chile, which is the first major LAN of the year, and I think that's everyone's goal right now.
Your body knows a sense of victory. seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone, designed to win.
I mean, listen, I get that he's salty from what happened at Champs, but the Odin needs a nerf, right? Calm down, Crashies, all right? Slow your horses. 9-3.
You forgot
Fnatic.
Everything else he said, didn't you?
Not a clue what the other stuff
spoke
was.
about Vekaj and
The
like,
red mist
underrated.
descended. The red mist
You
descended.
should nerf the Odin.
How dare you?
And then Mitch had his
Anyways.
keyboard out. Well, I really don't
I've
like.
already
I'm sending
typed-
an email to HR.
No, I've already sent several rude DMs to Crashy,
Oh,
so
okay.
and that was before he
Don't-
said
don't
that.
do that.
9-3. Fnatic looking for double digits in the pistol round, and look, individuals are showing up for them right now.
Xiao's looking for single digits.
Ooh. Yeah. You know, and it's not like he got unlucky in all those kills. Still a little bit of a silly, goofy performance from Xiao in that first half. But, you know, there's always time to recover, and no better time than right here and now. Defensive side for Na'Vi. Their map pick. To say that Fnatic are taking it slow is an understatement. They are currently sat back in positions that the barriers wouldn't even stop them from getting to. The most passive start to a pistol as they wait for Na'Vi to make a move, see nothing, send the decoy towards B, 2 sets of steps, third with the Yoru. And then they freeze again, and Na'Vi are sat back. I mean, at this point, you've got Ruxic just holding with the Headhunter on A, his trap holding Heaven, so there's no need to move. All of this control given by this one character means you've got 2 players B, you know, 2 mid if Sociable isn't running back to grab a bit of info. And he now has. And we're 40 seconds on the clock, and you know, Fnatic are basically in spawn. No rotates from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I feel like Sociable did well there to hold the flash as long as he did. I feel like that's why Fnatic were playing so deep, but instead, throwing that in, steps being made by Boaster on the other side of the map, and Sociable's just gone walking back into the vents. I don't know what's going on. Like, Na'Vi players today have just decided to, I don't know, maybe twerk for opponents, just go in backwards every time. Ruxic's done well, but they have, I swear Boaster made noise in the heavens. I guess they're just forgetting the spots that people have gone past. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he walked, but I could have sworn he made steps Heaven on B.
If Andy can chef up
I'm genuinely, I'm hoping I'm wrong, because if he just walked it, fair enough, but also kind of not.
I mean, honestly, listen, on that stage, white noise in your ears, I'll even forgive missing a sound cue. But if you give up mid, and 20 seconds later, someone, you know, walks backwards, like Michael Jackson moonwalking into that angle, I can't forgive that. That's a very tough one to forgive. Big mistake being made there, and well, Hero, try as he might. This round is not going to him. Double digits landed for Fnatic and Na'Vi right now. I mean, they timeout. You know, hell, we're coming out of a pistol, but the amount of gaps that they just exposed on the defense. And
I thought he ran before this.
Thank you.
Just before, but yeah, he walked obviously from that point. But either way, yeah, shouldn't be possible, because also, as you said, they just got caught from somebody being backstabbed in mid.
King of Turkey here. King
Twice.
of Turkey,
Yeah. In one round.
Yeah.
They literally not only shift walked vents on you, they also it's not like you could say, well, but if they went Heaven, we would have got them. No, you wouldn't. You didn't. A crazy strategy.
Who needs mid? It's funny as well because Angel
Overrated.
is the guy who plays mid more than anyone else. So it's kind of mad.
That's so true.
Like, well, you saw his reaction.
His whole identity is based around mid
you
control.
saw him leaning back on the
And
chair.
his team gave up both sides of mid and
Yeah.
just pretended it didn't happen. Yeah, sometimes it's hard not to laugh. And this is one of those times,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
You laugh or cry. Like, I've learned from Geis this year. You either, either you get
Let go
really
of the
annoyed,
stress, brother.
or
Just
you
enjoy the
laugh.
ride.
Yeah.
Enjoy the ride. And Na'Vi are taking us on a ride right now. I'll tell you that. And this is a low buy round, not one we expect much of them in. And 11-3. I mean, you can already start to put the numbers together.
Hey!
He's on the board! Congratulations,
let's just watch
Xiao.
out for the rest of the round.
Let's Xiao POV. Here we go. This could be his big round.
We can say Pi is on.
Oh.
The 3-1-4.
Pi watch is on.
The 3-1-4.
But is he 1?
He's 1-13.
Okay, there's room. There's a real possibility. And actually already, okay, let's be serious about this. There's damage coming in. It's a 3v3.
Spike planted.
And this is where Fnatic could take their foot off the gas. They could let Na'Vi back in. Nice shot by Kayak. And that starts to put a bit more confidence into the Fnatic side. Hero up top, Classic in hand, 64 HP in a 1v3. I think it's safe to say he's not getting away with much. And so 11 on the board for Fnatic.
Toxins going up.
I mean, if he gets it, yeah. If he got a ninja there, it would have been crazy. But yeah, 11-3, and for Navi at the moment, oh, there's not a lot of hope. There really isn't. Like, this being their map pick, this also being a map that coming in, you highlighted before we start that this could have easily been a middle ground, that there's been good results for people. Because, Tom, you know what I'll say? You're a new IGL. You've got a map, if, for example, they hadn't played this, a map that you haven't played that much. You picked it, so it's still kind of hard to defend. But if you come in and show those kind of gaps that they did initially, I'll say, okay, this is just breathing room. We need to get used to it. We need to grow. But when you've already played it, you picked it, and then you make those mistakes in round 1 of the half.
Well, Althea has already rinsed Sociable. We spoke about some of the closer games that Fnatic had played, the loss that they took, and the need to warm up.
Spike planted.
Looking pretty warm. Looking maybe a bit too warm. Maybe cool down a bit, guys. Maybe save some of it for the later matches, because...
Think of the fans.
Yeah, you know. People want to see this version a little bit later on. People want to see you play all the best of 5. Well, that's not possible anymore. They want to see you play 2 of the best of 5s. But right now, they are cooking. Never mind. The comeback. Filu. That's what we wanted to see on the retake. They managed to make it work. And with the way they entered into that site, with Sociable getting domed immediately, I was thinking we might just be speed running to the finish. But they did well there.
It has felt like that. Well, hold on. Let's see if they can chain around together as well. But yeah, especially Alpha being able to dive in. You've got 2 duelists there. You only need the one. A clean opening. But from that point, and this is something that I wanted to talk about coming into today before this game became a bit of a fiesta. The reality is that, you know, when you look at this roster, when you look at some of the performances that have been there over the last couple of games, Filu has left us wanting more at times. And I think going back to last year, you can say the same thing. But he has shown a higher ceiling than I think we've seen. And at moments, at times, there's sparks. And I'm excited to see how he can grow into this roster. That round there from him, perhaps a confidence builder. And for Navi, genuinely setting the goalposts that you've probably lost this map. It's a long way back. But every single round you get is a reminder that the first half was just a blip on the radar.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially going into Breeze, the good thing they have is that Fnatic don't have any data, don't have anything they can look at because you haven't played it yet. And, wow, I think the last time they will have played it, the roster probably looked quite different.
The meta certainly did.
But already getting the opener. This is also the half where you kind of expect Ruxic to have his impact. Being able to have that defensive side operator, aggressive positioning, being taken, a lurk left in Vakash to try and catch any rotators, but Fnatic always happy to sort of run that clock down a little bit low, start to play with the minds of the opponent. The fact that I'm currently watching Hero watch the spawn kind of says everything you need to know about how things have gone so far.
And even then, you saw Ruxic, he's watching it as well, because he's worried that they've already slipped past the effects of the pistol round, I imagine, at play in front of us. And with the man advantage, the last thing you want is to let them mosey on up behind you. I like this containment from Na'Vi. There's not too much of a risk. It's hard for Fnatic to punish players, except for the fact that one is down so close. 12 seconds back. It's Kayak's chance. Makanis has one already, but with Kayak down the site, still has to be claimed. A shot from Ruxic. 4 seconds. Plant coming in. They've got time, but Ruxic just needs to interrupt that, and it's Filu from the top rope to take Crashies down. Nicely done by Na'Vi, and that looked night and day to the rounds we've seen so far.
Yeah, again, I want to give credit to Sociable for how late he held onto the flash. Like, he's been doing that quite a lot. We know that Fnatic like to play slow. We know that a lot of the time you're going to have these very, very late hits. So holding the flash to check if there's still someone within the site meant that they could just sit back site, just sit and wait for them to make a mistake, and it allowed Ruxic to stay alive an awful long time. Of course, you trust that he will hit the shots when the time matters, but this has always been the major criticism we've had of these Fnatic attack sides is sometimes they do just leave that clock way too late.
Well, pistols in hand, 5 players outside A, but they're taking their time. They're waiting. Did that see anyone? I mean, obviously it got broken, so one player further back, but with so many in the corners, it looked like they'd managed to sell a bit of a ruse. The problem here is that as they go back, Na'Vi have already started putting numbers towards middle. Fnatic, though, back to mid, back to A, trying to take advantage of The lack of players, but that flash has caught them. Now the info's there. Ruxic won't be moving, and a clean shot with an easy escape.
Yeah, he's so difficult to deal with, but having Sociable as his backup is definitely helping. Second flash through as well, knowing there's still players there. Vekaj has managed to win the fight in mid though. However, anything more is going to be difficult. The trap slows the remaining players of Fnatic to a halt. Boaster going back into middle, and he has managed to retrieve a rifle at least. That was the kill that Vekaj got moments ago, but Sociable is looking around. It's awkward, but he's dropped that gun back to the floor, leaving. Crashies alone versus Ruxic, and well, that wasn't a fair fight at all. 11-6, Na'Vi starting to climb back into this one a little. Come on, Fnatic are going to take themselves a pause.
Yeah, good to see that you're already putting that pressure on your opponents. Remember, this is the first time we're seeing Na'Vi not just chain one round together, as in two, right? Chain one round would be kind of hard. But you got that third now on the back of it, momentum really swapping over into their favor, which the most important thing for me is that we're seeing the discipline. We're not seeing those overpeaks anymore. We're not seeing massive gaps being left on the defensive side. Like, it genuinely just looks like Na'Vi started playing the game. As before, they were scattered. They were individuals. I genuinely think in that first defensive round, they had less synergy than most ranked solo queue games. But then, night and day, from round 3 or so onwards of this half. And that's all we needed to see. And this is what I'm talking about as well when we look at that first half for Shell. Why I say, like, I'm not too worried about it. Because it's not that he was getting shut down individually. It's not that his ideas weren't working. He was doing kind of dumb things. Like, he was making stupid mistakes and getting punished for it. I haven't seen Shao make silly mistakes like that consistently in the past, and I have no reason to believe he suddenly forgot how to play the game. So I think just, for whatever reason, getting a little lost in the sauce, but if I see another 2 maps of that from him, I'll be genuinely gobsmacked.
Yeah. He's even with the leadership stuff, I think he's still been able to put up some pretty decent numbers. Sure. So I'm guessing today, firstly, things have gone wrong, but I think there's been more of a focus needed, especially on their attack side, to try and really make things work, and because of that, things individually have gone amiss. We'll see. This is the moment Fnatic feel the need to put the brakes on, take themselves a moment to try and get themselves back, because 3 rounds in a row, even having that advantage in their bonus round, obviously weaker weapons, but still had an opportunity, and Na'Vi have definitely looked a lot stronger on this defensive side. And also, as I said, like, when you look back to their game versus Heretics, they had a 9-3 defensive half. So it's not like this is completely out of the realms of possibility, but it would be quite disappointing, especially with Fnatic slowly building up all of those ults. So they already have themselves the showstopper Nightfall. Every other ult is 1 or 2 orbs away. So you kind of sit there and go like, okay, you should be able to cheese around here and there. Oh, wow.
There it is. She's back. Lauren's in the building. And the tech paused up on the screen, and I see them standing beside Shao, and that could explain things. That could be why he had his knife out.
My monitor upside down the whole time.
I thought I was only a crossfit. Monitor's mirrored. Yeah. Like, the reality is, though, at this point in time, it's probably too far gone. Like, for Na'Vi, they're on a good side. They've put pressure on the Fnatic. They just got a timeout before this technical break. But the thing is, for the defensive side, like, you've just got 3 in a row. It needs to be a next to flawless resurgence from them. 1 round is the only margin for error, and even then that will rob you of a victory here in regulation. So it does feel like it's too far gone, but if you can still manage to bring that little bit of speed back into the game, bit of wind into your sails, then it's going to be very easy to look back at that last half and go, oh yeah, we made a lot of mistakes, that's why we lost, and we cannot make those mistakes in the future. So future being Breeze.
Yeah, I think as well, this is another good display coming out from Vekaj. I think especially on the defensive side setups, because like a lot of the times when I see a new player come in, I expect on the attack, it's like, yeah, you're going to follow what the IGL's plan is. And you're just going to go along with like, okay, I've been told to watch this angle, then I'll go here. And it's like, I feel like on the defense, it's more about like the crossfire he set up with Boaster like earlier in the game. Like those are all about just you having the right protocols in place and you knowing what to do in those moments. But the fact that he's 19-9, I think tells the story itself. Like he's been having a great game. Seems like he fits wonderfully into the system. And the good thing for them is like the more reps he gets, the better. Like, I do think they're one of the teams that truly does benefit, not just going through that upper bracket.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no doubt in my mind that there was like any way they went, yeah, let's not win and go down. I don't think any coach in their right mind would ever do that. But to just get him more accustomed to those things, and the more and more we've seen them play, having that crazy 2-map OT game with Foot, it's like you get through stuff like that, and then you come into the next matches, and he's looking better and better. And even in the games, I think it was at Haven where they got battered. He was their best player. Like, he aced in one of the rounds. I think that was versus BBO, right? Like, he genuinely looked very, very good, even in moments where things are going horrifically. So definitely looking like a fantastic pickup right now. But the question is just how far can they go with it? After the extended break, the tac pause into tech break, we will see if this is the continuation of the comeback for Na'Vi, or if Fnatic are going to put an end to this a little quicker.
Well, the ulti economy is really starting to heat up coming into this round. An orb or two in either direction. With a lot more tools to work with. Whichever side can manage to steal that away. Now, Ruxic not going to overstay his welcome on that angle. Oh, actually, he is. He goes back in. I thought he was going to back off to A.
Again.
And they'd steal some info, but instead, he sticks on that A main angle. You then get the... So they know no one's there. The flash goes out over towards B. You know there's players there. I mean, this is a great early round for Na'Vi in terms of the map control they're holding. And now they focus on a mid-fight, spotting that it's clear. This is wonderful. I mean, they put all the pieces together. They should be ready for this B hit.
Yeah. Straight in, though. Double ult. Backside, well, it's definitely going to be Cheng now. The spam bullets not quite doing enough. A lot of damage done, but Filu's able to trade one back. Both of the players within the site. Oh no! But Sociable, I don't even know what happened. He's just murdered everybody in front of his teammates' eyes. And well, Vekaj is probably just wondering what on earth happened. Where did everybody go?
Oh, wonderful work. That looked like it was 2 bullets, 3 kills for Sociable. One of them was certainly a collateral. I can't wait to see this one in the replay. And for Na'Vi, what a round as well. Like, they start a main control, flash in B, see players there, flash out mid for a fight, no one there. You're ready for this hit. And sure, they even lose the opening. Shout going down. The showstopper, not much you can do about. But that right there,
right.
The nade
beautiful
thrown
replay.
in, did nothing in the end. Couldn't even explode as a whole squad was taken down.
I've got some sad news, by the way. The pie's off.
The pie,
he's now he's now 1 of 15.
If it wasn't for that damn showstopper.
Yeah, he would have got 2 kills, and then we could have seen pie.
Nice screenshot. Well,
I don't think I mind too much.
This is a creepy play by Kayak, and he spotted. Okay, they had vision, thankfully.
I genuinely think this might be one of the most irritating skies I've ever seen in my life. Like, the amount of info that they are getting, and the timing, like, it's like he knows. Like, Sociable's flashes always go in just as they take the space. Like, it's not like he's just throwing them in at the beginning of every round, or like, even at the same timing. It just seems like he's waiting until a moment where he goes, okay, we don't have info there, I'm gonna use it. And it was the same in the last round, catching everybody outside B, then doing the work himself. Oh, okay, that's not pretty.
No, anything but. Especially a risk like that, you're up against pistols, you push mid, and now the weapon's
He's only
recovered.
given a Vandal over to Alpha yet. Like, what could go wrong?
Oh, at least, I mean, unless Alpha drops that to someone else, there shouldn't be any danger here. Let's see if that ends up being the real story of the game. The wall going down gives Ruxic the angle, and already Alpha's going to be dropped, but Kayak managed to slip through and make it to the site. Sociable catches Crashies, and a good flash up top, but Vekaj there to bail them out. He'll be caught in the open though, leaving it onto an 8 HP Kayak, and not a snowball's chance in hell. This comeback from Na'Vi, a team that honestly didn't look like they were playing the game in that first half. This is to be studied. 11-8. Fnatic close to getting a taste of their own medicine. Again.
Yeah, no, this defensive half really is looking stellar. And even with like some really, we didn't need to slow it down that much, but the aggro positions, I think as well, Sociable just being in that back line, and then the rotation back in from the remaining 2 at the end. 5 rounds in a row. Oh, Angel's starting to believe. You can see it. That damn smile. Please don't make that me.
Well, 3 rounds in between them. It won't be me. I'll tell you that. Navi.
Why are you taking your phone out?
Climbing back in.
Meme maker.
Save as copy. Perfect. It's an aggressive stance. I like this one, though, more than I like Filu out in the open against pistols.
But you have more faith in Ruxic kicking the shot with the tour de force
even
than
if
you
he
do
misses
with
the
Ruxic.
shot, it's more that he can get out of there.
Oh, he did miss.
He misses, but he gets out. No punish for Fnatic
That's
there.
the 1 in 100. Boaster's very lucky to be alive. Ruxic doesn't miss often.
But Navi will get to set up with that same danger just a little bit later. That tour de force is going to be a constant threat in this round. At least for now, though, Kayak should be getting some free
Have you not
space
noticed
for the
that
squad.
Odin?
I hadn't.
I was about to say, Crashy says earlier about the Odin. Well, it's going to be Alpha here to feel death at the hands of Sociable. A very different look to the man that was throwing pop flashes a moment ago. And Shao, there we go. It's 3.15 instead. Not quite Pi, but at least seeing a little bit of a comeback until Crashies drops him and Ruxic. Now this starts to get a little bit dangerous.
30 seconds left.
Have to be Boaster to do something about this. They've still got the Cosmic.
Oh, Crashies.
See you later. To do it. Sociable wants this. The 3K from the Odin is calling him the Blast X on the site. Boots on the ground and a big swing from the whole squad. Boaster! Oh, it was so close. Filu in the end somehow has to save the day. You got me excited for a second there, Boaster. Oh my goodness. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
When I saw Filu peak, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Especially with the amount of time that was left. It was risky, but necessary trade. Oh, look at this. Right at the last, I think it was 10 seconds left. Angel's reactions are genuinely my favorite. The eyes tell you everything you need to know about the round. 2 now the difference.
How have we ended up here?
I don't know.
Really and truly how. Fnatic slowing down, and we saw this in a series that sent them here, Tom. The fact that the team that we know for the comebacks for starting slow and always managing to keep themselves in it while they faced the comeback earlier on.
Yeah, that's BBL, right?
It was indeed.
Oh, he's back.
And it could be happening again. An opening duel for Navi. Although Crashies gets a bit closer than expected, Hero is always watching, and that's the spike down in their possession. Should be no real dangers here. They've lost the B site, but okay, 1 for Alpha. They don't know where Vikaj is. Yeah, okay, now they do. Headshot and another connection, yet still Ruxic
Gun here.
lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, and he's still healthier of the 2 of them. Just pettiness. He's thrown the operator out of the map so they can't go and retrieve it. Okay, nice shots from Vikaj. Maybe there is a little bit to this. Alpha in a 1v2, 30 seconds. Yeah, they're going to know
30 seconds left.
roughly where he is. He's definitely going to know where he is now. But this crossfire should be one that's difficult to break down. Maybe he has a chance versus Filu, but he should be tucked into the angle, just waiting for the swing onto Hero. The second that swing comes through, it's even expected. But getting anything more is going to be difficult. Filu takes the fight, brings them to 10. Double digits, not something I ever expected to be saying for Na'Vi, but they're now 1 behind.
Yeah, I mean, I could have seen it maybe on Breeze if they had a remarkable map, but the fact is we're getting a second timeout from Fnatic. I mean, this squad was so far in the lead.
You get him, Alpha.
The fact that they were, well, it was 11-3, right? That feels surreal.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
11-3. Thank you, Tom. I feel like there was an easier way to do that of just counting the bottom ones, but nah, because I don't think they moved from 11.
It's all right. We got time.
I saw you count along. But yeah, the fact is, for Fnatic to not close this game out is a heartbreaker. To have not already closed it out. Like at this point, even if Navi lose this, I mean, the conversation I was putting out there was sort of aimed at, oh, Fnatic end up 13-8ing it. Navi will go, well, guys, we did suck like an unbelievable amount in that first half. It's fine. We would have won that. If we play it right now, we will win.
Yeah.
But 11-10? Yeah, if they play it right now, they will win. This is remarkable. And especially, Tom, what really perplexes me is those first 2 rounds in the defense. They looked lost. I mean, the first one especially. They looked so lost. The mistakes made there are usually when you see those, it's like, oh, okay, we need like a map reset. Like, we need to get out of here, take a breath, and then the team will play again. But they did it so quickly.
Yeah, a few big rounds, a few hero plays. Everybody seems to have locked in.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Wow, we always said, if you get Rooksick, Sociable, and Hero firing, this team is dangerous. And in this second half, that is exactly what we've got. Sprinkle in a little bit of Filu, and
Toxin screen down.
This is now a very contentious and interesting map. We questioned the choice initially from Na'Vi. That's what I'm saying. Like, look, you've picked a map that's been very good for Fnatic as well. Maybe you could have left it as a third. They take the dub. I don't think they're really going to care how they got there. If anything, it might give them a boost.
Blocking vision.
The Viper's Pit from Na'Vi will contain that mid presence. Alpha's going walkabouts. This is risky. There could be a double swing coming in, and Xiao is drawing Alpha's. Oh, nice shot, though. What a correction. But the double swing, it's too much. Xiao lands that shot. And the trade out now for Fnatic. Send them towards the A site where they'll look for the space. The problem is what's waiting there. They have got the wall to cross at least, but Rooksick's given a chance here.
Yeah, Gatecrash was on the other side of the map. And when Kayak had the spike, I was thinking maybe they were going to switch it up, because I'm looking at the late lurk coming through from Vekaj, but they didn't. 25 seconds. And they're going to try and make the run all the way back. But that's the bit I don't understand, is you might as well have left him with the spike.
Let him TP with it, yeah. I guess just because he was pushing that bit forward up ramp, making noise. And look at
no one's there,
the success. Yeah, 4 players towards 3 on A, 1 in mid. Pit's about to fall. And you can get not only a lot of control deep in towards their spawn up into heaven, but that Viper's Pit. Now, rooting you out of this, that's going to be damn difficult for Na'Vi. We said that the comeback needed to be next to flawless. They could lose 1 round and keep themselves in it. Well, very well may be the round.
Yeah. Still, they got plenty of time. The spams not far away from catching Crash. He's already gone. Rooksick done well to clear. But it's the Viper that's going to be the tougher of the two, the one that they need to remove, and Kayak is acting as a bodyguard. Boaster, well, it will be that Viper now drop, but even still, Hero's just looking to try and clear him out of the backlines, and doing that won't be easy. And even once you've done it, we're going to split into the 1v1, but the round is already done. It is Fnatic to take it. A brilliant call, a late fake that fooled Na'Vi, and that was enough to get them the round.
Yeah, you said about Fnatic, they always play slow. They always run that clock down. This time it works out.
Slow.
They got in, I think 22 seconds, they started wrapping back from A. They get in with a couple left to spare, Pit up. And again, look at how this ended. A 1v2, players spread far, running the clock, and the one in main had a star to work with. So you would have had a grab while buying even more time. It just took them too much time to rotate, clearing all that space in mid, clearing all that space in spawn, and then clearing out the pit. It's a lot to do, and it was just too much. Now Fnatic, 2 chances to close this out. But all Na'Vi need to do.
Kayak is lucky to be alive.
Just need to bounce back from that previous. I love this from Rooksick, keeping the confidence in play. Xiao's holding deep B main control. Nothing on A. Look how passive Sociable is there. But it's that mid control that could give Na'Vi a leg up.
Oh yeah, you can see them feeling out the map. Arbosa's walked into this angle before and survived by a hair's width. You'd expect that something's going to have to go through to clear this. Now, they've already used 1 Prowler. Is he really going to jiggle this again? I wouldn't bet on... So there you go. That's exactly what I was expecting. Forcing him back with utility. Even still, 45 seconds left on the clock, and they're only just making their move. This time, Xiao, I dare say, will not be moving from this B main position. Just making sure they have the information, and with how much middle control is still currently on the board for them, they could quite easily have a couple of players here in a matter of seconds.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, they're still in spawn. Noise being made by Vekaj. And it has kept players in this position. It's even pulled them back from mid. That fight on mid that would have went to Rooksick, would have at least had a challenge. Instead, he might be late to the party. No, he catches Boaster on the cross, and Kayak as well. Na'Vi, They are still drawing breath deep into this game. Xiao falling though could give the plant away. It could give Fnatic a fighting ground. The nade late, it will do damage. It might even take him down. Oh, barely surviving. Alpha, he's got himself a showstopper. They could end it here and now. Fnatic have been slow to start. They're 11-3 up, but this half, it's been nothing but defeat. And in the final hour, they have stepped up. Navi hit double digits, but Fnatic reached 13.
Yeah, it was an incredibly long road back into the map, and I'll be honest with you, it started to believe that they were actually going to turn it around, but a great call the round prior and some brilliance from Alpha to get them into the site was enough to take the map choice. The fact is, though, they're going to have to do a whole lot more going into the next one.
Vikaj, I was gonna ask you about the Viper, and but first I'm gonna ask you, what was that?
I don't know. I have no clue, to be honest. We just like to get in comeback, but yeah, we actually closed the game, so.
Yay, about time. But now I'm gonna ask you about the Viper, because it's looking better and better with every single week that comes around. How do you make sure that you continuously improve so comfortably in a competitive environment?
Yeah, so it's a new role. Viper is actually a hard role, and I actually have the best IGL around me. Jake is helping me a lot, some stuff, etc. And I have a good coach's staff also. He's working behind me, and yeah, that's it.
All right, well, thank you so much. And you're making it happen. I'm gonna let you go because I know you guys have another map to go. And we'll be back after the break with the second map of the series.
I got a new dance for y'all called Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy, now hear me roll. Watch me crank and rush me go. Yeah, I didn't know he justified Soldier Boy.
You can sing Rockstar.
That one. Hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. He's talking about Post Malone, not Nickelback. Not Nickelback. Oh, what? Oh, tell me what you want. I'm gonna trade this life for fortune and fame. I'll even cut my hair and change my name, cause we all just wanna be big rock stars. Oh, that's a banging song actually, now that I think about it.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 행걸로 채운 옷장 전부 덱스타. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave That just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 judge you can't change 내게 나서 plan B you're plan A 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne
Can you get more Ruxic on chamber, please? I'm working on it. It needs some work to be done. I need to be convinced. So hopefully, yes.
All right, Mini, you've been hammering on about this chamber. You got the chamber. You want more chamber? Okay, this is the greed that they talk about. Okay,
I mean, like I said, I think Split isn't even one of its best maps, and he still popped off. So like on a map like Breeze, like...
Yeah, like what was that?
This is the first time like Angel as well, like I agree with Angel, it's so weird. Like he wants more chamber. I want more chamber, it feels a bit strange.
That is crazy to be fair from you. I think, yeah, that comeback that Navi were able to have, I think a big part of it, fake, but I think bold picking Split into Fnatic for starters, which we kind of touched on, but I think the operator on Ruxic was great. Obviously, the operator on the other side, when we think about Kayak, was also great. So yeah, I think for me, those were kind of like the big difference makers.
Yeah, I think it's really important as well, just the fact that the operator has been playing such a huge role in a lot of these maps, and it's something we highlighted like last week, where like, oh, the meta changes, can the teams capitalize off of it? I mean, at this point, are you guys convinced that they can?
I mean, yeah, I think I was one of the guys basically saying that the operator is going to be really good in this map. If you don't have as much utility to work with, I think as well in this matchup specifically, Navi's composition didn't have as many tools to deal with Kayak's operator, so I do think that this was maybe part of the game plan from Fnatic coming into it. Obviously, on the other side, like Ruxic just has to buy one because he's chamber essentially. But yeah, I think that it made a lot of sense from Fnatic here. Like, what can that attack side composition do to get rid of the chamber? Not very much is the answer. They don't have Astra dissipates. They got a chamber who has to contact in. So yeah, Kayak did a really good job this series, setting the tone very early on. But yeah, in that head-to-head, Ruxic with 287 ACS. If I got 287 ACS and lost the game, I'd be a little bit disappointed personally, but not fuming, but...
I mean, it happens, but I think it's a great testament to Ruxic individually and just the impact that he can have on these games and how important those are as well. But I think we also have to hear from the Fnatic camp of things, because this was looking a little bit of a whoa, so let's check in with their coach confession as well.
Last time you played Breeze, you had trouble on the attack side with the Sage comp. Can we expect a change in approach today?
In short, yes, that's it. You'll have to wait until the second map to find out.
We don't want to wait until the second map. We want it now. No, but on a serious note, that's good to hear, or exciting to hear, that we are going to see some changes on this Breeze composition, because that's what they played against BBL, if I remember correctly, and it did not go in their favorably.
Yeah, well, that's why we kind of like brought up the attack side, because it was the attack that they ended up struggling on. And I think for us, we're looking at that Sage that they played previously to see if Alfear is still going to be playing that Age, and I think that's the biggest, you know, one that we have question marks around in terms of
just put him on Chamber or Jet. I want to see Alpha on Chamber or Jet. Keep it simple.
You should have asked that coach confession question to Milan and be like, hey, can we get more chamber?
True, like, yeah, I should just ask the same question both times.
The same question for both coaches, because you're a chamber enthusiast. But I'm really looking forward to see the changes that we're going to be seeing from the side of Fnatic, or if we're literally just getting teased and it's not going to happen. We'll get to that when we get in Agent Select. But from Navi's side of things then, what are we expecting? I mean, the chamber here is looking great.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, we've not seen a Breeze come out from Navi just yet, so we could just like sit here in theorycraft and speculate. But why would we need to do that when Agent Select is right there and ready for us? We're actually going to be seeing Ruxic play the Viper, which honestly, I'm not mad about, Mini. I don't know how you feel about it.
No, he's good Viper. The thing that strikes me here is Sociable and Yoru.
Yeah.
Like, that's the strange thing here. When you've got both Ruxic and Hero on Sova as well, like, something feels a little bit off with the roles here. We expect Hero and Ruxic, those are the players that we keep talking about, and they've been kind of put onto that more reserved slot into this composition. And then on the other side, Vikash on Jet. Okay.
You sound very happy, very excited.
Why is okay. I mean, Alpha. What?
Alfear on Viper is kind of playing into the whole like Alfear being on this more reserved sentinel
but Vikash
anchor.
On Jet?
Yeah. Not the KO. The Jet.
I mean,
do you want to talk about it, Mini?
I don't know. I don't know. He's not a player that I consider as a second
No,
duelist.
I think this is fine. He has played Jet in the past. I think back to like his Challengers days, he was playing.
So 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, before he joined Gentleman.
On a team with Alpha and Alpha has to play Viper. Alpha is fuming right now. He's like, I gotta play
Maybe
Viper.
You can ask him that.
We've got 2 other duelists in my team, and I've got to play Viper. Ask him, I will be.
Yeah.
He won't be happy.
There we go. That's
but
one of the
we'll see.
questions that
So
we're
my eyes are on
later on.
Vikaj this game and Sociable, honestly, because they're taking up slots here for what could be other players in the team.
All right, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see how this competition is going to play out. But at least, you know, Fnatic's coach keeping his promise. It is going to be a little different, a little surprising. No Sage here, but we're ready to head into our second map of the series. Breeze coming up next with Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much. Yes, a second map, but do we get a third? Fnatic winning out the first pick. It's a bad sign, Tom, after we got out of the first half. But Na'Vi had a hell of a resurgence. Do you think they have what it takes to beat Fnatic here on Breeze?
To be honest, I'm too busy being bathed by, like with Mini, what Mini was saying. I like, when you have Alfia, who like, say for example, we saw him play Jet on Abyss at times and was utterly insane on Jet. Is also Turkish, so it's just like, he is just good at Jet naturally. He was born good at Jet.
Yeah.
And then Vikaj, who just played a great Viper.
Pretty good Viper, yeah.
Really nice
Solid.
Viper. Enjoyed the Viper a lot. I don't know why they've done this. I'll be honest with you. Maybe I'm going to be pleasantly surprised. I do trust Milan, but maybe the altitude of how tall he is has got to his head and he's getting a little bit of like lack of oxygen and that's why he's done the rolls this way around. On the other side of things, Sociable in an aggro role excites me a lot. Like, I love seeing him play like a chamber. Like, getting him on an operator and in your face, I think is going to be hard to deal with. And he's got crazy aim. So I think that Sociable Yoru might be the most exciting thing in this game. And then the combo on the other side is, it's weird. It's weird.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the comp, you're saying the comp on Fnatic side is weird.
The choice of who's playing.
Yes, exactly. Because the composition itself, I think to most people, they'll be like, well, I mean, it seems like it could work. I don't see glaring issues, but yeah, Vikaj and Alfier having that little bit of a switch up is strange. And I think we haven't seen, it's very difficult to find players that are that comfortable to completely rejig their roles in between maps. Like solid flexes like that are usually like maximum one per team. But yeah, the vision, I don't see it. It feels like it would make sense the other way around, but there has to be something, whether it's in scrims or maybe even a hunger. Maybe Vikaj is like, dude, you see me shred on Viper? Put me on Jet. Watch me.
Yeah, but my argument the other way around would be, do you think Alfia doesn't have that hunger?
Sure.
Did you just watch him play Raze in the last map? Like, have you watched him play any aggressive thing? There you go. So we've got a slight delay at the moment. Alfia has client issues. It's put him on the wrong agent. That's what it is. No, I'm kidding. That's
a client issue, yeah.
Yeah. He's like, wait a minute, I'm meant to be the Jet.
The pictures were swapped.
Swap chairs.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, I do doubt it, but that very well could be it. You know, for Fnatic right now as well, though, Tom, this is it didn't actually happen in the end, the comeback on Split. They didn't get Fnatic, but they were bloody close to it. Yeah. They come in now, Na'Vi, you know, at least recency bias looking at that second half of Split. I'm going to hope that that's the team that we see stepping onto the stage here, because they looked a little bit confused and confounded at moments, even in that second half, first two rounds. And Jet was Vikaj's most played agent in VCL France last year across his VCL France and VCT career. So again, maybe he just has that hunger of put me on Jet, let me show you what I can do.
It's not the doubt that he can't play it, it's the doubt that he can play it better than Alfie.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, I doubt that of most people. Maybe other than LaRock.
There are big boots to fill. Fnatic, attack side start. Hero has embedded himself in elbow, and they do not know. Not an eye cast in his direction. And a double tap looking for more as Alpha falls. And Hero eventually removed from the realm, but his impact, oh, it's not going anywhere. Fnatic, 2 men behind and no ground really to speak of traded out for those losses.
Yeah, this one's going to be a difficult fight back, an opportunity, but Sociable not going to overplay his hand. Especially when they've got Ruxic locked in on the other side of the map, although he's got walkabouts again, an opportunity, but the shot's just not connecting for either of Brashies. 35 seconds up and coming on the clock, a full retreat, giving time for Crashies, and there you go. There you go. Got there in the end. few extra shots towards Sociable and Ruxic now under pressure. A chance to turn this back into a 2v2 if they can isolate this man. And that is a big if.
That's a problem. Na'Vi are closing in like a net. Ruxic with a phenomenal shot. And a second to add to the tally. Nicely done. Na'Vi find themselves the pistol under their belt, and a great start from Hero. That push up into elbow played to perfection. Really nice.
Yeah, fantastic start to the round. And this is the duo we talked about with Na'Vi. This Ruxic and Hero duo has become one of the best we have in EMEA. Yeah, as you can see, that was quite a while ago.
Move.
643 days.
Where were you 643 days ago, Tom?
Probably commentating Valorant.
Probably commentating that match. Oh, well, Fnatic not looking likely to take this one. All down to the pistols. Maybe a bit of a map exploration from them.
Judge. Felt like
yeah, Kayak almost got a kill somehow. That's a decent bit of damage done, but no weapons on the floor for Na'Vi just yet. And even if there was one, as long as Xiao's close enough by to pick it up, although he is on the B side, the potential for some damage. Oh, that potential's gone. Very nice stuff. Na'Vi with an in-zone flawless here in round number 2. And in the next one, the game really begins. Rifles out for Fnatic. The thing is, though, with so many people surviving, Tom, Na'Vi, you're going to have no issue in terms of investments.
Yeah, I think genuinely the thing that most excites me going in is how Sociable is going to be on that defensive sniper. I think that he is incredible at this sort of role. It's one of the sort of almost extra pressures that are put onto someone like Filu when you kind of look at Sociable and go, if I put him on Filu's roles, does he do a better job? Because at times this guy has just popped off when given the sniper rifle, when given the opportunity to be aggressive, and that's exactly why you have him on this agent. A swap up of weaponry finds Xiao left with the Judge and Filu given the rifle. More Ruxic playing at the back of the bees. It is not great.
It's hard to watch. Like, divert your eyes. Oh, goodness. Boaster gets there in the end. A very valuable pick for Fnatic. Remember, this is a round they come into with advantages stacked up in their favor. Na'Vi have so many weaknesses, and despite damage onto Filu, they're still in a 4 versus 3. And Fnatic are completely spread out. The other problem is that they got the info on a player close on A, playing on that corner on the left, not the one that Xiao is on. The drone didn't see him. And the Judge sitting in that corner now strikes. The element of surprise
there we go.
By his side as Filu gets the double. Na'Vi find a 3-0 start. Oh, Fnatic's map pick not looking quite as good, at least in the opening rounds.
No, to win your bonus, especially when you had some gaps. But this is sort of the difference. I feel like although having Ruxic in slightly more aggressive roles, you put him on a Viper, you have his utility around him, and he just plays as confidently, still takes those same risks, but you're just a lot less likely to have that level of expectation. The fact that both of those early fights are going in the direction of that deadly duo, not a great sign for Fnatic, of course. This was the half versus BBL that they severely struggled on. That attack side was, what, 2-10 after a 9-3 defensive half.
Cutting through.
Ended up losing the map because of it. This time they have at least started off with a pick onto Sociable. But it's the rest of the players that have the rifles, and in fact, there's already a pincer coming in onto mid.
Poison's off.
Oh, careful.
Well, the spike's still inside main, but they're looking for that fight. Drawing eyes. Ruxic down means they're rotating in, crossing by this angle that Xiao's currently on, where Boaster lurks and waits. Shot landing from afar puts him to a sliver of health. And that should be an easy cleanup for Boaster. Filu, the last man standing. He's been detected, he's been heard, and the rifle's being recovered across the board. This is far from an easy recovery on the round. 2, 3, now under his belt, but the ace will be denied in its early stages. 3-1 on the board. Somehow this is the round that Fnatic fight back into.
Of course it is. Yeah, just able to win some of those early fights. I think getting rid of Sociable immediately left a pretty big gap, and then just being able to swarm onto the players on this side of the map. I think that Marshall also got multiple tags out from Vekaj, so maybe a part of their attack side is going to involve him having that jet operator. Maybe that's the same on the defense as well. Freeing up Kayak to be a little bit more aggressive. I am intrigued as to the reasoning, but now at least very aggressive early start out from Vilu, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
I got the spike. Do they keep pushing on that though? I mean, look at the position Rooksik's gone for. You've got Social posted.
Not a good
operator
spot to be in though, is it? Like fighting that window is not a great spot.
I think he was just going there for a moment because the angle's being held by Sociable. So he clears that. If someone's in the window, they should peek soon. They don't, so he goes back. But now Sociable's the one that has to hold that control. He's already sent his decoy out and it was broken. Now he goes walking forward. They don't expect that. Why would they? Frankly, foolish move a lot of the time from Sociable, but that's exactly why it works.
Yeah, we saw it in the last map with the Sky Flashes. He's very good with timing, and you see it again. The perfect moment to re-peek, looking for a little bit more. Okay, that was greedy.
All right.
That was greedy. Bit off more than he can chew.
Not sure about that one.
Although, there is a world he hits that shot.
It looked close.
It was very, very close. Boaster now with an operator. Oh, we've seen this man do this many a time. A rotation already in from Rooksik, but he is somewhat isolated. Doesn't want to give the game away. Doesn't want to give that 2v2 over to Fnatic. Is waiting for support.
Nice shot by Boaster. Okay, back to even footing. A smoke up. Oh, another player spotted as well. Valuable information. It's only Rooksik who's unknown, but he's wrapping around. With Alpha finding that shot though, 1v1 after the pick. Rooksik's position now revealed. Alpha, yeah, ready and waiting for the jump up. And an execution that awaited Rooksik puts Fnatic up to 2. Catching back up now. It was a thrifty round, followed by this. They're just one away.
Hey, that one's got to be a little bit more frustrating. You get these early advantages. I think Sociable definitely was a bit too greedy. It is the reason you put him on this role, is because you want him to get aggressive, you want him to take space, but then a lovely shot hit by Boaster on that operator.
It's not me here! Who are you peeking again?
The difference as well in warm-ups from those teams, honestly, like Navi were sat down there locked in, tech check and making sure everything's working. Fnatic, I think they went through like the Spotify top 100. They were singing away. Well, it was scribbling away up here earlier on, and the vibes always immaculate on that side of the stage, regardless of the score. For now, it's serving them well. Climbing back into this game, one away from Navi, and an opening pick with Sociable punished on that mid-aggression. It's Navi that are left with really the ball in their court to make a move. They don't have info. They're cleared mid now. There's no one there. But luckily for them, there are 3 players. 2 are in mid, so they're super close to this B hit. A lot more presence from the defense should be here than expected.
Hunter's Fury being used. Very aggressive position already, but Vekaj is going to be taken out by Filu. A good flash to make that a little bit easier, and Hero caught on the cross. Leave Xiao alone. 1 versus 4. I don't think there's any reason or rhyme to attempt this.
Gun here.
Especially with economy so poor for Na'Vi at this stage. Much more direct approach from Fnatic. And these are the sort of rounds that I feel like I enjoy. Like, you have these slow, almost captivating rounds for Fnatic that can cause them issues at times. But when they throw that spanner in, the faster paced round, a lot of teams get caught off guard. And well, with the Hunter's Fury to clear out Rooksik, that B site looks a lot friendlier.
Yeah, you know, for Navi, the thing that's surprising is the fact that there were 3 players so close by to this B site. Like, you had 2 that were just re-clearing the window as the first wall went up and as the utility came through. Filu makes it to back site. Filu as well is on a bit of a tear of the game. And I think Hero was there as well. The Hunter's Fury of his own sent into this round as a response. They weren't able to get anything from it. And this is the problem, like thinking about that execute, about Fnatic playing a faster round, well, it doesn't get much better than having 3 players ready to greet them. And yet, all that resulted in was, yeah, there were more defenders there, but there were more bodies when the exec was done. Fnatic still finding favor. Now looking for the lead. Navi on a very patchy buy. That's the only rifle they have.
Yeah, shot connected by Ruxic, though, is almost going to force them back into position. Xiao's aggression punished immediately, and the net being thrown out by Fnatic has done well to sort of stop a lot of what this defensive side wants to do. Like, you've got yourself a Neon Yoru. The expectation is you're going to have aggression. You're going to consistently try and push and pressure the map, and I think in some of the earlier rounds, Fnatic fell victim to that.
Deploying drone.
But as they go along, they've been better and catching some of these riskier positions, forcing players out. Thing is, the rotation, as you said, is coming because of that delay, and Sociable already one down and a second as well.
Yeah, Filu's the guy to get the second kill. That was your B player, by the way. They've now rotated in for the double kill. But space taken back elsewhere. You know, this shouldn't be a round that comes this close either way. There's now weapons recovered for Na'Vi. They came in with weaknesses, but a stack towards A and a Neon rotate on the other side. And basically, the entire squad was here. Now, you kind of expect the Viper's Pit to go down on B if you're Na'Vi. You think that Alpha's probably close. You saw the orb go on Crashies. Both site is the most likely scenario, but a missed shot. That's it. Oh, now the advantage gone. They needed to at least take this to a 2v3. Na'Vi can just run the numbers game.
Crashies, they know roughly where Alpha's going to be coming from, and he's already going to be cleared out by Ruxic. It leaves just one standing. Well, it's a bit more labored than he would have hoped for. A big round out from Na'Vi, the gamble rotation early that caught Fnatic off guard. And that's it. In the early stages of the round, they did really well to sort of clear all of these aggressive dangers, but just some wonderful shots hit by Sociable. I think he got an insta-kill, and then it was well, this, I think one of the players was like 1 HP that Filu ended up killing, but very good round from him, and then Filu stepping up with a rifle as well, which just said, this is kind of what we wanted to see from this guy. 12-3 right now.
It was the only rifle they had, bit of a risky early stance pushing up B main, but again, the fact that the only rifle they had was on B, everyone else was A, and when the exec came in, because of a delay from Snakebite, when the exec came in, the second and third kills went to the B site player, who had sprinted all the way back around. Again, the benefits of having your Neon alongside your Yoru, you have not the only benefits, not even the main benefits, but faster rotations on the defensive side. And here, that translates to a round win for Na'Vi, and the lead staying in their favor, or rather going back to it after the tie-up earlier on. Now the B side under threat. Cosmic Divide in, dash in as well from Vakajan. And that backside hold from Ruxic doesn't last very long. Crumbling across the board are Na'Vi.
Yeah, really nice execute. One of the sort of things you've almost felt was a necessity was Ruxic being able to hold the line on this B site. We've seen it a lot with Vipers in any iteration of this map.
Yep.
It can be a very lonely.
Oh!
Okay. Okay, that was nice. That was nice. I'll give him that.
My favorite thing I've ever seen Filu do. Please survive this now.
He's 9-3. You know, he's having a good game.
I really want this to be like that kill's so much cooler if he survives this, because then they've actually translated to an op. Hit it. Yeah. No. Calm down.
Oh, he's going for more. He's going for more. Why not? No.
Okay, why not? This is why. Run for your life. Okay, crazy round from Filu on the exits there. That's definitely piqued my interest, but for Fnatic, a round win still secured. And again, we're back to equal footing, 4-4. The early lead from Na'Vi, they're not happy to see it slip away twice, so a timeout is going to be called.
Yeah. 4-4. The thing is, I look at this half, and I look at, obviously, Fnatic. They really struggled when it came to the attack, but it is a different looking comp. You brought in that jet to try and help things out, but the reality of it so far is that Filu has been on a tear. And that was the main criticism. When this roster was built, obviously we didn't know how Xiao was going to be as an IGL. We knew the sort of 3 Turkish players. We knew that Ruxic, Hero, and Sociable were going to be good. We've seen it all the way through last year, both Hero and Ruxic especially having incredibly high peaks. This was last week for Filu. These are the stats we were looking at. And for anybody wondering, they are not good. It didn't go well. He got completely shut down. Right now, he is 14-3 in a game that they are drawing. He is the reason that they are currently competitive in this map. And so it's a very different looking story, because my question now goes, all right, where's everyone else? Where's Ruxic up the top of the board? He's been shut down quite a few times on B. And I think that if you have Filu firing, I need to see the rest of the squad up there with him.
I think that's a very fair call. He is 14-3 at the moment. I mean, he's almost got the same kills as Sociable Hero and Ruxic combined, which is one hell of an accolade for anyone.
Hey,
but I think
the same as minus one of them plus Xiao.
Great, thanks.
Checking the situation.
So I think the reality is, you know, looking at this situation for Na'Vi, Filu has been underperforming. Last week was awful, and this bounce back was the reason that there is a heartbeat to the matchup. But Na'Vi still losing that lead for the second time, but Fnatic yet to gain it. This could be where that all changes, though.
Who's next?
Sociable genuinely never changes. So aggressive, but not being forced off this time. Viper's pit to the back of site. A lot of pressure being put on. Sociable has been able to find Althea. A big early pick. The Viper's pit on the other side, gone out of the round, and finding this Viper's going to be so important. There was an opportunity for Vakaj, but that opportunity has faded. And with the spike still able to go the other way, I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Can Kayak get out of here, though? His gate crash is fading, and it is gone.
Yeah, he wants to take this fight. They know they got rid of the drone thanks to Crash. He's spamming Hero as he popped that out, but the swing from Kayak into Filu. I tell you what, before today, I know who my money would be on in that fight, but Filu right now, he is on fire. And Fnatic, again, it seems, have been stopped right as they were about to reach their goal. The lead evades Fnatic yet again in this first half with Na'Vi. I mean, it seems like stealing it back unless we're going to have another very late round play from Fnatic. I think they're just saving their weapons.
Yeah, maybe if they knew how open A was, they might give it a go, but I don't think they're willing to just risk the additional rifles. Crash is a little bit low on credit, so it makes sense, but I like the idea. Obviously, after a pause, after your opponents have had the expectation that you're going to have these slower rounds, you're going to have patience, they just run it in for that aggressive B execute once again. And there were moments where they weren't far away. I thought the Vekaj was going to be able to find Ruxic. Obviously, we have a slightly clearer vision than he does. But it is this man. I feel like Sociable has been very hit and miss, but the rounds where he's managed to find them openers, it's just been so irritating. And it was so close to that pit dropping and it being a nightmare for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, they just couldn't get the pit gone. The fact that Ruxic survives, the fact he wins the fight inside of it as well, it's all that they needed. A 5-4 scoreline for Na'Vi. A great start to their defensive side. They've declined Fnatic's comeback into this. Their ascent to leadership status, and with a couple more rounds to play for, victory in the half still very much possible. Now for Fnatic, an op in the hands of Kayak is searching for picks in middle, but he's not going to get offered the kind of fights he's looking for. Na'Vi are aggressive, sure, they pushed him in A main. They've got Sociable in the spot that we're seeing him in right now.
Nowhere to run!
But he can always get out. And for, oh, wow, well, hold on. Hero almost getting taken out. I was going to say that's the problem for Fnatic, is that there's not any picks really available to them without just heads-up fights. That was very nearly won, but Hero's still alive on 70.
Oh, my. He's really feeling it right now. An opener onto Boaster. Smoke's dissipated. 45 seconds left, and they're walking into what is still a fairly stacked up side. A nice shot from Kayak, though. That's Sociable gone. Still 2 remain. Xiao trying to move over to the back of the site, has the support of Ruxic, and Ruxic's done well. Vekaj walking with knife out, not expecting a second player to be here. In fact, though, the attack are going to try and double back, but they're going into the man at the moment. Almost lines them up and just looks to get out of there. Althea with 20 seconds. He needs to just run it straight towards Filu, who's holding the angle, even trying to bait the shot, but Filu does not miss. A different man this week, as he has got another triple. And I believe that's now, is it 18 kills? Yeah, 18-3.
What an insane performance. The fact that this is a 6-4 scoreline, by the way, is ridiculous when he's putting up these kind of numbers. Looking good with the op as well. So many shots have landed. for him in the past couple of rounds, but 18, and it might be one of the best starts to a map we've seen. And for it to be Philo again, considering, not from him though, I mean just generally here at Kickoff, and the reality is, Philo has been awful so far. So this is a much needed confidence boost.
I would say last week.
Man.
Other than that, he was average.
Yeah, he was all right.
Okay. Once again, Sociable's gone. We've heard the rumors of Scrim Philo. Potential Philo. And I think we're finally getting to witness it. This time, though, Boaster will shut him down. Xiao low, but still holding on to life, clinging to the site. Shot darts flying past that eventually Althea will clear him. It's the low buy rounds where Fnatic have seemingly been able to do far more than they should. And now the other star operator player on the other side, Boaster, with a chance. Crashies finds a rifle.
Blocking.
The Brashies duo didn't make it to the top of the tower in Mini's ratings, but we'll see if they can do it this time. They're just about surviving still. Holding on to life. Boaster going back for a little more. This time he lands a shot, but the trade is there. And it's going to be the Sovas facing off. The doppelgangers against each other with only one standing in the end. They're wrapping around each other, and Hero's got the time against him, but he'll still land the immediate headshot. Time a little bit low, but there should be enough of it for the defuse.
I guess that's a little bit of karma for Crashies. I mean, he had some crazy clutches in the previous map. It had to go the other way eventually. But 5 HP being the margin for Na'Vi. The climb back continuing, a 3-round lead. And it started out so nicely, you know, for Vikash, who's had a very tough start to get in there, find a pick, do some damage to Xiao as well. And with boots on the ground, players on site, that should have been all there was. Hero does so well in the end, finding 3 kills and pushing Na'Vi to a guaranteed lead at the half. The question is by how much? 8-4 possible on a map that, especially with Na'Vi losing their pick to start this, I didn't have a lot of faith in them coming into this. Certainly in the last map at 11-3, I didn't have a lot of faith in anything on Breeze.
Oh, we'll see about their attack side, I guess. Okay, Hero. Okay! I guess if it just spam the angle and they walk in, it gets easy. Nice work from Althea. Hero, well, you could tell. He's like, all right, this might be my round, but a fair bit of damage done. Doesn't want to overdo it. Hunter's Fury sent through. Boaster on a bit of an off angle has managed to clear one, but just before the Cosmic Divide goes up, he falls and leaves just 2 standing. Viper's Pit for Alpha gives them some space, but also locks them in, and Hero has managed to take him out.
The shock didn't land at least. Alpha on the Viper. Well, it's a good thing he's not the Jet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance at this clutch. On the site, orb up. He's going to cross out of the pit, looking to take this fight deep, but the AWP is holding. Feeler with the patience, paying off. An 8-4 scoreline at the half. What a wonderful performance from Na'Vi. They just need to keep up this momentum for half 2, and we may well have a 3rd map on our hands.
Yeah, really impressive stuff, especially out of Filu. And obviously, it's one of those games where he just is feeling it right now. But while we wait for the second half, here's Xiao breaking it down on Na'Vi's roles for 2026.
The big comparison to last year that we have big flexibility, because Sosha is the guy who can take any role which is hard to perform, let's say, or you need a lot of experience. He's like easily willing to take them. Same as me. So we have like 3 insane shooters, insane grinders like Phil, Ruxic and Hero. Their role just to be comfortable, and me and Soshi, our main goal is make them this comfortability on the high level, so they can perform insanely well. I'm very confident because they're young, first of all, they're hungry to play, to win. Yeah, so far they, like, for example, Ruxic, he never qualified to international LANs, and I think it's one of his dreams right now for this year, for this season. I think Hero would like to repeat his journey as he had with Fnatic on Champions 2024. And Philo also, like, same as Ruxic, like, guy wants to grind, want to play, and obviously win. For us to come back to international stages, the most important is to keep what we're doing on Prax, bring this mindset, this like discipline from Prags, which we spend like, let's say 90% of time, right, to the official games. And this will bring us to like top 3 easily of EU, like EMEA, and it will bring us to the lands. So we just need to be able to transform this mindset discipline into official games. But I think we shouldn't have problem with that because again, everyone already have some kind of experience on stages and everything goes smooth so far. So I don't see any issues which might happen.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 is the score. Na'Vi, well,
Wingman
they don't need that many more. Wingman won a well-earned break. And so as we come into this, Tom, for Fnatic, a slow first half, but hell, this is their chance. This is their chance to prove that they've got what it takes. 13 days is IGL. Yeah, that is a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. Was it 2096? That's genuinely madness. You asked earlier, like what I was doing 600 and something days ago, the last time they played Breeze. I have no idea what I was doing over 2,000 days ago, but I do know the boaster was still the IGL of whatever team he was on at the time. Nonetheless, we are back in. A pistol fairly important for Fnatic on their map choice. I was maybe expecting them to pick the Abyss. There you go. Finally, a little bit of magic from the Kaj Jet. Not seen much from it so far. Kayak. Oh, hello. He's definitely spotted his opponent. That one didn't seem too difficult for him.
Spike down, B.
No, it didn't seem too difficult for anybody on Fnatic there. An in-zone flawless, and I feel like the round barely even started for Na'Vi. They got ready for the fights, and, well, they were already over. A pistol round for Fnatic here. I guess, Tom, in terms of their bounce back, because this is what we know Fnatic for, starting slow, fighting back into a map. They're moving on to the defensive side now. They win the pistol as well. How confident are you in Na'Vi closing out this map? I mean, obviously, I guess more so the question is how confident are you in Fnatic bouncing back into it?
I'm fairly confident. They looked very good on the defense last time. Obviously, I think they've switched to a comp that's more aggressive, like bringing in the Jet into the mix and also the Yoru for that little bit of like escapism rather than having, I think it was the Sage in last time, which, okay, that adds a lot of delay on the defense. Like you can have, the slows are still fantastic, like the wall can also section off angles, but I do think that this is where I think firstly Kayak can thrive a little more, get that operator in hand, get up in face, still teleport out of there, as he's doing right now. Thank you very much for the example. And also then, like, what we can see from Veka, just a similar thing on the other side of the map. So I think that they're still going to be deadly on the defensive side, and I think it would be foolish to get too far ahead of ourselves and say, like, oh, this is done.
Without a doubt, yeah. It's the beginning of the second half, and still, well, some promise. Na'Vi find a pick on backside. Numbers back to even. Still weaponry advantage for the defensive side.
Isolated.
Patience as well coming out of Crashies. Alpha holding his own. Crashies lands that flank control, and Filu and Hero now have to hold that back sight as the rifles descend. Alfier thirsty for blood, and, well, perhaps that's quenched his thirst. A 6th on the board for Fnatic, and relatively cleanly done. The key thing being that Boaster's got a pistol to play with, so there really will be no losses.
Yeah, no real damage taken. I think it was only the Marshall that was gone, and I guess if they're not planning to keep into the next round anyway, there's no point just dropping it somewhere. But yeah, Alfia does well. I was a little bit nervous because the rest of the team was still fighting elsewhere as he was fully into the site, but I guess this is just a little bit of a boost for him to climb up the board. 12 and 9, halfway to that Viper's Pit. And I also think as well, like, you look at the current table, for Filu on the attack to replicate those numbers is almost impossible. Like, it would have to be the best game we've seen from him ever, but also one of the best games in the league. Like, you're now diving in first a lot of the time. Sure, in tandem with Sociable, but that doesn't make it an easy task. Whereas on the defense, he has an operator he's set up, he's fighting picks and then having utility to support him get out of there. So I want to see how that duo is going to work differently now they go onto the attack.
Yeah, I think if he had that same level of performance in this half, Alfiair's kill record would be challenged in regulation. Alfiair and Zeus's, and they both own it. Fnatic have Vikaj moving towards the doors. He's heard them though. He knows that they're en route, but this shot, oh, it proves to be easy to start with. Decoy catches him fully though, blinded up. He is dealt with. Kayak has managed to put a spanner in the works. Coming up behind them now, meaning that Sociable's essentially trapped in a corner. The team tries to flood out to help him. Nice connection by Xiao, trading headshots with the Bulldog from Boaster. The shock dart almost took him down, but Na'Vi not ready to relinquish control of the round just yet, as Sociable finds himself a triple. And I think back to that SOT we had, that little video from Xiao, he named everybody else except Sociable. He was like, they're all here for the aim, for the firepower. Well, Sociable might be challenging for that as well. I don't think he's just supporting.
He did start with him saying he could play anything though, right? I think he just then named everyone else.
And he was like, the other three have got aim.
So if anything, I think it was the other way around. He was hyping up Sociable, went, oh wait, I have other teammates. I should talk about them too. I think he is right though in terms of Sociable's ability to just play anything. Like you stick this guy on a deadlock, and I think, didn't he drop like 39 kills in one of the maps last year? Like, the guy really is a jack of all trades and a master of most, which is a very rare thing to have, and Izioro has started off well. Of course, this is where we see the operator in hand, going to be in the hands of Vikaj, so as said, a little bit more freedom potentially for his teammate, and as his teammate dissipates back, he's managed to find that opening pick.
Mentioned as well, Vikaj having that tough first half. It was like 2-8, 2-9 at some point. It was really hard, but that is again what awaits Filu a lot of the time. They swap sides. Now that Na'Vi take that attack approach, Filu not posted on the angles. Instead, he'll be swinging into them for now at least, though. Posted on mid, waiting for Crashies to make a move, and he steps into the angle. Drops Crashies immediately. The element of surprise paying off tenfold as Kayak tries to, make his way up behind them. Thread the needle, and well, I thought he was getting more than just a one, but the numbers stay even. And for Fnatic, I expect them to wait to try to take the retake together, but Alpha can't help himself. Gets in there and puts the advantage firmly into Fnatic's court.
It's safe to say that he is feeling it right now, and well, a little bit ahead of the curve again. That's given Hero an opportunity. A Bulldog, and then, of course, an Operator. Not the ideal retake weapons, but they get faced by Na'Vi, and both Na'Vi players win their fights 10-6. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive in that retake from Fnatic, and then it all comes tumbling down.
Yeah, I mean, look at it two ways. On the first hand, the fact that Alpha played aggressive got them the advantage. It also gave it back. I mean, not gave the opponent the advantage, just gave it away back to 2v2. And I think that's, you know, it's one of those moments where I don't think it's even, you call a pause and you say, guys, got to play them together. Alpha was feeling it, and a lot of the time when he feels that extra peak, he ends up hitting it. But a good punish by Na'Vi. Double digits on the board, Fnatic on an eco, and map 3 very much on the horizon.
This is a tough round for the defense to get anything, especially with the patience of Na'Vi grouping up, leaving one lurker just in case there's a mid push. It does have to be a little bit careful. They are walking up on him. He's very well aware of the angles, though. Doesn't give anything up. In fact, even being surrounded, yeah, Sociable with the sniper's not going to miss that one. A very big advantage in this round, and well, not exactly the weapon you'd want to have for Boaster if you've just lost mid.
No, I don't think he's going to be taking that fight on range, but ratting in the corner is just perfect. Drone didn't see him, but he has been spotted by Sociable. And even with the damage done, converting that to a kill will be a tough task. Alfiair even used the Viper's Pit this round towards A main. That's now fallen. So for Na'Vi,
1v5 Bucky retake on B.
I mean, it's a big economic builder, but also the fact that, okay, there's a pick. Or not. Cool. I'm not quite sure how he's gotten away with that one, but yeah, for Na'Vi, big money maker round, but also removing an ult on the other side, a very valuable ult as well. Yeah, this is the home stretch for the attackers.
It's a great time for the end-zone flawless to come in and put them in a position where they can have that little bit of a economic boost to fall back on. Oof. This is where the defense once again. Backash with the sniper. Kayak's Dimensional Drift online. I'm a little bit nervous. When you see the attack side on this map, especially with the Hunter's Fury, just makes those executions so much cleaner. Filu taking that space, knowing that that disruption is likely to come through for him in just a moment. And for Boaster, if they use that ult, there's going to be a tough hold. They're just walking out there. In fact, they just have faith in Filu to do the damage himself. Walked out. Boaster's already been spotted. Now he's completely surrounded. Nowhere left to go. And I was thinking, okay, Hunter's Fury. It's going to be great for the take. Well, it's even better in post.
I think they actually almost baited out because they have it, because they took such a fast early approach. I was waiting to hear the sound cue called, because as soon as you get into doors, you're like, okay, ult is going to come through, and obviously you can clear out this space for your guy coming through doors, this space for the guys coming out through main. It's huge. And actually you see Fnatic back off. You see them set up their gate crashes to fall back. You see them not take those early fights, waiting for that point of initiation. And the point of initiation wasn't an ultimate. It wasn't utility. There's a man like Filu just running around.
There's been a lot of fights in this game where I'm not expecting the player looking the wrong way to win, and then they just managed to take it. Like, I feel like Crashy should have been dead there. We will be able to hold on to the gun. Vekaj not activated because he was on that other side of the map. And while 12-6, a map choice that isn't really showing as to why. Fnatic are going to take a timeout, but I feel like there's going to have to be an awful lot here to stem the bleeding. I think it's a lot more than just a plaster.
Oh yeah, get the tourniquet out right now. 6 rounds in a row needed to fight back into this one. And how times have changed for Na'Vi, their own map pick. They came in with an 11-3 start, but they bounced back. They fought their way back into the game, and now they come to Fnatic's pick. One, correct me if I'm wrong, that Na'Vi haven't played so far this year. That Fnatic come in, obviously, you would imagine, better prepared for.
Yeah.
And even change their comp. And I think the fact that we bring the Yoru into play, the fact that we got rid of the Sage, the Neon that they were running last time as well. It's funny because there's a Neon on Navi's side, so what I'm about to say, especially because that Neon is 23-8, this is going to sound kind of stupid, but I prefer Fnatic's comp. I like them moving away from that Neon. I like them having that little bit more diversity with Kayak and Jet as that double dive. But it's 12-6. Na'Vi are winning. Filu's having possibly the best game we've seen from him.
He's been very good.
Considering the caliber of players he's up against, I think you really have to give him a leg up.
And well, the difference in pressure as well. Like he was part of that big comeback in the last map as well. Like it definitely showing that the level he's hitting in Na'Vi is far better than in the teams we've seen before. And it was in a team where I said, like, he's a piece of a puzzle, not needing to be the star. Sociable already, ultimate online. The path is set. The dimensional drift, clearing out angles. Now, Boaster has been a little bit cheeky, a little bit sneaky, trying to find a way to get the opener. He's now got quite a few players behind him. He didn't even know. He didn't know they stuck the angle. Probably expected them to just TP out of there. Instead now, Crashies has at least found one, but with a massive disadvantage. The beams of the Furies going past each other with a target potentially met, and actually it was almost 2, and there is that second.
That's all come crashing down for Fnatic. Is Na'Vi seem to have map 3 locked in, and there it is, 13-6. Breeze ends in favor of Na'Vi. The series continues on. Bind is coming up after the break.
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Navi manages to equalize the score on Fnatic's map pick. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA Kickoff. Ginny, Minnie, Billy here reporting for duty because, what?
That was just sweet. That was just cute.
Thank you. I'm doing my best here. You know who else is doing their best? Fnatic.
Yeah.
I think we're a bit underwhelmed with that composition.
I think that's fair.
To be honest.
No, I'm not underwhelmed by composition. I think the composition's really good.
Oh, sorry. What I meant by was like who was on what age in that composition.
I think honestly, it's not just the who was playing what. It was. Let's go to Navi.
Let's go to Navi. We'll start
Navi.
there.
We'll start
Navi, however, looking incredibly strong on Fnatic's map pick, which, you know, considering how that first map went, I don't know if this is necessarily what I was expecting, but the way that they came out swinging with their composition and the fact that every single player was so comfortable playing the role that they were supposed to was incredible to see.
Yeah, I think Sociable being on the Yoru was one of the main ones that we highlighted going into that. I think that he definitely got to show his flexibility and diversity in terms of agent pool. But I want to shout out Filu because this is a player that we don't often get to praise. And I think throughout that map specifically, he performed exceptionally. I think when you consider the year that he had in Tier 1 last year, being on that Koi roster, not finding the success, really just someone that's not been on many people's radars in that sense. So yeah, I think coming out and being able to put up a performance like that against Fnatic as well is just, yeah, really impressive.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a weird kickoff so far. Like, he has had maps where he's dominated like this, and then last week he went -20. So it's like, we don't really know where to place him. But like, it's when he's on this kind of form, Na'Vi just look incredible. But it's like, I guess for going forward for Na'Vi, it's just about more consistency. There's like a very high variance in Filu's play right now, but
yeah,
you know,
you can say the same for Vikaj. I mean, the first map on that Viper, absolutely phenomenal, and now we're coming onto this Jet here on Breeze, Billy, and was a little underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, 300 plus ACS from Philo is insane, but putting up against Vikaj's performance, it just, you know, the numbers there are not really looking that nice. And I think Mini kind of touched on it in the agent select as well, is why are we seeing Vikaj on the Jet when they have a player like Alpha? This is something that we've been kind of speaking about all throughout Kickoff so far, is why are they not just making use of the fact that they have Alpha there? And in saying that, he does look great no matter what agent he's been playing for Alpha. So it's like, do you just let him pick at this point?
I think it's like an interesting discussion. Would you rather have a player who's still putting up numbers on an agent that isn't supposed to put up the numbers, or you'd rather him that kind of role? And I think that they would obviously prefer him on the agent. He doesn't need to, like, he doesn't have the same, like, he has the impact despite not being on a Jet. But I think, to me, the bigger point really is just the way that Fnatic are approaching these double duelist compositions. I think on Split, they traditionally usually have it down. Yeah. But on these other maps, it just feels like they're wandering around the map a little bit, getting picked apart, and it doesn't really feel like they're playing double duelist correctly on some of these situations. I have to give praise to Na'Vi. Like, I think that their defaults on this map looked a lot better than Fnatic's, in my opinion. Like, they were doing an elbow default very quickly at the start of the round. There was clear... Sorry, Mitch is crawling up the stairs like he's in a horror movie, distracted me completely. So yeah, I got to give praise to Na'Vi. I think they understood the map a little bit better in that series, and I still got question marks over Fnatic's double duelist approach when they're playing really slow.
Yeah, then we're heading to Bind next, and that is a map that we haven't actually seen yet from the side of Fnatic. So are we expecting a similar approach when it comes to their composition in regards to like seeing the double duelist?
Yeah, you could definitely play double duelist on this map. I think quite a lot of teams have played it so far throughout Kickoff, and there's nothing wrong with it. But again, it goes back to, do we see Alpha on the duelist? Do we see him on the Viper? Do we see Vikaj on the Viper? Like, this is the kind of questions that we're asking.
No. Okay, never mind. I thought that Fnatic were going to play Teo because they were playing it a lot last year when they could have gone to double duelist. And now we're seeing Alpha on Raze. I'm going to be honest with you. I think this is probably one of the strongest, if not strongest, compositions on the map. And seeing Alpha get to play as duelist again makes me happy.
You have a big smile on your face. So that's what we like to see. Then I want to flip it to Na'Vi's composition here, Billy, in terms of like what we can expect from their side of things, because they do have the Teo on there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the composition that they run on Bind all throughout Kickoff so far. I think for them, they need to go into this map learning the mistakes that they had against Gentlemates specifically, because that was a rough one for them.
Yeah, I think Philo in particular was having a rough time on that Bind last time against Gentlemates. So, like, honestly, the Philo Alpha year head-to-head is kind of interesting here. Because Philo came off of such a hot game, can he continue that momentum?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as well, when we're looking at this, how is that, you know, Viper head-to-head going to be? I think Vikaj being back on this agent is going to look so much better for him, especially considering the performance that he just had on the Jet. And Ruxic as well has been a hard hitter throughout the series so far that we've been keeping an eye on.
Yeah, do you guys want to throw in a prediction in regards to who you think is going to take away Bind after each team winning their opponent's map?
Ooh.
You can disagree,
man,
you can say no.
I always just say Fnatic. So I just prefer Fnatic's composition. They've got tape on Na'Vi, can dissect that a little bit. And anytime I see Alpha on Raze, I'm very
Is that the reason why you prefer the composition? Because it is Alpha
No, I think
Raze?
the composition itself is, we saw last year, Euro Raze was just dominant in globals, and I think that it is just strong.
I think I'll go the opposite side then and say Na'Vi, just so I can, you know, be on the other side of that. I think that if you have Hero, Ruxic and Sociable, the firepower that they bring, if they can continue to have a good performance today, I think it outclasses Fnatic.
Okay, well, we have a disagreement here on the desk, but maybe the casters can have an agreement over there in regards to who they think is going to win, because we're ready to head into our final map of this series with Mitch and Tom.
Disagreements on the desk, you'll love to see that. I just want to know if me and Mini have a problem. I mean, he was looking at me real weird while I was coming up the stairs there. I don't know what that was about, but Na'Vi and Fnatic, 3 maps. I think we deserved it. We always talk about the Boaster versus Angel head-to-head, and we got to see it in the last map, that comparison of Xiao, the new IGL for this roster, with Angel as the coach. Same system, but new pieces to the puzzle. And well, Xiao certainly has a gap in terms of experience. It was 13 days against over 2,000 as an IGL. But trading maps. And Na'Vi even looked better on their map on Fnatic's map than Fnatic did on that.
Angel did say that the only reason he'd have a rivalry with Boaster is because he wants to see him get to negative 550 and keep himself at the bottom. And I don't know, I think he's been doing pretty good at getting that to come true so far. I don't think he's helped Xiao's KD at all, but he's been having a bit of a rough one. But maybe Bind will be the map where we can see him take the reins.
Is that the plan? As an IGL, get Xiao -500.
Then he'll go to bottom 3.
Exactly.
He goes up the
This
ranking.
is all the plan.
I feel like Xiao would have to drop a lot, though.
Yes.
I don't think he's
It would have to be
at all.
half won a split many times in a row for maybe 2 years. But for now, we're on to map 3. Fnatic are on the attack side, and Na'Vi, they seem to have some idea of where the hit was coming in. You see the rotation from Hero coming through, but although in the rifle rounds there'll be a lot of information, even just off of the bots that they can send through on Filu and Hero, not quite a feature here. But we do see Sociable still has that flash, and I don't know if this is going to be kept to actually fight for space, or if very soon, I imagine it will be sent for information, although that information has just come in a much cheaper form.
Again, that time is ticking. Kayak, though, with his second opener, it leaves Ruxic under immense amounts of pressure. Prowler being put through just to try and bait them into thinking it's the other side, and he's going to have to go absolutely ham, and he gets nothing. Vekaz back on the Viper, back on Comfort, it seems. And while, yeah, I was going to say that, but there's going to be a salvo or two, but they can just wait.
Yeah. You might as well throw your one out. You get it for free at the next round, but... Oh, goodness! Okay, Hero's got one and some damage, but that's all there is to write home about. 4 more players need to be dropped. It won't be a flawless round, but I doubt it's going to be one that the Flawless will live to haunt them in. 1-0 for Fnatic, and a very strong start to the pistol, at least.
Yeah, of course, a lot of stakes on the line here. The loser of this game going up to face the winner of Heretics or KC. I'd expect them to be favorites either way. And obviously the winner will face either Vitality or GX. And they'll be looking for a spot in that middle final to try and get themselves through. Second time of asking. And probably save themselves an awful lot of stress. That lower bracket gets scarier and scarier as things go along.
There you go, 643 days
We're
since
getting a lot of
Na'Vi.
600s.
Yeah, I mean, it was because it was 2023, stage 1, when we saw Na'Vi beat Fnatic, Angel leading at the time, and that's the only time also that Na'Vi have beaten Fnatic in the partnership era. It's a 5-1 record in favor of Fnatic. And certainly in the last year and a bit, it has been flawless on their side. A 1-0 start on map 3. A series that often ends up going the distance.
Yeah.
But expect nothing different here.
It's funny because the way that this veto has gone, I expected Split to be the third map. I expected maybe the Fnatic would pick a bit because it's been such a strong map for them. And then I thought the Bind might even be the pick of Na'Vi, with even though they had a rough performance versus Mates. I still think it's a map that we hadn't seen from Fnatic, but obviously if you go off history, we know that this has always been a comfortable map for any Boaster squad. A map where, well, I think if you look at any Viper lineups, we know where they came from. Hello. That's an easy one for Kayak. And the A site, well, I will say the only risk is if they catch Crashies. That was about it. They do have a nice flank coming in and maybe a nasty surprise. He's reloading. Oh dear. That's not great. A second kill comes through, but Boaster's trying to, but that's a spike on the ground. They have managed to retrieve it at least, and obviously Sociable's so low, but even still, this is far more damage than I was expecting.
Yeah, far more damage than they should have gotten away with, especially when they don't find Crashies and force that fight back towards mid. A lot of players caught off guard, and a heavy price tag on this round already. It won't get any more costly, and at least 2 rifles saved over to the next. Just before we cut out a game, Alpha dropped the weapon over to his teammate, Kayak, and picked up another. So some stabilization in terms of economy, but there's no 2 ways about it. I mean, that is a really good round for Na'Vi with what they came in with.
Yeah, still lost the rifle, so there's still definitely some expense and not ideal. But they will still come in with 3 rifles for this round, and you look at the players that are holding them, Alfia, Vekaz, and in fact, even the potential of a 4th. Yeah, Boaster's going to bring it in as well. So they didn't lose too much, didn't lose enough to make this a terrible buy. For Na'Vi, it's going to be pretty important to get off to that strong start. We saw this defensive side pretty good in their initial matchup. A decent trade to start, though. For the squad in black and red, or black and orange, sorry. We'll see if
Poison's off.
they can turn that into something. Ruxic has had a bit of a slow start here. They're going to need him on this side of the map.
I'll find you.
Alpha's just taking the top spot, didn't go all the way to truck, and it's a good thing. You can see that Hero and Ruxic were holding that, waiting for him to pop in and give a pick away. But a more passive stance from Fnatic after they take that initial map control, as TP is going to be taken other side of the map. And in fact, Xiao, he's wrapping over through bathroom. He's going to be cut off on this rotate because Alpha is still waiting. But is he looking the right way? He is. We cut to him as Xiao's head is cut clean off, and the double fake for Fnatic has worked wonderfully.
Yeah, still yet to get to the side.
30 seconds left.
With such deep control, again, they've got an extra salvo to try and buy them a little bit of extra time. But I feel like this is something that, yeah, Fnatic, they've got enough time. They're not running it as low as maybe in the past. There's a chance that the special delivery could deliver a kill, but instead, it's Althea once again. There's a reason we wanted him on the Duelist, on the Raze. We know what he can do. Hero's done well, though. In fact, even doubles up, and Sociable's on a late flank. Seems like he was maybe expecting someone a little bit closer. The Flash has given the game away. I know exactly where he stands, holding the angle. Bear in mind how low Alpha is. He could be spammed out of the box, and the cross being held, but it's Althea all day long. 4 in this round. One of the rifles they had that took over.
1 kill to start, catches Xiao, opens up the space for the rotate back to A. Nice stuff. This one, he's 26 HP in every other fight. Every other fight. He got caught walking back to the bathroom. He swung back sight and then survives the spams from Sociable, swinging it together to close that out. That's a ridiculous round from Alpha. A 5-0 start from him as well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 when we get to see the scoreboard. Nicely done for Fnatic, perfectly balanced. And for Na'Vi, well, 0 on the board, losing round 3, and again, if they end up losing this map, sure, they've pushed Fnatic. They looked great on map 2, and it's a great sign for their vetoes moving through this tournament. The breeze is now something people have to be worried about.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's all it's going to amount to.
Yeah, we need to see them warm up into this game. I think that, again, like for Na'Vi, I think staying in the middle bracket is more important. Like, Fnatic have been in those sort of, like, the depths before. They have had to fight back through poor starts and make it through lower bracket runs. For Na'Vi, we saw with their roster last year that they did attempt that to make it to champions, and they had to go a long, long way, made it quite far. The problem, though, is they no longer have Angel in the server, and I feel like that's a massive difference. Like, when you're a less experienced IGL, even though you get to check in with Angel every once in a while, he's still there, he's the voice whispering in your ear for a couple of minutes per game. It's not the same. And it's going to make things more difficult if you have to go through some of the rosters that will inevitably drop down. Of course, even if Fnatic win this one, they then, as said, they'll have to go up against a GX, a Vitality. One of those will have to have dropped down. The other will have already dropped down. So there's going to be a lot of high-pressure games that you have to make the run through. Middle bracket gives you an extra chance. And more importantly, it gives you some time.
And that's something that Na'Vi will need. Time. Over this year. I mean, something Angel said as well in the podcast about Xiao, right? That about this project in general, that it's not something, obviously they don't come in going, hey, we can lose and it's fine, guys. You come in, you aim for the top, of course you do, but reality of the situation that they understand is that this is something that will take time to build to its highest level, and especially for Xiao, who, again, has been in that system for a long time with Angel, who's been led by him on the server. Now, having that coach teaching you how to lead in the same kind of system, it's beneficial, but it will cut down the amount of time. It won't erase it.
No. Oh, okay, nice shot from Xiao. We've seen this a couple of times throughout the series so far, the slow start of a team and then the pistols, the low buys, bailing them out. And again, with how slow Fnatic likes to play, they're going to try and sell this ruse once again. This time, though, the rotation hasn't been baited. In fact, no, it's the orbital strike. Time being brought further. A nice shot from Kayak, though, will clear out one of the players here. Xiao already taking immense amounts of damage, and he's not going to survive. The danger slowly dissipating. Hero on site will lose his life to Vekash as well. And although the time started to get a little low, things started to get a little dangerous. Fnatic have stabilized.
It was only it was an easy kill in towards Hookah to start with, but the fact is, the headshot was landed anyway, so it didn't matter the lack of shields in play. Really nice stuff. One player falling in the form of Alfier. Showstopper on for the next. Vikaj 1 away from being the same. He's the one to hunt this one down. Not being the same, I suppose he won't have a Hunter's Fury, or a Showstopper, but will have himself a nice little pit to play inside of. So 4-0 start for Fnatic. Economy at their backs. The fact that they lost an Outlaw but can still play with the 4 rifles that they carried through. They have a Showstopper, they have a Viper's Pit, and they even have Kayak to go into another dimension and hunt them down. For Na'Vi, no ultimates to bounce back for, and that's in a round where they're investing all of their economy. I mean, this is a big danger coming up in round number 5.
Yeah, I think, like, you understand why Xiao used the ult there, like, but now coming off the back of a defeat, it's an unfortunate circumstance. Because you look at that and go, in that moment, 30 seconds left, you've got an opener, you can delay the whole team, maybe you can pull a full rotation of your squad. Not a bad place to put it.
Sure.
But going into a round loss, coming in with no ults, up against 3 ults, when you're 4-0 down, that's now a bit more of a problem.
With no credits as well, like the fact that this is the investment, this is the one that you put all your eggs into the basket for, and your opponents have so many get-out-of-jail-free cards. You don't. And for Na'Vi, this has to be clean, clinical play from the get-go. A timeout called here, understanding the value, the importance of this. Like, the fact of Split, where it was a dominant 11-3 showing from Fnatic, Na'Vi gave them too much leeway, too much rope to play with, that by the time they started pulling on the other side, it was too far gone. They can't let that happen here. But the way that this half has been set up so far, it presents them a real challenge in stopping Fnatic from running away with it. It has to be here and now.
And I feel like it has to be aggressive. Like, you can't allow them to execute. Dimensional Drift gives you info, Showstopper gets the pick, and then the Viper's pick gets you post. Like, will Fnatic want to use all of them? Maybe not, but at the same time, if they do, it's worth it in this sort of round. And well, speaking of aggression, already VALU taking that early fight towards the TP. Hasn't found anything, but has got a lot of space.
It has got space, but that player going through the TP, Fnatic sense weakness. You know, it's unlikely it's a B stack after that. You're thinking about at least one or two.
They can check as well.
They've spotted them both out. Both players seen. Kayak will take space on the site now on front. Shorty in hand. Players covering from further back. 50 HP left to play with, and a double connection. Huge trade for Alfier. And the nade sent through does damage onto Hero. A pit locked in, and well, it might be costly. They're putting a lot on the line, but if Na'Vi don't go for the save, they will lose everything in this round. Their economy will be in the bin, and Fnatic will have a easy start to this map. They have no choice but to run for the hills and give this one up.
I'll admit I did get one thing wrong. I said he'd find the info, and then I unfortunately said that Alpha would get the pick.
Yes.
Picks. He got 2. So I apologize. I was wrong. They then did use the Viper's Pit for post, but there was a mistake in there. He got 2 for 1. So
honestly, Tom,
I'll try and do better next time.
Don't apologize for that. Just be better.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try.
It's fine. It's fine. Well, we're going to let it slip this one time. But you're running out of rope here, as are Na'Vi. 5-0, and okay, they save these weapons. That's a great start. No exits for VALU or Hero means no ult online off rip the next round, but very, very high chance they'll get at least one of those to bounce back on. More importantly, we need to see those early fights. Like VALU there goes to the early aggression. I love the idea, but they're waiting so far back. And the fact is, only guy forward can TP, can get that gate crash out of there.
Into it just seconds later. Like, that's so unlucky.
Let's go, Rocket Man.
Rocket Man. Rocket Man.
Oh, that isn't a cutback to the pause. That was just now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, clearly...
scribbling down, don't group up against the Showstopper.
No.
Valuable
Fortunate timing.
Bring them down.
5-0. Economy booming, and wow, much faster looking take. Alpha over the top. Kayak's already made it to the back of the site. Hero's been dealt with. Ruxic trying to fight forward, and he succeeds. Can he get out of there? No, the Caesar's grabbed him, but there's no one to capitalize. He will live to tell the tale. This is where Fnatic can build that post plant, though. Snakebite, Molly, available. It's about clearing those players out quick.
Yeah, here comes though Showstopper, the big problem, and it's called Crash. He's right away. Vikash and Boaster, 2 versus 4. Boaster swinging backside. What a shot! Great connection. And Molly going to be sent through with the wraparound. Should prove to be too much. An isolated fight for Vikash though. And the Molly buying him time. Orb, oh, the orb hasn't landed, but it might even give him a way out. With a snakebite in hand, he can make this very dangerous indeed. He goes marching forward, snakebite landed, Ruxic forces the fight, but falters. And Fnatic keep pushing forward, 6-0 now.
I can't believe that snakebite made him vulnerable. Like, completely missed, bounced into a wall, and then he clips it and he's vulnerable to the bullets. Either that is the greatest lineup of all time, or he missed it and got very lucky. But it didn't matter anyway. Won the fight. And from a 2v4 scenario, it looked like Na'Vi were finally going to have the round on the board. Look at it go! Look at it go!
It went up top!
That's so much better than I thought it was. Oh, that's insane. He has a lineup for the top of the box. That's crazy.
Yeah, you don't? Come on.
No, I didn't know.
You can't play this game. This is why we don't have Alpha on the Viper on this map. He doesn't have the lineups. That all makes sense. Jesus, you've got to be so mad if you lose a round like that. For Na'Vi, I mean, they probably don't even realize how ridiculous that is. They saw it from his POV. But a 4 versus 3.
Why didn't Ruxic just block that one?
Pistols in play. Rifle for Ruxic. He's on the right side at least, but how much you getting done unless there's a big pick coming in? And well, actually the pick was onto Ruxic, the man with the rifle. So hey, look, next round they've got a lot to work with, at least for Na'Vi. They've got ultis, they're gonna have credits back, but a 7-0 start, man. This is getting to be too steep a hill to climb. Well, Kayak was asleep. Go back out, go back out.
Go back to sleep.
You got this.
Back to sleep.
He's just hiding.
To be honest, like,
oh, don't knife him. Oh, Vikash. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you. Vikash, no! 7-0! A knife in the back for Na'Vi to hammer home this lead. Oh, no. Well, if Na'Vi...
Xiao's been having a rough day.
They might need another pause.
I think that probably just made it worse.
Do you reckon?
I like the idea that for years he was on a team with Angel and got to... Sorry.
What was that?
What was that, Vikash?
Say again? Tom, as the expert, over to you.
I'm very offended.
Over to you, Tom. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that.
Well, stylish indeed. 7-0 start, and for Na'Vi, hope is waning. Oh my goodness. The light is looking very dim indeed.
What are we doing? Guys, this is to keep you in the middle bracket, stop you going to the lower bracket. I'm watching a man wiggle his vandal on a corner that a guy might be on.
We're 2 series away after this one from one of these teams being in Santiago, and we're wiggling rifles at them. All right. We'd love to see it.
Oh, well, there is the wiggler. Alpha has already managed to find one. Trade out. Ultimates, they were built up into this round. A chance now to try and deny them at least the additional space, but they have avoided it. And, well, unlike Fnatic, they've actually got plenty of time.
At the moment, Hero is watching for the flank, watching for a player coming through that pit. But he's about to be spotted. Now they know that he's up close. He'll step back just a moment, but the Seize goes in. 1 HP. A spam will be enough. The reveal doesn't catch him. No, Crashies doesn't know that he had a player dead to right. Still, those defenders need to push on forward. They have thinned the herd down to just Vikash. And my goodness, he's got a lot of utility coming his way. There's no way Na'Vi are letting this one slip up. No room for error. As a 7-1 scoreline, finally, Na'Vi are on the board.
Yeah, it still took a lot. Like, we saw all those ultimates build up, and they are now all gone once again. Viper's pit put in early, Armageddon to clear them back off the site, allow for the time, and then just holding within the pit. It's a round.
Oh, scheiße!
He's become a local. That's what it is. He's getting.
He actually only speaks German to me now, which is a bit unfortunate because I don't speak.
And
German.
you only speak Irish to him.
Absolutely. Thiago, what say? Fear. 7-1. Fnatic Could this be the start of the downfall, the crumble? Na'Vi bouncing back. Well, not if Ekaj has anything to say about it. This is nasty. They've just lost the round, and their response is to fully freeze and wait. That smoke's going to fade pretty soon. Flash has caught by Vikash! Oh my God, he's got two! Blinded up in that corner, and okay, he might have overheated a bit, but you know what? I'll take it. He should have been dead.
To be fair, I don't think he expected a third player to even be there once they pushed all the way far down. Filu, he's in no man's land, looking for a pick, and it's a save. Surely it's a save. I had 2v4 when they have a post-plant Brim ult. All right. Okay,
That's not a free salvo.
You're gonna... That's bought you
now he's running away.
4 seconds. There you go.
He just
wanted them to plant at 37. That's his favorite number.
There we go. Did the math. Tom, you're really on a tear today.
Yeah.
You know what? We're going to take Mini off the desk. We're just throwing you in. I haven't heard him give one of these pieces of insight.
No,
you know that?
Like,
the whole day.
These are all leaks.
He's had weeks to prepare as well. Come on, man. Up your game. Are you going to stare at me like that on the top of the stairs as well? Come on. 7-1. Turning into 8. It's not 8-1 yet. Hold on. It could still be the clutch.
Okay, let's hold on.
There you go, 8-1.
Okay, 8-1.
I mean, look, anything could have happened, Tom. Anything could have happened.
I was literally holding my breath.
As was I. I almost passed out. Actually, can you take over? I'm feeling a bit lightheaded.
That's nuts. The flash just not catching. It's a bit. It just looks away.
And this is the thing now.
Like every maps now. Not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, no more Jet? Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
No one on our desk said that.
That's just exactly what everyone thought you were going to do coming into today and every other day, actually.
It's crazy because map 1, he was nuts. And map 3, he's nuts.
Yeah,
but I'm not seeing any correlation.
What happened? But yeah, the thing is for Na'Vi, this time it makes perfect sense. You're 7-0 down. You win a round. And immediately, not just lose so quickly in those initial fights that you're again left into the situation where your best path forward is just to run away.
Your best path forward is to put in one salvo when they have 45 seconds left.
Probably it was not to put that salvo in because you have to pay for it again. If it was the last salvo, fair enough, you get it back. But yeah, he used one, but not the second one, which is
he's got credit.
Perplexing. Either way, this is the moment to take a pause because the comeback that they had on map 1, the dominance on map 2, coming into Bind, Tom, if it wasn't Fnatic, only that we know this team, I know their BS, I know how they play, I know from one map to another how things can change. But if it wasn't them, if this was Team A and Team B, coming into map 3, I am going for Na'Vi. Like, they look like the better team. Breeze, they dominated. Split, they were awful in the first half, and then they learned how to play. I think by and large, I would have more faith in them performing round to round. And yet they have completely fallen apart on Bind.
Yeah, it seems as well that, like, going back to, like, Alpha on the Duelist has just been disgusting. Vakash has been playing incredibly well, and Kayak is also 10-4. It's not like there's been any slackers. Clutch has won everything you'd expect to see from Fnatic. And while Rooksy, okay, he's just going to swing it. He's feeling like an alpha. Oh my goodness, there's no way he survives that. That's how, and also a TP from Xiao.
Oh, no.
He's gone in to try and help and has ended up as part of the deficit. Now Sociable, this fight versus Alfia ends up being everything. He needs to try and hold some ground, and in fact, Hero's already running his way back. Boaster gives him an angle, but that was a spike. He needs to just get out of there.
Yeah, he's made it back around through long, but ready to burst out of spawn until that Molly blooms was Sociable. No flashes left to fight his way out. The dog sent through instead, but it's already being caught. The snake bite used to buy some time, but the flank up by Hero only spotted now. He's found one, and now Fnatic know they're surrounded on all sides potentially, but the group up in spawn actually gives the advantage to Na'Vi for a moment. Nade and Salvo sent through, but Vikash easily repositions. Showstopper now sent his way. They don't know where he is. A single bullet will be enough, but Filu fires the rocket just before fading out of the round, and by another narrow margin. Na'Vi have a round.
And that's always been the scary thing in this game, is that when they are winning rounds, it's okay, they've had to expend a lot. Showstopper right at the end, just to make sure that the round is converted. But yeah, surviving with one player alive after a save round, it doesn't exactly leave you with loads of credits to spare. So this could almost be a 2-for-1, leaving a 10-2 half. Of course, they get this back to 8-4. Maybe there's a world. But I do think that anything less is just going to be a bridge too far.
Well, 8-4 and a pistol, certainly the game becomes much more digestible at that point, but even on recency, 2 out of 3 the last rounds. Na'Vi starting to look a bit better. It looked like Fnatic were right back to winning ways, but an interruption for the defense. Dimensional drip sent through. Kayak, nice spot of both these players on long. The utility is going to be fired in, and no, only the one. Sociable's able to get out of there as well. Numbers stay in favor for the defense, and oh, Hero! A triple, as he was the last defender on that B site, but it did not fall. Na'Vi 3-8, 3 of the last 4 rounds as well. Is this split 2.0? Back in the saddle again?
Yeah, it feels like Fnatic are giving them a way back in. Hero taking so much ground at the end of this one to close it out.
It's just the fighting that's bad.
We did good though.
Probably don't want the fighting to be bad, generally speaking.
It's a compliment sandwich. You give the criticism in the middle. He actually gave them a compliment just before, and then that was the compliment in the end. He's just giving. He knows how to give good feedback, although they can't hear him, so he's giving that just to Milan.
Personally, I blame Boaster for getting shot through the smoke.
Yeah.
A random spam.
Do better.
Be better. Well, 1 round left to play for a Viper's Pit and a Showstopper available. Filu almost taking Crashes out of the round right away. The op doesn't get fired. I don't expect to see too many risks being taken by Fnatic unless they involve Alfie going in first with a big old rocket on his shoulder.
No way, they've cleared that corner. The Vekash got a double kill from. That's crazy. Good to see that they're learning from the mistakes. Even though it wasn't a mistake last time, they checked it the first time as well. A standoff. A Western, but with slightly more higher firepower weaponry.
Yeah, I don't think they had scopes
or
like
they've
that.
disconnected, but I don't think so.
No, it's a game of patience, or maybe a game of chicken for Filu. He has to worry about his back when his execute comes through, but he's got 2 teammates close by to cover him. So not as much of a worry on his shoulders. Showstopper sent in as Alfie takes down Ruxit, but the rest are caught back. The utility keeping them at bay. Where was Hero going? He saw a Boaster there. He knew he was stuck in the corner. Filu pulls this back to 3 on 2. What a set of shots that may just have given Na'Vi the chance. That pit goes wide, but it could fall any moment now. He did just run in there with an op, didn't he? Why?
Yep. It was a risk. It was a big risk. Maybe thought the Viper was planting, but that risk hasn't paid off. Sociable. Round the edge, still has a flash to play with a pop flash in here, and Crash is gone. It would leave a 1 HP player on the other side. The barrel got spotted. He saw the gun, and now Crashing is behind both of them. The first one is free, and he just goes back. Xiao is chasing shadows. He's looking for the man lurking in the darkness, trying to find an opponent. The molly. It's going to be revealed if he waits any longer, and Vekash on 1 HP will convert the half. Fnatic in the clutch. Who would doubt them?
It's got to be said, Tom. Mistakes were made there. Some slight mistakes before Fnatic capitalizing on every single one. After a close series, we have gone 9-3 in the first half of the final map, but plenty more action coming your way after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
well for Na'Vi. The first half proved more difficult than welding with candles. But Tom, talk to me. Half number 2. Where's the hope? Where's the promise? Na'Vi had a resurgence towards the end. Perhaps that's where you find some light at the end of the tunnel.
Sure. I'm not feeling it.
Too
I'll be honest with you. I think that Filu's still looking decent isn't a bad sign. Hero's still been there. But the fact that both Ruxic and Sociable have been somewhat of a miss in that first half, the half where you do kind of expect, like especially Ruxic, to have more control. He was mostly dominated. And then Xiao just, he's not been there individually the whole series. That has been the difference. And then with Vekaz just being so impressive, once again, showing that this pickup wasn't just a random player chosen. There's always thought behind it. Individually, he's been sublime. Starting to agree with us as well that maybe he should play more Viper.
Yeah, that was a breath of fresh air for Fnatic. 4 players towards A to start. Not much spotted. Presence now on B. Oh, they've read it. They don't like what they saw on B. They think that was a fake, and they're dead right. The spike has already made it here, but they're ready to burst out. I think they're going fast, yeah. The Yoru flashed through, backside already claimed back. The nade has pushed them in towards lamps. For now, at least, Fnatic have got a foothold to pounce from.
That's a must-win pistol for Na'Vi, and with that spike ticking in their favor. And even the HP advantages, you feel like this has to be one that goes their way. Sociable, he's surviving in the corner.
They won't know.
They should have seen that he was caught, though. The Siege should have caught him, so they should know that he's in this corner. In fact, a couple of kills coming up. Make that a third. Alfia was well aware. Leaving Hero and Ruxic. That time is ticking so desperately fast. Somebody needs to get on it, and they need to get on it now, and there just isn't enough time. The deadly duo strikes again in the post plant. And Na'Vi have their much-needed pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, this was essential for their fight back. We said in an 8-4 half, the pistol could really get them back into the game, but you go down 9-3, there's no more conversation, no more questions. We need to see that pistol under your belt, and, well, we very much did in the end. Again, the fact that Alpha found that pick, I thought it was all over. But Ruxic does so well on short, and a spam from Hero that spike wasn't that far away from being defused, and he was running low on ammo, but just about found his mark for the 3rd or 4th time through that smoke in the end. Well, that's quite a response. I didn't see, what weapon did he have? What just got dropped on the floor? Not sure if it's anything worth fighting for. Either way, Fnatic won't go for it.
No, I would assume, based on them having 3 rifles, that it was a pistol.
You would think so.
That would be my gamble. I'm pretty sure it was. And they have to go back in that direction anyway to pick up the spike. So, yeah, not seeing anything collected. Definitely a nice shot to start. Oh, hey, a couple more going back in the other direction. Of course, expectations from Fnatic in this round are almost 0. But for Na'Vi, it's all about keeping the 3 players and the 3 guns alive. Sociable is isolated. That's the only nervous thing, but he was just waiting to catch anybody going for that orb, and he's even spotted the last player as well. So they can now freely go in another direction. They might not want to now, though, because that is a gun on the floor.
Decoy.
Does he just chuck it?
I like this.
Oh, he's just going to leave it.
Kayak's going to put that decoy through, make him think he's coming for the TP. I mean, you know you're up against the Yoru, but it could work. The angle opens the door as well, so they're worried. But yeah, the step pattern, it all seems a bit too obvious, and immediately they abandon that position, playing much more passive and waiting for the actual play to come through. Even then, I think he could have went TP and walked around a short with only a couple extra seconds, so Na'Vi do very well to avoid those dangers. 9-5 on the board, and the slow resurgence can certainly be underway now, but this is the round where it really gets decided when Fnatic get rifles out, because already you've seen I think it was the only pistol they had? Everyone else was on classics, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
And the only investment they made got them an opening pick.
Well, yeah, the gun was dropped. That battle from Kayak drops a Bulldog, and that's gone. He just left it on the floor, didn't even bother bringing it with him because he didn't want to deliver it back to the team. There you go.
Angel wanted it to be picked up, evidently.
The thing is, though, they still come in with 4 rifles for this round. As bonuses go, this was always the Na'Vi way. It was always the Angel way of trying to make sure that those 3rd round purchases are deadly. And okay, Sociable's going to have to take a hit for it, but A lot of the time, you're going to see Philo or someone take the fight and potentially drop a gun anyway.
Gate crash sent towards the A side. It's going to be up into heaven. Really fast rotation. While that's ticking away, Kayak wants a bit of information to play with. Halfway already gone. And the thing is, I thought maybe he'd run down B-long and see that it's clear. Flash out of the smoke, do the TP. Instead, they're going to be a little bit later, and I like this. He goes into the TP. Kayak can just gate crash into heaven now, but causes problems as they think about that bathroom control being taken over. Na'Vi have more ground to worry about, but with Crashies down, that's going to help him get the spike planted.
Aggressive in their post barn as well, trying to just defeat anybody in front of them. And that's the Philo we knew from last map. He's had his moments in this one, but that's definitely by far the best round we've seen from him individually. The first buy that Fnatic has coming up on the board, and he just completely takes over.
Yeah, gotta very politely ask for a replay of every single one of those kills. That was nuts. And for Philo, again, we talked about this coming into today, and for good reason. He had a very underwhelming week 2. He's a player that goes up and down. I think about last year, I don't think he impressed me massively as a duelist. A tough roster to impress on. But now, certainly today, and up against Fnatic of all teams, he is pulling out a lifetime performance. And it is keeping Na'Vi alive, keeping them in this at 9-6.
That was something that really interested me when talking to Angel, is like, he said about, like, you might watch players who have decent stats in games, like in officials, and when watching Philo, he saw him play like very, very well in their practices, and he went, well, I know if I get the confidence out of him, that's what I'll see. And I was like, that is not the way I feel like most people would look at it. You will look at a guy who does decently all the time in officials and go, I'd rather have that guy and try and make him better than see the potential and try and run with it. But that's the thing with someone like Angel. If anybody was going to be able to get someone to fulfill that potential, it's the guy who has more leadership experience, at least from the IGL role, than anyone else in this game. Like that's a fact.
I mean, honestly, considering he retired from play this year, he has to be one of the most experienced FPS players.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. I mean, most people that have been in esports that long are now like org owners or something in the background. Like, you know, people that were around in those early days, sticking around is one thing, but sticking around as a player.
Yeah.
You know, coaches, managers, sure, yeah, whatever, but as a player is ridiculous.
Even doing it as a coach is difficult.
It's tough. It's tough. You
tough
run out of time eventually. And this guy has stayed relevant as well. He hasn't just played. He hasn't been paycheck stealing on a roster. He's been building. He's been fostering youth and making some decent runs. We've seen him at internationals. One of my favorite interviews we ever got to do. Him and Artis. It was it was almost like a cage fight happening, but verbally. I loved it. But yeah, I know you have him as a coach sitting there. I mean, you can only imagine the potential that he can get out of these players and how high that ceiling can be with time. Time is the narrative for Na'Vi, that they need it, that growing into this year, they could sprout into something beautiful, but the reality is, hey, they're not that far away from taking this series and progressing on in this middle bracket Rooksik. This is an angle that Fnatic should be ready for. But, well, there's not much you can do to ready yourself for that.
Yeah, hey, a few bullets shot and you kill off Kayak and Alfia, you take it. You take it all day long.
Good deal.
And now they look to rotate back towards the other side of the map. Crashy's there. Bandit in hand. The rifle now on Boaster. It's something that they'll be able to repurchase into the next round anyway, so at least looking to try and make this one a bit more costly, not allow the economy to go too crazy, because if you look at Na'Vi, it's already through the roof. And they will manage to get a couple. Anything more, though, unlikely and impossible. 9-7. Na'Vi again start to streak these rounds back, but you have to bear in mind, I think last time they lost the pistol, right? So Fnatic were even further in the lead.
Yep, they lost the pistol in embarrassing fashion as well. It was the double flank where they gave up both sides of mid. They got pushed on both sides of mid, and both players that pushed both sides of mid ended up flanking and killing 1 to 2 people.
Yes. Giants, yes. No.
Okay, they have a strat called Giants, I assume, and we're potentially going to get to see it. Let's
That's the
take a
thing.
look.
Is it the team or just big people? So, right, start of the round. Sociable, you're going to flash yourself.
So he doesn't rate GX's initiators. That's clear.
Okay, yeah. What's step 2? And then nobody move.
Flash ourselves. Freeze. Okay. I'm scribbling this down. Hold on. Mini might want this
Just
later.
all jump off the map, even though on this map it's not possible.
Poison's off.
Flash self.
Okay, lose the opening pick to Kayak on an operator.
Freeze.
I'm not seeing the vision just yet.
Give up. Yeah,
Right.
okay.
And you got the Tiger going
The first
through.
3.
Gonna clear. Smoke to the back of sight. Showstopper. Okay.
Yes.
So you need to have the showstopper. It's popped towards a player that's
Got
very
nothing.
far away. Die.
Spike planted.
Hero kill everyone, but they don't have Hero on Giants. That can't be the play.
That's true. It could be the anti-Giants play. Heroes their kryptonite. Okay, here we go. Kayak's on his way through, clearing out all this space. Spotted Sociable already. That's one on his radar. Second player needs to find. They need that information. He doesn't spot him. Okay, so now hiding in the shadows are Na'Vi, and they're striking from them too. Boaster gets onto the site, but a problem with the salvos going through. Heroes bought them valuable time as it keeps on ticking. Fnatic need to get on that spike. They need to buy a little bit more time for themselves, force those fights halfway! Boaster's got the first! He might just have this! The shots don't land though! Heroes there to save the day, and the clock was against them anyways. Na'Vi with another, and you know what? I feel foolish for doubting the strat. I should have known from that flash.
Yeah. Win, flash yourself, go 2 players down, win a 3v5. Maybe the strat was the last round. Now I'm thinking about it. Because he said it during the last... Never mind. Never mind.
Nice,
5 in a row.
Come on, man. Come on.
And it's starting to slip away from Fnatic. We saw the same thing versus BBL. Hot start to a map. Gave them some space, gave them a little way back in. And now Na'Vi are back at the races, popping off individually, having those same clutch moments. Okay, goodbye, Ruxic. Sleep well, at least until next round. Going back for a little bit more. Okay, Filu. To be honest, to go for the same fight, it's risky, it's bold, but it has worked out. Managed to get rid of Althea, who was the man with the Guardian. I'm sure that will be picked up. There you go, into Kayak's hands. But still, they've got a wide net spread. 3 players looking like they're posturing towards B. And in fact, the 4th of Hero is going that way as well.
Go for the walk-up on Fnatic. The timing here, I think they'll be a little slow, but it depends on Hero. He could get caught here. And in fact, he sticks around. He's catching them instead. The trap sprung. And a man with ult and salvos to play with doesn't need any of that utility belt, cleaning up at least the first 2. They've rotated around to the A side, so he'll be on his way back. He'll have a third fight, but I think, thought it would be an execution. He's turned back just in time. Well played by Hero. He's fought that round, fought for it essentially himself in the spawn. And 9-9. The comeback is on. 6 rounds in a row. And it was the 5th that really changed this for me, because that's the bye round. Fnatic falling there. It was a guaranteed equalization.
Well, especially from a 3v5. Like, that was the problem. Yeah. They got the 2 opening picks, and then the fight comes into the round. I want to say as well that Hero, I was worried that we saw all the stats at the beginning of the day about how well he was playing. Yeah. He's been a bit quieter. This map, he has been nuts. 21-7.
It was like 18-3 starting out one of the maps, so it's hard to also have insane stats when your entry just picks up everything.
Welcome to my
Viper's pick gonna be put in. See ya. Alpha what a response! That pit gave away the position, and Alpha's kill now causes a big headache, and they even put through the Tahoe on a Yoru who TP'd. So there's nothing found for that. A huge early advantage for Fnatic to play with. 2 big ults removed.
Yeah, and then already they're ready on that side of the map. 3 players there. Gate crash. If the pressure was then to come back through. Ultimate. Obviously dissipated. Chow's on away. But it definitely looks like a much better opportunity for Fnatic. with Kayak ready and waiting to catch on the cross. He hit the shot, and that's enough to help out his teammate, and the second player's not so lucky.
Yep. This should be the round wrapped up neatly in a bow. And the question now for Fnatic is, will they lose anybody? The convincing performance. Kayak wants those orbs. He's hungry, running it down with the op, and a third in this round for him. And in-zone flawless as well. That's Fnatic's first round on the defensive side put on the board, and convincingly so. Consider as well that it was a 5v3 in a previous round. And consider the ult he's put in by Na'Vi here.
Well, it was also a 3v5 that was created by Kayak getting 2 opening picks. So if anything, it should have been the second round. Kayak almost individually won them. Of course, the showstopper helped, but he kills 3 and hits the other one for what, like the 100-odd damage? So that operator for Kayak has already been decisive in the defense, and it's something we have to see if Na'Vi can deal with. Do they pick up the pace? Do they group up to try and put the pressure on? Or is it this continuous, slower style of play? We saw them with an impressive comeback on Split, and it wasn't enough. Is it going to be the same again?
A minute 15 on the clock as Na'Vi spread the net, but now that net's being pulled back. Everyone abandoning the A site. Making a move towards B, and normally you see this gate crash for the rotation, right? But here it's a passive fallback, so it means that rotate's going to be much, much slower from Kayak. He can't get to the B side to help out, and they don't have any real info on B either. I imagine we might even see them attempt the retake, unless they're going to just hold their ground individually. Orbital strike already sent through. I'm quite surprised that it was deep to delay towards Hookah, but those rotates are going to take so long that Na'Vi just have to wait the util, and now they play more or less the same except they would have. A safe corner for Boaster at least, and the catch has made it to the site.
Yeah, he's now the cross held by Alpha. Early trade. That catch desperately low. And they picked off a low Boaster as well. It's all starting to fall into place for Na'Vi. The remaining 2 have a decision to make. The credits there, sort of, but that operator might not necessarily be an option. And with 4 players standing, you almost feel like there needs to be an immediate pick, an immediate mistake. Oh, that was the opportunity. Sociable to 4 health. That's the second time Kayak's been a little bit unlucky not to get a kill, but I almost feel like it has to just be the operator save. Take something back with you. It's just the timing for Crashies. If he throws away his gun, he might lose his life for it.
Yeah, it's time to go, but he's looking for a little bit more damage. He wants those picks, he finds them, and now to flee for the hills. I think he's made it, and nicely done. Great value coming out of Crashies in the end. Double digits, though, for Na'Vi. Neck and neck again. This was a 9-3 half. And we commented throughout how Na'Vi looked flat towards, well, it was only towards the end of the first half that they really woke up, that they really found their mice. And to see it again happen to Fnatic like this, first of all, you got to really credit Na'Vi. This is a squad that has an IGL who's a rookie in that role. He's got 13 days of IGL and under his belt. Maybe a few more if you consider practice. But to deliver this level of performance, because it's not just a close game, it's a comeback against Fnatic. That's impressive.
There's an opportunity there. I think Shao just dodged the pre-fire angle. He's been burnt by that spot before. An early stack up. Operator, of course, saved from the previous round, and Lekka's just now used his pit towards A. That's why you see this early stack of players. The fact is, though, Sociable has gained the Seekers, which as a counter is about as good as it gets. I wonder if they'll go back and try and pressure that pit.
Toxins going up.
Oh, still a lot of presence outside of B.
Toxin screen down.
Doesn't look like that's the idea for now. They crash back to A if they need it, but with that pit up, I don't think there should be too much of a challenge there for a while. 50 seconds on the clock, and Na'Vi have shown the willingness to play this a little bit slower, but not quite to the degree that Fnatic have. The push now coming in, but Kayak finds the opening. Hero stepping in through the smoke has already landed 2. That's the B site completely under their control thanks to Hero. Bakaj will try to make this more costly for Na'Vi, but the late play by Ruxic has shut him down. They knew he was there with the TP, giving away the Q, and Honestly, I'm surprised to not see a save already, but they're going to go for this. A 2v4, now a 2v3. Kayak's up, could get them right back into this, but Hero again lands a big round. That's his third of this, and Navi's lead as a result.
It's fun because we've got the talk about this Fnatic roster with Vekash coming in, him having a great game. But you do have to kind of look to the other side and go, well, there is the one who got away, the one who you let go, the one who was standing in for your squad and has now headed over to Na'Vi and might be the one to send you into that final life, that lower bracket. Hero is cooking, 25-8. And that's the thing, in that round, he's running through utility, he's running into players, he's run into a crossfire, and he's taken 2 while doing it.
That's the kind of sprint I expect out of my Waylay when they have a refract online. Like, just, oh, you pop through the smoke, go, there he is, and get back.
Maybe Yoro in ult.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure, sure. But Hero, just with a rifle in his hand and a level of gold we haven't seen, that's Navi's lead, and a timeout for Fnatic. That pressure's mounting. This is the squad that is famous for comebacks, and they almost lost Split to a comeback. They got destroyed on Breeze, and now another big lead, albeit it wasn't an 11-3 at least, but the 9-3 without that leg up, without the pistol here in this half, and we're seeing just how dangerous map 1 could have been.
Yeah. This is a different look. Na'Vi showing that mental resilience. Talked about the fact that this was a path that they were going to go down, building up their new IGL, bring in Filu from a squad of nothing, like failures in the past, and turning him into a duelist that people would fear. But he's done that today. And they might be able to pull off a crazy comeback versus the comeback kings. Of course, it's not done till it's done. It's not over till it's over, but you have to fear for Fnatic at this point. The early aggression looked like it could have given them something, but Na'Vi were aware. Na'Vi were present and have fallen back, are playing patient, especially after the pause. And already, decent info. Pushing forward is not going to give anything over. Hero once again toppling a Fnatic foe.
This time Fnatic with so many weaknesses, already losing a player as well, and a showstopper to fall back on. Honestly, they need to get rid of that in this round. Otherwise, Navi have 2 chances to close this out with a big ult coming in right off rip. This game could slip away from Fnatic's grasp. This series, this head-to-head that Fnatic as a roster haven't lost since back when Leo played, back when Artis was on this Navi roster. Completely different time, and Angel, the only time they could take down Fnatic over 600 days ago. And now he steps into the coach slot, and it seems to make all the difference. They are just 1 round away, unless Poster has the round of his life, from locking in a 2-1 victory over Fnatic, from changing the partnership record from 5-1, 5-2. Hey, it's not much. There's still quite a gap in favor of Fnatic, but it will start this year off with flying colors for the new and tested Na'Vi.
I'll tell you for free, the version of the matchup that matters the most is always the most recent one.
That's for sure.
I don't think Angel or Na'Vi are going to care. His record as a coach will go through the roof. But more importantly, it will put them 1 victory away from that middle bracket final. A chance to make an international with a squad that he's already been building up. His expectations were to trial things. Posted with the early fight. There's still fighting Fnatic. Kayak on this defensive side has been very good with this operator. Has made things much more awkward. And Na'Vi have done well to soak up the pressure. This man especially, I'd say that maybe he's having a standout performance versus an ex-team, but he's done this every week. He's done this every game. It hasn't mattered whether they won, whether they lost. Hero has been on point. He's found that consistency. And now they need just 1 of the next 2.
Fnatic were 3 for 3 in matchups last year. Up against Na'Vi. Not looking to let it slip as Kayak drops Hero. 2 rounds to get to OT, and Fnatic already putting their best foot forward to start this one. 30 seconds on the clock, and the wraparound from Alpha should lock this round in for good. It's a freebie, and he even doubles up. One more chance for Na'Vi before overtime. They've got the credits for it, that's for sure. But that valuable showstopper,
10 seconds left.
not in play anymore.
Oh, nice shot from Zhao, but I think the next one's going to be a bit tougher. 12 to 11. Another solid round from Kayak with that operator. That's the main thing for me, is that they have that coming into this next round. A chance at OT. Of course, they almost lost to Foot, but managed to see it out in overtime in 2 different maps. Of course, for Foot, they faced elimination after that game. For Na'Vi, it could be the same story. They can't afford to let this one slip. The problem now, though, is that the ults are not in their favor. They'd have to go to either side of the map to collect an orb for a player if they were to get them, or find a kill here or there. For Kayak, he can play a little bit more sparingly. Speaking of sparingly, look how far Ruxic went!
That was an early bit of aggression. Kayak as well with the same, going back in, but Alpha, oh, he's tucked in the corner. That showstopper, it's going to be popped right here and now! And the connection only gets 1! It looked like so much more was possible. He can't even fall back. Kayak's missed a shot! And they broke his gate crash! A 3 versus 2 now! Just moments ago! This looked like Fnatic had guaranteed themselves an OT. We're moments away from it, but now the Cash and Crashies, they have to get in there and defuse the spike, and Filu, on a tear of a game, has slipped away from the site. An uphill battle in this retake. If the Cash has had one hell of a game. They have no info.
Prowler finds nothing. Reveal still available. Vekaj will be the first point of contact. He spotted ahead, but the same for his opponent. Here's the steps back. But that time has been ticking for quite a while. They need to get a move on. Crash is only just making it into the site. They were waiting for the Viper screen, hoping that that could give them a little bit of a break. The spam through hasn't managed to deny it. In fact, they're just trying to stick it all the way, but it has been stopped. They need to get back on it. They need to do it now, and they've done it at the last second. Always leaving the heart fluttering, but Fnatic take us to overtime.
Overtime.
They waited so long. We came into this game talking about how much Fnatic like to run the clock down. We meant about the attack side, not about the defense retakes. They came back in there, though, with full toxins. The wall goes up, and it's a problem. A blast pack stopped that defuse for a moment. And less than a second in it. Na'Vi were just about to set the history book straight, and instead we're on to OT.
It gives me flashbacks. A man let go. A man without faith, but Vekaj had full faith in Crashies to hold the line. And boy, did he hold the line. Na'Vi, they had that victory in the palm of their hand, 0.9 of a second. And now they have to fight back once again. But Ruxic, that fight starts with a Vekaj death. I'm sure he'll be happy with that after the last round. But there will still be a plant. And a very aggressive position for Alpha, yeah.
Yeah, he's up in heaven. And they've pushed all the way into the spawn, swapping positions completely with the defense. And the thing is, for Na'Vi, you know, you're about to burst out of bathrooms, come in through short, you think that you'll have the element of surprise. You think about those close corners that you need to clear. Not often will you focus your sight so far back. Alpha, he's already got the opening, but that just brings them back to a 4-on-4. So he wants more. Back out with another. Alpha puts them into the lead in terms of numbers. Molly down buys a bit of time too. A nade online with that second kill, and that means even more delay, even more damage. Xiao's almost gone down to it, and then the salvos come in, and then the cavalry arrives. Fnatic 13 to 12. They have battled back to the lead, and now they can take it home.
It's crazy the spot we find ourselves in. The mid-round adaptation to switch up to the back of the site. As you said, I'm sure Na'Vi came into that going, we've got the element of surprise.
Yeah, close right,
like,
could be up top.
there's going to be somebody watching the spawn. We're all coming from behind. They're never going to see this coming.
I need a Well, there's a pretty wide tip on that bottle, so all I'm saying, we'll get you sorted somehow. 13-12. 9-3, I thought Fnatic are going to win this game for sure. 12-10 to Na'Vi. I thought Na'Vi's got this, and now here we are fighting for survival on that attack. And Sociable already claiming the first life, a step in the right direction. Another OT needed for Na'Vi.
Sociables had to flash back the other direction. I don't know if he will have expected this deep control to have been claimed. He's definitely being careful of it. That second flash, I said, he's always been good to hold it. He's holding the angle, but lost the fight. Boaster will take him out, level things up once again. As they back up towards the other side, this is where Vakash will be under some pressure. And actually, Alpha,
Prowler didn't see anyone.
The Prowler, I think, did it catch him?
I don't think so. I'm fairly certain it ended right at that corner. Hero has flown under the radar. They have no idea that he's here, and they won't think about it for a few seconds. This is a free double for Hero. In the pulse of Na'Vi, it doesn't go quiet just yet. Boaster, I think this would be a play to remember. A play that would haunt Angel's nightmares as he watches from the coach booth. But even with the first, so much more needed. Another will get Orbital Strike online.
Yeah.
And he
No
has a
smokes,
molly,
though.
but it's in the wrong spot indeed. No smokes is quite the issue. And a shot to the head locks in another OT. This game ain't done yet.
Oh, the heart attacks continue. No one able to take that finishing blow. And the fact is that they won this round off a millimeter of a Prowler. Like, that was it, just the tiniest of margins. And that's Hero winning the round. And it's also the worst player that you could have missed. The guy who's 31-11 right now. The guy who is... He's making his mark this year. He made a dent, I would say, last year. The end of last year, he was playing incredibly well. But we were mostly talking about Ruxic as the guy.
Oh,
now
for sure.
Hero has taken that mantle. And well, a chance for the coaches to talk once again, a tactical break that could make all the difference.
It's worth mentioning as well for Alpha. You're sat there looking across the stage. I heard you ask him in makeup, you gonna break some more records today? Well, he sat watching Hero in much less OTs than he did it. Approaching that 33 kill record. He's 2 away. The way he's playing, he might just smash that record here today. Alpha's gonna watch his own record get broken against him. That's tough. Well, if Hero keeps up the steam.
Did he have the map or the series? I thought that Alpha had the series record.
Pretty sure it was kill record at 33. It's the kickoff kill record at least. He's kill max right now.
Okay.
That's the.
Because I was thinking, I'm sure Sociable.
I'm
sure Sociable has had more. Not like in a map.
not like historically. Kickoff this year kill leader or kill max, K-max as it's called, is Alpha and Zeus from the same map, from the Corrode 18-16 if I'm not mistaken. It was a hell of a long game, but here we are. Heroes 2 away from
Toxin screen down. Here.
pushing that bar up maybe more than a few notches, depending on how long this one goes.
Well, 13-13. Fnatic have had their fair share of overtimes. On Na'Vi, this is their first. The pressure placed. Hero being hit by everything, but still standing. Xiao under serious pressure, but he's gone down to the snakebite instead. Even still, though, Hero may have been hit by every piece of utility under the sun, but he'll still take down Althea, and the reposition is wonderful. Na'Vi reclaim the lead. The pause maybe making a difference, but Hero certainly is.
Oh, that's gonna suck. You know, Hero just there, he got 2 assists off that drone. He basically gave those kills away. And if he got those 2, that'd be his kill max, you know? I'm sure he's devastated at 14-13. About to hand it over to Fnatic again, as you said, a team with a bit of history. Not just in the head-to-head of organizations, which stands for most of the Fnatic players who lived through that, who stands for the IGL on Na'Vi. but also in terms of some of the players on that other side who they gifted over. Na'Vi 14 to 13. One needed.
It's going to be brutal. One of these teams will hit that lower bracket after a close fought match, after opportunities taken, and we'll have to march through the teams that come up to beat them. It's not going to be an easy task to make it all the way to the end and only have one opportunity. And for Na'Vi, this is another attempt to close. They've
locating targets.
Struggled to do that thus far. We're moments away, less than a second away in regulation. While that time is ticking down, pressure being put onto Hero, but I'll be honest, I want to avoid that guy, but there's still another Turkish superstar that's caught them on the other side of the map. Vekash, though, that's going to be the spike down. Sociable needs to retrieve it, and he just about manages. He'll get to that B side, and Hero's been left behind. The snake in the grass.
30 seconds left.
He's heard all three. He's just heard all three players step towards the spawn. They could call for the rotate back, but instead the plan comes in. Hero so far away with no salvos to play with either, and he's going to wrap all the way back through the spawn. I mean, this gives a window to strike for Fnatic, and although Sociable goes down, that pit still stands strong, and look how deep it goes as well. To walk through that choke point leaves you on a sliver of HP. Vakash can barely cross the door without going down to one. They're going to have to challenge him, and they have to deal with Ruxic, limited vision, barely any health. They heard the shot though, at least an idea, and that's Ruxic down. A chance for Fnatic to carry on as Crashies lands the shot to Hero. They've got this, another OT. Fnatic, they're not gonna give up just yet. It's so close every time.
It's that duo again. Yes. That's the same two players that retook the last time. The same two players that walked in to an impossible scenario, walking through a Viper's pit with Hero on the other side and still come out of it alive. Maybe, like we always talk about Brashies, but I'm looking at Vekash and Crashies as potentially the duo you have to fear the most. And well, Na'Vi, another opportunity slipping through their fingers. That's going to eat away at you.
Phenomenal reveal by Crashies as well. If that doesn't land, this game plays out completely different. That one shot fired, it gave the game away. It allowed Vakash to find him. And the duo of Kekaj, again, will find that victory. Oh, I think it's fine as is.
So what would you do if it was Kayak?
Bayak, obviously.
Well, Filu, he's already managed to take down one of the danger men. Vekash is gone. Now they look to quick swing back in the other direction. Bear in mind, there is only one man currently there, but the full rotation, the full force of Na'Vi is looking to try and run it down. The goal for Ruxic is buy time. Slow them as much as possible, even putting through salvos, but Filu has then been caught. They can look to try and get that spike in, and they will succeed.
Yeah, planned for now. The TP hurt as well, so they know that Bath is going to be taken over, but Kayak is
the Tiger.
Playing this one nice and slow. He's given up the control, but Alpha here waiting to strike in just a moment. He swung a little early, and Sociable manages to drop him. Numbers thinned out somewhat. No Molly left to play with there for Boaster. It's going to go halfway up already. There, the Molly lands, and it had already been fired out. Thankfully, that buys them precious time, but it's already halfway defused. Crashies, he's got his work cut out for him. 3 bodyguards defending as the defuse goes through. Na'Vi again. Another chance to close out this series, to beat their rivals from day one of Valorant, let alone, now we're going back to party pirates when it comes to Angel, but in partnership, a record that is stacked against Na'Vi, maybe about to change.
Yeah, it's a lot of maybes with how this game has gone.
Nice! Good shit.
Wonderful retake. Even with all that post-plant utility being thrown in, they managed to still have so much time.
2 more, come on.
That's only kickoff record, isn't it? He's got a way to go.
I think Hero to have that.
I think he needs to get like 40 if we're talking about. EMEA in total.
Poison orb emitting.
15-14. Fnatic. One retake with 2 seconds to spare through a Viper's Pit. The one before that
Portal
with
closed.
0.9.
Time to jump.
They've been cutting it close, but each time they've managed to bring back rounds. And Kayak, well, we didn't see him have the operator the last time that he was caught by Sociable. He's taken a risk. No shields. Might just have to escape this one. Sticking around a little bit longer, but will eventually have to leave. Oh, almost caught.
Still 100 HP. 4 shots. No hits just yet, but Alpha's here to change things up. Fnatic, they're holding on to life again. A 4 versus 2. Hero spam not quite landing, but here comes the salvo. That's going to open the door. Hero's got a challenge coming his way, but Kaz wins it. Hero's the one forcing the fight, but Fnatic forcing the fold of Na'Vi, that advantage. It's about to back.
Oh, well, Varuxic, 12 seconds, 4 to find.
10 seconds
He
left.
spent about 30 seconds trying to just kill off Vekaj. And I don't even think he's going to get that done. Nope. In fact, Vekaj will put him down. 15-15. Fnatic may be going into a deficit each time, but Na'Vi just can't close out this game.
Another one. Yeah, give us some more OTs in this. For Na'Vi, this has got to be soul-crushing, man. They've been so close. And after devastating starts, this was really nice from Vekaj there. The fact that he wins that. Yeah, it can be a bit punishing, being a bit unforgiving. But
yeah, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
A number of rounds, they've been so close to connecting that victory. This is a game that feels like it could be theirs. That slow start on Split, hell, it could have been a 2-0, but instead, back to square footing yet again. Fnatic on the attack, up on Kayak, up on Filu. It's the same old story, and a very, very slow approach for that exact reason. Both teams being very cautious about giving away that opening pick. But the problem is when you do that, you got to kind of telegraph where you're going or where you're looking for those picks with utility. Like here, we see the Prowler put through on Bathroom, and then an immediate focus on the B site. The idea being once they make noise over there, hopefully Filu pushes up, gets a bit curious in Bathroom, and can be dropped by Kayak. But this slow play, it's not luring Na'Vi into any fights. I mean, they know who they're up against.
Dodging the drone. Might call into a false sense of security. Ruxic's now spotted them looking to cross. Orb in place to make that plant a little bit more awkward, and Filu, the operator, in a good position, but he's missed. And now he's under pressure from Kayak from behind, a step too far, and he is dead to rights.
30 seconds left.
That's another time they've been caught in the back line. And in fact, it's a spam shot that clears out another, leaving just Sociable standing. Fnatic might be about to have their first chance at victory. Unless Sociable can pull off a miracle. The first comes easy, but the next is tougher.
Okay.
Vekaj down as well, the player above. Surely he doesn't expect an Alpha will make sure this Turkish brother gets no further. Now Fnatic have a chance to close.
Will they falter at this hurdle? I mean, it's been a back and forth affair. Attacking rounds, defensive rounds.
Normally saw him.
Normally when we get to this point, Tom, it's like, well, both teams are really good on the defense. First team to win attack, that's the team that wins. This has been back and forth. There has been no predictability to this. As we move into yet another round, number 32 of Bind. Na'Vi now have to fight for survival after knocking on victory's door multiple times throughout this map. Fnatic steal the lead at what could be the final hurdle.
Well, this is what we talk about when we talk of rivalries, a cult classic. The Fnatic could look to end. Will there be more bends, more twists and turns in the tail? Bosa's Molly's going to start things off. Burning at their feet, but the openers have gone the way of Na'Vi.
The advantage there's for now, but the spike not planted and players incredibly low. That even took Ruxic down to 5. He got hit by the final shot, I think straight into his shoelace. The rotate is going to get this plant. I don't see a way that they can stop this now. There's no nade left to work with for Alpha, but Crashies gets space!
Oh my
what
God.
a shot! But it's traded. So important for Hero to strike, but he's the only player with health. Ruxica, 5 HP, will quickly be dealt with. And they know Hero's towards that backside. Crashies Prowler doesn't make it around it, doesn't find Hero, who's sneaking his way back behind that tall box. It's all going to come down to the timing. Crashies! What a shot! I need that slowed down and then slowed down some more.
He is staring across the stage as he defuses. That is a Red Bull clutch and a half from Crashies. And well, one chance was all Fnatic needed to close out this game. What an insane way to keep themselves in the middle bracket, to take themselves one away from being in the middle bracket final, and to send Na'Vi down to just one life.
It's got to be bittersweet for Na'Vi. They come so close to besting their rivals, but close as they may have been, that lower bracket still welcomes them. This squad, a new IGL with Xiao, Angel in the coaching booth, but the same old result. It's Fnatic taking this series. I have to say, no. That final shot from Crashies, that winded me, Tom. I actually genuinely took the wind out of my lungs.
I have a question for Fnatic fans at home. What are the BPM right now? What's your beats per minute? How fast is the heart racing from 9-3 up to multiple overtimes to many map points to 0.9 seconds to winning the map in the end? It is a series and a half to take them ever closer to Santiago, but there are still many more steps to come.
It really wouldn't be a Fnatic series without a comeback, but for Na'Vi to be the ones doing it was the real surprise. They showed a great face down here today. Good takeaways as well for their Breeze, which looked incredibly strong. Fnatic didn't have answers for it. So that's a lot of good signs for that lower bracket run, but that is where their story goes as Fnatic press on forward. A wonderful start to the show. Plenty more games coming your way, but before we get into the next matchups, let's keep talking about this one. Ginny standing by with Vikaj down on the stage.
Vikaj, that was definitely a match to be watching today. How are you feeling after that one? How's your heart rate going?
I'm feeling good. A bit shaky, a bit stressed still, but yeah, actually a good game. Again, they come back, we come back, and it's a good match at the end.
It was a good match, very entertaining, very much a tug of war. But I want to go back to the fact that you guys do find yourselves like in these positions where you're in the advantage and then you kind of lose it and then you bring it back. What's the mental and the comms like for the whole team when it's kind of like this yo-yoing effect on the maps?
I mean, there is no yo-yo, I guess. Like we just like keep the head up. We don't give up, and we just like give everything. Even if like the round is close, big stressful, we ending the round at 10 seconds maybe, and no, we just like don't give up.
So let's talk about you on Breeze, because I don't even have to ask the question. You on Breeze, on the Jet, you guys go for more of an aggressive composition. How was it to have your Jet here in Tier 1? Are we going to see it again?
I have no clue if we're gonna see it again, but this is my first duelist on VCT, and I'm not fully happy about my duelist on the first game, but still good. We have some rep to the VOD review, and we will see. We're just gonna see it.
I mean, then the next match that you have is either going to be Vitality or GX. Do you have a preference in regards to who you want to go up against?
Normally I have no preference, but there is like two ex-Fnatic in Vitality, so I would say Vitality for the boys, and yeah, just Vitality.
There really is a chance for you to prove yourself there.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again on the win.
Thank you so much.
We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back to dissect this down and with our second matchup of today, Vitality against GX. So stay tuned.
Whoa! Hello!
stressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff. We're joined with Alpha after a very great series. I mean, earlier when Vikash took his hand out, it was literally shaking. Can we do a test on? Okay,
There
okay.
is some
Oh, a little
shaking.
bit still. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a bit sweaty.
Yeah, I washed my face, but.
Your it's this-
microphone?
I washed my face.
You stressed?
I'm a bit stressed. I felt like after Champions Paris, I felt stressed first time. I don't know why though, because I just don't like OT games. Just finish quick and.
I mean, you're not used to being ahead and then having a team come back to you.
Yeah, usually.
Is there something going on there?
Yeah, usually we come back, and now we're getting comebacks. And I also told on the game as well, like, if you guys want to win champions, you should close the maps. You can't get comeback because we are the team, like, we want to get some trophies and stuff, especially world trophies. And if we keep comeback like that, I think we are not gonna be able to win trophy. So we have a big world review there.
Is it mainly you that's been like hyping the team up in those moments, or is
I
there
mean,
anyone else?
I think everyone is doing good job, but I'm the main energy in the team because I think my energy is too big that I can spread everyone in the team. So basically, like, when the team is low energy, I just usually like hype them up.
You're talking about being able to close maps out without having your opponent make comebacks. I mean, you haven't really had a chance to go back and watch the game, but from being in that position, what do you think the biggest issues are right now?
I think biggest issue when you get comeback, everyone's getting stressed, and stress makes you more mistakes. Like, normally we don't do these things on pracs, but when it comes to the official and when we're getting stressed, we just do the peaks. We don't do it, or when we weave, sometimes we shouldn't weave. Normally, like, we don't weave in 10 of 10, but we just weave in official because, yeah, we have stress.
A lot of stress there. I mean, Mini had a very, very big question about Breeze specifically. He was really sad when he didn't see you on a certain agent there.
Yeah, I thought you'd be on. You were on stage before.
Yeah.
And then we all knew that you probably wouldn't be on stage today. And I was like, Alpha, just putting on chat on Chamber. And then we're like, wait, they're playing chat. They're playing Yoru. But Alpha's not there. What are your thoughts?
I think this is interview with Milan. It wasn't my decision to play Viper. I'm joking. Okay. I'm not flaming him, but I think I wanted to play Viper because I think besides Vekash, I think Vekash played too many times Duelist in the past, and he used to play Duelist. But the Viper is kind of like lurker agent. I think when I'm alone, when I'm not with the team, I can do better plays, and I think his op is better than mine. So you want your Duelist to play like more op. So yeah, I think that's the main reason.
I think there was an interesting stat though, was there not, about the maps that you had won on Raze versus the maps that you'd won on other agents?
So you're the maps you've won, I think you've won
4-0.
And lost 0 when you're playing Raze. And then you're like, I think 2 to 4 when you're not playing Raze. But what you're saying is that this is more about Jet. So
No,
you can't play Raze on Breeze, obviously. So.
I think it's general. In the future, I might just be the Sentinel player, and we might put Vekaj Raze as well in the future. Like I'm talking maybe.
Oh, okay.
But not for now because we don't have time right now. But if you have
don't do that.
if you have big time, we might do that. But for now, I'm just gonna keep Raze because I think I might be one of the best Raze. So
yeah.
I will just keep it like this.
Very self-aware and very humble as well. I like that. I mean, also want to talk about the upcoming matches because of course this one was very much a back and forth and it dragged out, and we've seen it happen in the past as well. You now have either Vitality or GX that you're going to be going up against. I mean, both of these rosters have also shown promise. Are you worried? Do you have a favorite? Let's start there.
My favorite is Giants because Vitality is playing with someone who is standing until Sayonara comes. And Giant X didn't change any roster from last year. I think they are better opponent, but I mean I would like to play versus Fnatic Academy as well. So
wow.
So let's see.
Let's see. I mean that's the next matchup that we have coming up. You're talking about GX and having time together. Do you think that's something that you guys would also have benefited from, more time on your end?
Yeah, I think we have more time now, and especially we have off days, which we didn't had off we just worked straight 10 days, I think, because we didn't had any time to do off. So I'm really happy that we won and we have a big gap now, so we can have a bit off and chill out.
Yeah, and you can watch this game as well and see how that's going. Well, I want to say thank you so much for sitting down with us and having a little bit of a chat, because we also have to talk about the next game. And you said you think GX is gonna win. So, guys, I wanna have your perspective. I want to start with you, Billy, in regards to the Vitality GX matchup.
Well, who do I think is going to win? Are we going straight in with who
absolutely.
I think
That's where I want to go.
I think Vitality have a lot to prove, right? I think that they need to bounce back from the loss that they had the other day. And I think Giant X are starting to build up a bit of momentum now. So I think, yeah, in my opinion, it's going to be a big test for Vitality in that sense. And bye, Alpha. So yeah, I think as well, when we think back to some of the members that are on each side here, Giant X kind of became that gatekeeper team last year, especially when you think back to the Champs run that BBL Esports almost went on. When I'm thinking about Pal, Yampy and Profec that are on this team, there's a bit of a grudge match brewing here, I think, potentially.
I think that's a perfect setup. See, I knew you would be able to handle that question. Thank you, Billy. But the grudge match is really what we're going to be talking about here. And we've already touched upon both of these rosters over the last couple of weeks, talk about their strengths, their weaknesses, but I feel like this really at this point is the ultimate test for both of them. They have had easier opponents, quote unquote, many that are in that lower bracket that they were able to beat, but once they have kind of had a little bit of pushback, they now find themselves here.
Yeah, I think that both teams, this day in general is the day of the teams that we expect to do very well, and getting to that little bit of rep situation. They have, they've now got footage to kind of come away and improve week on week, and I think we have seen that a little bit from Fnatic, and now it's time for these teams to basically do the same. Vitality last week,
yeah,
they had a lot to VOD review.
Let's talk about the VOD review then from Vitality, because going up against BBL, I think there were certain expectations of how Vitality was going to perform in general, how this roster is going to be performing, Billy. So what do you think was their biggest downfall?
It was ugly, to be completely blunt. It was pretty ugly. I think when we actually look at the map veto in general as well, going into that game last week from Vitality, having to go up against BBL on Haven, it's been historically one of their strongest maps for the longest time. I think by the time you go into Abyss, you're a bit mentally boomed, and I think that some of the players, specifically Derka, really struggled individually when it got to Abyss as well.
Yeah, I think Derek is definitely a talking point. It feels like he's still trying a bit too hard to be super aggressive in moments where he doesn't need to be. He's not like 2021 anymore, where he literally needs to carry this team. And some of the tendencies where he's a little bit too aggressive works very well against teams like Ulf, because they're just going to let him shoot him. Whereas against the better opponents, I think at times he just needs to be a little bit careful about that aggression.
Yeah, I think as well, in general, when we're looking at Derka specifically, last week was not the strongest of performances, and we highlighted him as more of the spearhead in terms of success that Vitality could be fighting. And of course, this roster has a lot of praise, and also in general, all of the people on this roster are decorated veterans, and they have so much to give. And the question then for me is, without pinpointing on individuals, what really was the biggest struggle from them?
I think honestly, BBL last week came in with a really good game plan, and I think that BBL's aggression they couldn't handle that well on Haven. And then when it came to Abyss, honestly, they picked Vitality picked Abyss, but the setups I was seeing looked a little bit peculiar to me. They looked very well intentioned, but to me, it didn't seem to be the correct read on the map. Like they were playing heavy middle setups against a team that you know are probably just going to rush into you on extremities. And so I'm very curious to see about that going forward. And the veto didn't seem to get that much value, and then Waylay didn't seem to get much value in terms of like Durka's comfort. So a lot of questions on that Abyss for me.
Okay, and we actually have an interview as well with Durka already in terms of like the performance last week against BBL. So we'll catch up with him and see what he thought about that. Durka, welcome.
Hello.
A very important matchup today as you're finding yourself in this middle bracket. I know we're like looking at the matchups pretty entertaining, but we gotta do the interview, all right? So walk me through last week specifically with Vitality. Like, what happened?
I mean, nothing really special. I think BBL played it really well. I think like we had 2 good matches like against Wolf and Liquid. I feel like we did kind of like a lot of mistakes still, but we didn't maybe pay as much attention to it because we won and we were feeling confident. But I think BBL kind of like just exposed it a little bit, and then it was just easy to see like what's actually going wrong and then fix it and kind of like shift focus on that. And I think for this week preparation, I got really excited because I feel like we actually fixed a lot of problems. So now it's like really excited to get into this match now.
That's really good to hear. So it's kind of like that wake-up call that you needed to make sure that you're looking at some of these smaller mistakes. You're talking about preparation and it making you very excited for this week. Anything that you focused on individually that you think will make the biggest difference?
Just kind of like, I don't know how to say it, keeping distance a bit. Like in a way, like I like to overpeak sometimes and stuff, just basically do this stuff, but I think just playing more with teammates, giving that energy and just kind of like having fun, but doing it all together, I think is like the most important. Of course, every team says it, but for me, just like again getting excited because we worked on so many things as like for playing together and stuff. All the players like gave good feedback, so we'll see how it works now, and I'm just really excited for that.
Okay, you're hyping it up pretty well. Good job on that. When we're talking about like fixing these smaller mistakes and like things that you can do individually, and maybe you sometimes get a little excited and you overpeak, how are you making sure that that translates from scrims to the server? Because a lot of times teams will say like, yeah, we focus on this in scrims, but then the issue sometimes is like the disconnect. What are you guys focusing on there?
I mean, in scrims it goes to that you just you deliberately kind of like think that, okay, now I don't need to do anything. Like we got the advantage now, I don't need to do anything extra. That's one. But I think for me it's also just again playing with teammates and knowing, like I feel like when you get like humbled by someone in an official kind of thing, like, oh, maybe I should not do that more, and then you just naturally chill more and you kind of like know what mistakes not to make anymore. I think we just had good talks with the team and just like everyone kind of like locked in and is ready to play now. And especially me, I think I had a good week for myself, so I'm feeling confident now.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing that on the server. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck with your match today.
Thank you.
And we're going to be heading over to you guys. All right, a lot of hype and a lot of expectation setting here coming out from the side of Durka, saying that they focus on a lot of things. He's individually also aware from some of the mistakes that have been committed. Billy, if anything, this is promising.
Yeah, I think so. I think as well we need to like remember that this is a new roster that's been put together for Vitality. They are playing with a stand-in as well when it comes to Unfake. So yeah, I think give them a bit of time. Having that upset is better now rather than later.
I like the way he reflected on all of that. It seemed the kind of response you will get from someone who is as experienced as Durka, like not panicking about last week individually and knowing what kind of things he needs to improve on. Like I said before, I said some things and then it seems like he acknowledged all of that in the interview. So I think that just, you know, just talks to Durka's professionalism.
Yeah, it also kind of speaks to the professional in general from the side of Vitality, because coming through and saying like, yeah, we won the first 2 maps and we got overconfident and didn't really look at the small little mistakes because we got away with it, and this was the wake-up call that they needed. So great for them that they are in that middle bracket and not in that lower bracket, because they still have a little bit more of that comfortability. But just to further highlight a little bit of struggle that we were seeing from Durka, when's the last time we've ever seen these stats come out, Billy?
It feels evil to have this kind of graphic shown for Durka, but it also just shows like someone that was the best duelist in the world at one point can still hit low points when it comes to competing. And yeah, I think that today will be a good test for him to be able to bounce back and show that he goes beyond just the statistics as a duelist.
Yeah, he's human, and you know, at the end of the day, you can't like be 100% every single day. That applies for the pro players, not for people in ranked. I just want to put that out there. But from the side of Vitality, a lot of promise coming into today, and then I want to flip it and look at GX as well, because you know, GX, what's going on there?
I think they've been okay so far. Like,
But
I don't
is that
think
what you
they've been.
expect from a team that went to international?
I think realistically, for me, I have this weird kind of narrative about a team that doesn't make changes, that I rarely see them continue to progress in a linear fashion. And I think that Giant X's goal this year should be to maintain a certain level. And I think that they are kind of showing that they can maintain that level, if that makes sense. I think that, I feel like if we're going to talk about individuals, I feel like Flickless individually seems to be stepping up a lot. And when it comes to Aura and Flickless as a duo, traditionally that was like the identity of this team, was like Flickless setting up Aura. But in this version of the team, well, sorry, in 2026 GX, there are instances now where Flickless is playing a lot more Viper, and Aura doesn't have that support. And yet last week we saw Aura playing very well without that support, and Flickless playing very well on Viper. So that's like a positive, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think coming into this year, like we saw Giant X playing a lot of double initiator, that had kind of been their identity. I had said coming into 2026, I want to see Flickless play more of that Viper. So I think if Ara can continue to have a good performance without having that necessary pocket support, I guess, from Flickless in a way, to be able to set him up is a really good sign for this Giant X roster and what's to come for them.
The only thing I would flag is that I feel like Aura last year, particularly regionally, was very like, one week he'd be +20, and then the next week he'd be minus.
Yeah.
And so it was like, to me, is this just the same Aura we're seeing, where he's going to go really positive one week and then negative the next? So I think this week, and once we progress through the better games, quote unquote, I want to see if that remains true, or if he's going to step up into that performance that we saw last week.
It feels like in that sense you're kind of disagreeing with what Alpha mentioned earlier, where he said because GX hasn't made any changes, they have more time together and therefore more favored as a roster.
I think their floor should be higher, if that makes sense. But usually what ends up happening for teams, like we've seen it with Heretics in the past, and it with Fnatic in the past, is it doesn't just go from we went to champs and we're at this level of like going to champs and we're going to go further up, if that makes sense. I think that, you know, they made changes mid-season and got a little bit of a honeymoon, I'd say, albeit they did play very well. And I think that coming into a new year, it's a question about motivation, really, for me. Like, are they still as hungry as they were when they made those changes and grinding for a champs slot?
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to pick up on there. Is something that we need to highlight is they picked up Groovy, Ara and Flickless when they went into Stage 2. They had that run going into Champs, so realistically, they've not even had a year together yet fully as a roster. So yes, they've been able to retain what they had from last year, but when you actually look at it realistically, they've had like 6 months, say, together. So yeah, I think this is a real test for them to become that gatekeeper team of EMEA, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, and a bit of a sore spot that you highlighted as well earlier before we even started dissecting all of this was the fact that last time around GX, you know, prevented BBL from going to that international. On that BBL roster was Yampy. So this really is his opportunity as an IGL to kind of show us what he's made of and maybe get a little bit of revenge back.
Yeah, I think so. And I think something that we wanted to highlight about these two IGLs is that kind of pipeline of, you know, coming into the league, being a tier 1 player to then eventually moving towards that IGL role. But then also the fact that both of these IGLs have been fragging IGLs in the sense that they can put up the numbers when the rest of their team aren't following through. So yeah, it's a really nice head-to-head to see between these two.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see Cloud back at that level. Like, Cloud was one of those players historically we're talking as one of the best initiators in the region. And I feel like when he turned to IGL, the numbers dipped a little bit, and that's kind of expected. But if he can continue this up, then this is like prime Cloud whilst also IGLing, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing to see that you can stay in your prime in IGL, because we've seen a lot of times where players step into the IGLing role and kind of fall off. So for them to continue this hot streak, that's really important. But again, also, I want to kind of touch upon expectations when it comes to what we can expect from map vetoes if we're expecting something new today, because we've seen some changes coming through, at least composition-wise. From the side of Fnatic, we've seen a little bit of innovation, and as you know, Dirka mentioned, they worked on a lot of things. Do we think map pool falls into that category?
Yeah, I think so. I think, like, obviously, when you're prepping for each week, you're thinking of your map pool. In terms of composition changes, I don't see either of these teams really moving away unless we think about that Abyss from Vitality, potentially some changes there if they were going to play that today. Other than that, though...
Yeah, I have it in my veto that I think the Giant X might pick it against them, despite the fact that last week...
We're getting ready to find out. But first off, we need to get the players on the stage. So let's get ready for our matchup of Vitality against GX.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Team Vitality.
Keep falling. Take a risk even though my the fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve. But it won't be falling.
Giant X.
And with that, we're ready to head into our second matchup of today, Vitality against GX. This is our middle bracket here in VCT EMEA Kickoff. We already touched upon a little bit in regards to whether or not we are expecting some changes in the map pool, but it is going to be Abyss, Breeze, and Haven. Abyss from GX, not surprising here, Billy. They do have a pretty clean record on it.
Yeah, and I mean, Mini, you were the one that kind of suspected that Giant X would pick that into Vitality here as well. I think when you think back to that game last week where Vitality did end up losing to them, it didn't look great for them despite picking into it. So yeah, intriguing to see Giant X play that hand. And I think as well, when we think about Abyss, is that kind of composition that Giant X were playing, that Breach Teho. I don't know how we felt about it. Yeah, it wasn't really ideal, but yeah.
I don't mind it. It's fairly one-dimensional in approach. They're going to be hard hitting those sites on the attack side, so it's going to be down to Vitality to answer that on their defense. Breeze, honestly, pretty good map for Vitality in my opinion. I really like the way they play Breeze, and it really suits them with the double duelist angle they've got going right now.
Yeah, not something we've seen from GX either, and that kind of leaves us with our final map, and that is going to be Haven. Haven, would like your thoughts on this one, Billy. I mean, it's a pretty standard map. It's been in the pool since literally day one, so both of these rosters should feel very comfortable going there.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as well, though, like, this is a little bit of a sore spot for Vitality, considering that they lost it against BBL last week too. Not to be a complete dumpster on Vitality, but the fact that they get 2 maps in here that they lost is not ideal. So yeah, I want to see the lessons that they would have learned from that.
Yeah, I think that's really important. It's just that, like, BBL looked fantastic, and it's a very good game to go away from and learn what kind of mistakes they're making, and what did BBL really punish in terms of the maps here.
Yeah, and also in that regards, they have both Abyss and Haven, so 2 maps that they could go back to the drawing board, figure out their mistakes, work on it, as Zerka has already highlighted, whereas for GX side of things, just another day in the office.
Yeah, and on Haven especially, like GX played Veto last week, but we didn't even get to see it that much because Heretics are basically not going to Veto at all. So I'm hoping that we get a third here and we get to see what that Veto was about, because they refused to answer my questions as to what that Veto
oh no, they didn't want to leak strats?
Yeah.
I never knew that. I did not see that one coming. But want to bring it back now to our first map, of course, and that's the conversation we're going to have. Abyss. When we're looking at it from the GX perspective, already touched upon how excellent it is. For Vitality, not so much against BBL, so do we think there are going to be any compositional changes here to make up for the fact that the match against BBL was 13-8?
The obvious change would be Dirka's Waylay, and so that's going to be the most interesting thing. Is like, has Dirka said, look, I don't want to do this anymore, can we just please put me on something more comfortable? The obvious answer here would be something like a Jet.
You and your Jet.
What?
You and your Jet.
I mean, I don't like Jet personally, but I think it's a Dirka agent. And the answer is no. They've said, nope, Dirka, you are going to continue playing Waylay. and we're going to be keeping our eye on him, whether that was a just comfort issue for him last week or a strategic issue. So I think this map will answer a lot in terms of that.
Yeah, I think the Waylay head-to-head is really interesting for both teams here. I think Prawn on the Veto as well kind of left a lot to be desired when we saw them play on Abyss last week, so I'm intrigued to see how they play around that this time round. I think I'd already kind of touched on the Breach and Tejo on the other side as well, and how that's going to play into this Veto utility too.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me, Giant X, it feels more like an attack comp, but at the same time, they don't have the solo. So the operator, once Vitality goes to that defense, I think is going to be really important against Giant X. Yeah, I'm also looking at the defense of Giant X, thinking that Vitality might just be able to run it down towards that inside of the map, depending on what Westside's able to do in that chamber. So there's a lot of pressure, I feel like, on Westside in this game.
Yeah, you think it's just going to be B-Site Simulator?
I think so, yeah.
Is there either one of these compositions that you think have a bit more of an edge over the other?
Ooh. Not necessarily.
I like Vitality's more, but it's more difficult to execute.
Okay, so higher ceiling.
Higher ceiling, lower floor.
Well, if we take Durka's word as gospel, potentially we could see that ceiling come into play. But again, that is if we take his word for gospel. Do we want to do that?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay.
I don't see why not. I think for me, like as well, I'd already highlighted the kind of Waylay head-to-head, how much value are both of these players going to get out of Operator as well. I think Ara has been, you know, starting to put up better numbers on the Operator more recently, and I think Darko is one of the kind of higher performing players on the Operator in Kickoff so far.
Yeah, we also can ask our casters what they think of these compositions, especially because there's no KO, and we all know how much Cairo loves his KO. So Hazak Cairo, let us know what you think.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to be back. Some of us were a little more excited than others, couldn't be patient. And, well, it's great. You've come from the desk, you're here, and now you can tell us about the KO.
I just love KO, but there's no KO here to talk about, so we'll talk about other stuff instead. We'll talk about how it has this is a very important matchup, because you look at GX, you look at Vitality, and there's a lot of history here.
There absolutely is. Both of these teams were dropped to the lower bracket by our two upper finalists, albeit at different stages in the tournament. GX coming right off the back of a big win against the Heretics team that they failed to beat in the past, and Vitality suffering their first setback on the VCT stage. How do they respond? Two of the maps which were in the same pool as that game in front of them today. And the real pain point is Abyss. They will begin on the attack side.
Yeah, Vitality need to prove that the BBL game was a one-off, an off day, especially for that main man at the front. Derka, as already touched upon by the desk, as it seems Vitality only touching upon mid, and have already decided they want to group up and start to put pressure on A.
It's interesting already seeing GX have this heavy focus towards that area of the map, rather than the B site immediately under threat. It is just a drone out on A from Unfake, probing towards this position where you can see Westside has the TP set up, looking for an opening duel on Durka, deals damage, but finds nothing.
Yeah, but look, Vitality get the full sight. GX almost all here. You can see though, Ara is making his way down mid.
And with the strength in composition, playing for a retake is their win condition. The chokehold does watch the back lines, but immediately Yampi has problems on his plate, deals with them handily. It's Cloud and Westside both removed at the cost of his own life. An advantage for Vitality, and one which they roll with. Profek is the next to get on the kill list, and Chronicle will put a bow on what was a brilliant pistol from the Bees.
Yeah, it was a fantastic way to get things kicked off. Very clean. Vitality, I got that sight for little to no problems. And coming back in, GX just did not anticipate the disrespect that Vitality showed them. You've got to consider that, GX, because this is a team of some of the best veterans we have in the region.
Speaking so much of those win conditions, that is exactly one way to beat it. And as you were saying, every player on Vitality went winless against GX in the last stage of the previous year. Of course, it means a lot for the former BBL players within this side, which were denied their first global event right at the gate in that lower final. So there is history here in this matchup.
There's a conversation about last year, but a conversation to be had about this year as well. Me and you at great lengths, as everyone else joined in the conversation about whether this GX team will be the gatekeeper side and whether they're going to be the ones that really qualify Vitality's super team as one that's going to go and take a Santiago spot, right?
This game is a great barometer of that, of course, with the discussions around Kickoff being that the teams that are succeeding are the ones which are really sticking to what has worked for them. For GX, it's strong fundamentals, and as you can see, there's a real group up of players making their way towards this B site. Westside gets half a chance to make it on good terms, but Durka will strike first.
Yeah, isolated all alone, that's what a chamber is going to be, but GX looking to flood very quickly. They're all out and ready to go, but I mean, Vitality getting through this with little to no problem. Spike's still not down, but time getting low, the body's being seen, and I mean, the engagement's not clean at all, but finally they will be for Vitality as they double up the round count.
Really strong start for Vitality, and with 4 players left up standing as well, this bonus is going to be looking pretty strong heading into the 3rd round and really giving them an opportunity to kick on. It's great to see Durka back in form. Yeah, they're eco kills, but with the Waylay, you are sticking your neck out a lot of the time, putting yourself in an area of exposure.
Nice. I think at this point, right, Vitality, having Durka having such a bad game, EcoFrag's getting that confidence up, getting him playing like we had seen him in the past 2 series is going to be absolutely huge. On to the bonus now, and the buy for both teams is dangerous.
So is this position from Ara. The Refract looks as if it is just going to expire. And the attack side spins its focus towards mid for the first time and makes Westside know of it.
Oh, yeah. Having to respect the utility put as well. And Vitality immediately fill the space. So GX need to be careful.
It's a really strong insert here from Yumpy as well. It's just a question of where Vitality want to go later into the round now. Are they set on this B execution, or is it just a fake through the drone? It's looking like a B split.
Yeah, I was worried a minute for Cloud. Durka looking to put the pressure towards B where Vitality finished in the previous, but that's where the spike is and the players start to make their way on towards site. But slow roll and Yumpy doesn't win out the duel. First blood goes GX's way.
Huge clear, backline gone, but now it's Profek trying to fight forwards and winning both duels.
Fantastic, Westside to come in, but it's Profek on top and Vitality on top. And Profek making sure GX know it. So with that being said, Grubinho will throw in the tilt, and that will be Vitality up to 3.
Pal said in the pre-game, before the BBL game, that it would be won by whoever was in the highest spirits, and there is no doubting that Vitality have come into this one all guns blazing. I think, as you said, very important for them to do so, and just looking at how the macro has been so far, all really just a check in the box as far as we're concerned. Nice setup for Yumpy, maybe not fully developed, but once encroached on the site, GX had little to no response.
I mean, that seems to be the storyline for the past 3 rounds, and I don't want to say like it's very early on, right? But there is some worrying signs there in the sense that in the first round, right, GX wanted to play for that retake, but Vitality knew how they wanted to set up. I mean, if you're Vitality, right, and your coach Pal, who like you can see there's happy, right, with his game plan. But the point I'm trying to say is he knows that GX want to play double initiator. He knows that the strength's going to be on the retake, so he will be drilling his team all week. Like, listen, guys, once you get sight, do not allow them back in.
What answers did GX have to try and marshal the situation? Looks like a bit of aggression, something straight out of the strat book. Set piece towards B, early information, but still, from this position, if Vitality take A, they may struggle to recollect that space, although saying that, it's just the 3 bodies here for now.
Well, it seems that Vitality are aware of a potential flank, like Ara did last time down mid, if you remember, all the way into the pistol round. But so many rounds ago, all 5 of GX grouped together to try and come out of CT. Derka's Outlaw ready and waiting, but does not hit the shots that's needed. So GX have a way back in through Ara's rifle, and it still stays an advantage towards GX, but not before Chronicle gets back in. So a 3 versus 3. There's a rifle on west side as well, so it's not completely out of the realms of possibility for the defense, especially when Ara is shooting like that. It's up to Unfake and Profek. A nice spray down from the substitution, as well as Profek coming in from the side will get Vitality 4.
Such a well set up late round there from Profek. This late flank that comes all the way in from mid. Knows that he can buy a little bit more time with the gravity well. But GX get good value from the one rifle they were able to hold on to here through Ara. And call what will be considered a pretty early timeout by their standards.
It will be, but it's a well-needed one, because that last round, you can see them trying to retake as 5 overall. I'm thinking to myself, do you know what, this is the best chance they've had, but still Vitality are coming out on top just because of how well drilled they are.
A head-to-head that we can take a look at, one which is pertinent with the context of last year as well, is both Yumpy and Cloud. The games highlighted from Yumpy's time on BBL, Cloud of course kept with the rest of this GX roster as they renew for 2026. Both former star players still very much able to give you that X factor at times, but turned in-game leader in the last year and have made all the difference for their teams.
Yeah, they really have, and I think as well with Yumpy, he almost had like a great year as a whole, whereas I feel as if for Cloud, it was a strong split too. And the question that we'll be asking of Giant X, I think, is was that a one-hit wonder split, or are we actually going to see them now in 2026 kick off and actually start to be a top contender for the region?
Yeah, I think it's also a question of solving the issue at the root cause, the change of system, the players that fit that. On the GX side, Cloud individually, the highest ADR of any non-Turkish player. That was a wild one. We'll have to see how he factors into this round, where Vitality are set up for a quick B pop.
The operator of Ara, the player who's always been good for it, won't be good this time and now really under pressure. So the rest of Vitality looks to try and get rid of him, and it has been identified through Yumpy. Oh, the Chronicle out of nowhere, using the evolution, no utility hitting him, no utility dissuading him, and that's Vitality to get another sight.
Absolutely huge there from Kron on the opener. And now in this 5 versus 3, he still wants to play ahead of the line and just keep on disrespecting GX.
And why should he move away, especially when he's hitting shots like that? GX so labelled in terms of trying to get back in, and when they do, they just hit Chronicle's crosshair. So, do the other two want to even try and attempt this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And why should you? You want to keep something for the next round, and that'll be Vitality up to 5.
I have to say, from watching Chronicle's veto in the previous game against BBL, I felt like it was the difference between seeing Cypher at such a high level with Kreven and how he was playing his setup versus a veto that was sort of a passing grade, I suppose. But here on the attack side and with the use of the ult, it's played to perfection. Really liked how aggressive he wanted to get there. And GX just with no answers coming off the back of their timeout. It's going to be an awkward buy for them, to say the least, to see if they can rebound early, but that Vitality streak continues.
It does, and with that being straight after a Giant X timeout, it's worrying for me. Got to see like Pipson's ideas hopefully come into the mix. We're already seeing Ara thinking about the Whaley ultimate and a main, a trap on the angle early, but there is no one coming his way.
This is something that Vitality have to be receptive of. We know in the BBL games at times it felt like they were getting run over by some of that aggression. And here they are patient, knowing that there are rifles to resist. And with 3 players looking towards middle yet again, just wondering if maybe this is going to be another one of those B executions.
Well, Yumpy's just grabbed the spike and heading towards B main, so it looks to be a B split, and GX have an idea about this being all the way up through mid. As you can see, there's players actually dedicated to watching it, but as they move away, that's where Vitality begin to take their time in.
Yeah, it's Ara's earlier positioning which has afforded them this stack towards B. And should they choose to fight towards one of these lanes, it could be favorable for them, but for now, still just on the backseat.
Yeah, and Yampi already being forced away as the players now start to make their move in behind enemy lines, and Giant X have no clue. No idea, and Derka straight away decapitates the first player on his crosshair as Prophet looks to get in and amongst it. It looks as if Vitality can do no wrong as they're all the way up to 6.
Running rings around GX, and that is such a well set up round as well. Again, they sort of make it look like it's kind of a B fake through main, and all the while Derka and Prophet just creeping up through Link. And GX are caught sleeping at the wheel. Chronicle even there to pick up the pieces on the back lines.
180.
A comprehensive start.
On my mark. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is looking like Vitality Super Team at its best, at its strengths. Really nice calling from Yampi.
Looking over to the GX side, what do? How do they respond? It's another round where they're pitted with just sheriffs against rifles, and Yampi has bought an outlaw here for punishment.
But like, have we really seen GX go and disrupt what Vitality want to do? Because for the most part, GX have been really passive and allowed Vitality to default and take the space that they want to. I've not really seen the fight that I'm used to expect from a team that's fundamentally sound as GX.
The preparation, definitely a factor. I mentioned at the start how we are getting repeat maps here, and that's just going to favor the Vitality review process. The same can be said for GX in their game against Heretics, both Abyss and Haven shown there as well. But Yampi does find Grubby early, the insert in A, and this is even called the attention of Flickless, who's heading in the wrong direction, leaving only Ara on B. He'll live a little longer.
Yeah, just about, but it turns into a shooting gallery. And right now, it's only really Ara that's hitting the shots for GX.
And no rifle recovered. That is the one asterisk on the play, and when he looks for more, he will not be rewarded for his efforts. 4 versus 2 for Vitality, going through the motions here. Westside trying to make something happen, but which GX player hasn't thrown their hat into the ring? All of them have ended up with bullet holes put through. Vitality make it 7 from 7.
Yeah, and at least guaranteeing themselves an advantage into the second half. And at this point, when does that advantage end? Where do we actually see Giant X try and do... Oh my god, we're actually going to see Giant X go for a second timeout, because we're going to have to see them change up their playstyle, change something, because it's just not working.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X on this map boasting a 2-0 record at this point in time. And when you think of what their strengths are, honestly, the defense has looked good. Pipson clearly fuming with what he's seen so far, but makes sense. Sometimes you do have to invest both timeouts into the half to recover all you can, give yourself a platform from which to work.
Yeah, and then you're just hoping that on the second half, Vitality are going to start to lose some rounds, invest their own timeout, allow Pipson back in.
Because right now, it just feels like if your opponent is making the mistake, why interrupt them? Vitality very happy to just keep things going as they are.
Prophet yet to register a death at this moment in time. 6 kills away from 1,000 as well. Shows you, I mean, having what, 1 year and a kickoff under your belt, how impactful he is as a controller. A controller has it.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of players, I think, in the league that have only joined in just the last year or so as rookies that have already surpassed that. Sociable, Kayak, of course, a couple that spring to mind immediately.
Yeah, but they're on the front lines. This guy's meant to be playing on the back lines.
It's true. And I have to say, the improvements to his Astra as well, of course, have only helped support that. But here's the big all-important round for Giant X. The change in setup features Ara's operator as a focal point. Up to the bookcases, through middle already. Trying to throw everything they can at Vitality.
Well, shown presence outside of A main.
Cloud knows about the TP though, so...
No, it doesn't seem to be, because he's committed towards the backside of A rather than staying in heaven, thinking that a hit could possibly come through. Where 4 bodies, or I thought 4, it's going to be the spike to head elsewhere, 3 bodies outside of A. I'm not even going to count numbers, mate, because they're just leaving.
Scottish education system in full
cheers,
force
thanks,
here.
mate, thanks.
There.
But, it's certainly served Vitality well so far, as Ara does find the opening pick, and it's a very quick response with his own ult to try and re-clear a B site, which has been fully vacated by Vitality, and Grubby just doesn't know where to look.
Yeah, it seems like Vitality are completely pulling the strings right now, and with a Cosmic Divide in, this should allow a free plant for Vitality and an easy post plant.
Cloud knows his steps can't be heard though, so maybe there is a nifty reposition to be made here. Nothing going in the end. Vitality moving to a full main post plant.
Yeah, and you've also got Dirka's ultimate as well.
Look to try and interrupt this as much as possible. Profek as well, of course, with the well, as always. Kron, first line of defense, hit, but quickly tripped, followed up by Dirka. First tap does invite the pull, and Profek obliges, as he should. Ara hunting inside the smoke, but the op's no good. Invalid currency in these parts. Vitality handing a hefty bill to GX, both timeouts spent, and still not around.
Yeah, the game plan is just flawless. If you want to talk about, hey, Vitality shows the improvements, right? What a way to do it. Come out 8 rounds flawless. It's absolutely sensational stuff right now. It's not only just the game plan as well.
Nice! Come on!
Good doubts.
I think I knew the operator was on middle. Like, why Tech was jiggling like that, like a moron? I think that's...
Well, the point I was going to say is the individuals leveling up as well.
It absolutely is. Westside could do with one hell of an upswing here. Tour de Force active. The one big talking point of the round from the GX perspective. Because at what point do things start to get better for them? The spike found it in his B direction. It's just a drone for now, and as soon as it spots him out, you're expecting a move to be made. In fact, it goes under the radar for now.
I like that Ara's starting to push down mid as well, starting to invade Vitality's space.
Only Kron here, but just a quick recall of the smoke has Flickless on a string.
Again, the passivity is what's costing them.
Oh dear. I can't say the same when Westside's about, but he doesn't have to hit the shot. It's Ara, in fact, that draws first blood, and he can reposition on this backline with a rifle in hand. Problems now for Vitality.
Is it really problems, or is it just a consolation? Ara at those backlines is Vitality go and take space away from the defense. Spikes down. It isn't a comfortable post plan, but with Vitality taking that extra space, it is now.
Beautiful work from Dirka and Yampi. This partnership that we really wanted to see blossom on the double duel list, with the Finn falling into that position. We had known him for an initiator in the past, and it's going to be enough to get them the round here. Ara has to throw in the towel.
Yeah, and I mean, trying to keep something as well into the next round, get that economy at least a little bit. I can't believe we're at the point now where we're starting to say for GX, like, listen, that's the benefit, that's the kind of good parts, at least there is something to look at, because for the most part, I'm really struggling to see the differences that they're making, right? What's the changes that they're doing here? I mean, again, I'm asking, I need to see a little bit of aggression, a little bit of something.
Absolutely. Vitality just steamrolling right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Ara take main space as well, right? Supported by some utility, but for the most part, like, I've not seen like a full bolster or like a full force hitting somewhere that Vitality have constantly been taking. Like, get Ara set up deep somewhere.
This may just be the opportunity to do it.
Seems to be the case.
Whether it's 10 rounds late or not, if it can bag them just one round, it might be something. Ara gets a chance to fire off a shot, but it's just a warning posted in Vitality's direction for now.
I think that's all it's going to be, is Ara still cannot make that operator work, and this is so uncharacteristic of him.
Partnership of Dirka and Yampi as well, just using the movement to get out of dodge there. Ara going back in again for another swing at it. And Vitality look like they're happy to give him one.
I mean, it's good that Ara is continuously taking his chance, continuously going for it, but it's what did Vitality have to clear? And the drone, nice, simple, should be able to deal with it. As Ara tries to get out, successfully so. And when you look at Yampi, straight on the line, straight ready to fight, and it's Chronicle instead who actually gets the kill.
All in as well. I mean, a GX playing to Flood, there's no numbers on the site.
Yeah, and there's nobody to back it up. Vitality once again get a free sight with no contest.
Cross still has the ult active as well, though, so he wants to be the protagonist here.
Yeah, and trying to play alongside Yampi, but that's not what's going to work out. Kron from the corner. On for an ace! Only one player left, unfortunately traded out. Derka will get the last, but it is double digits for Vitality in the first half.
And against a team which we said were so clean at setting their priorities, whether they were playing for a retake, whether they wanted to hold the site, it's just so few and far between, not up to standard from GX so far. Another ult gone with no return, and minimal rounds left to make an impact on this defensive half.
Still ultimates to boot as well. I mean, that Hunter's Fury can be used in any which way, and Derka close to his own. It does not look any sweeter for the defense, and that's the big thing. Vitality, it seems so far, playing a perfect game, spacing their ultimates, playing alongside each other, the trade game, the map control.
And that's another thing to talk about, this Waylay pick. Kayak was mentioning it on the desk as well, another Fnatic player, or Derka, a former one. Just talking about how, you know, you've got to dive in sometimes, and you are going to get exposed to so many different angles. And the fact that Derka's backing him up so much now, just exactly what's required. I mean, Ara does land the transfer, very quickly resetting his aim. And this is an advantage which GX will look to take towards the B site.
Yeah, it's towards the B site it looks at the moment, but Vitality now looking to explore their options, not wanting to commit to the initial plan here, especially with that mid being so open. I wonder how much runway Profec wants to take.
And this is some of the proactivity we wanted to see from GX as well, the mid-rounding, getting Westside in behind, ready to find Profec.
30 seconds
and
left.
Allowing Flickless to support Ara on A, where all eyes are on the duelist.
Yeah, this map's starting to get a little bit claustrophobic. And it's up to Ara on 7 points of health. Vandal in hand, bullets already being shot, but there is a little bit of delay through the stunt, and that spike does need to go down, and go down fast. Unfake hitting the shots, and so is Yampi. Now Westside, what can you do?
I think there's time.
Oh,
just about.
Yeah, close. But Grubinho now to clutch a 1 versus 3. Busts through the Cosmic Divide, but it's Profec to win out against his opposite number, the opposite pole. Again has a GX 4 versus 3, and yet they cannot convert.
The difference is this time it feels like they start to do some of the right things. It's a positive start from Ara, and as the round is allowed to breathe, they set up with 2 players towards site. Westside just a fraction of a pixel away from ending it there. 0.05 seconds.
Nice, boys! Unbelievable dance right now. Literally like
The
big fish
skin of their teeth separating Vitality from an initial loss, but I don't think any mark on their record is going to stop them now.
GX control of A main once again, but still they don't move any further. Vitality looking to really send their way through mid. And they've shown the strengths and what dangers they can pose towards the GX defense. Feels as if that's the thing, Giant X, they just cannot get settled whatsoever in their positions.
What, 3 Guardians and a Judge? Somehow I feel like this is the best opportunity that GX might get. A shot here and there that lands. A corner not cleared. That could be the difference, and gonna need all the luck they can get. Vitality are swiftly marching towards this B site.
West side and Grubby looking to hold it down, and successful so far. As Unfake comes through, and he's the one to try and really clear main. Needs to be careful about this judge coming up from behind, but the spike has made its way on towards the site as Yampi denies anybody trying to come from mid. Vitality looking for a flawless first half here.
30 seconds left.
It's the 3 remaining of Giant X that have to try and deny.
3 on 3 and a double up from the flank. How much time can Cloud buy for the rest of his team?
You can see Vitality tapping the spike, hoping something comes their way, and then that something is going to be Ara. Now Grubby, though, at least gets to trade out, keeping the numbers somewhat close, but the health pools are not, and it's going to be one body shot to get rid of Cloud, and Vitality, with a quick snap of the fingers, will make it 12.
A perfect half from Vitality. Nearly perfect from Profek even. Just 1 death on the kill sheet. But it's going to take a mountain now for GX to turn things around. We'll see how much they can do after this.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
There comes a point where the elephant in the room must be addressed, and with only 1 round to play for here as far as Vitality are concerned, we are staring at the very real possibility of a second 13-0 in the EMEA partnership era. We had 3 of those last year, Cairo. You and me commentated all of them.
Yeah, I think there's perhaps a cost to be spoken about there.
And I tell you what, you know who it was in that VCT 13-0 who was on the receiving end?
No, who was it? I couldn't tell.
It was GX again. So they're going to be hoping that history doesn't repeat itself. As you know, it did look kindly upon them as the year went on, of course.
Yeah.
But this is not the best start to the series.
Yeah, it was a different GX to what the one that we see now. And they are on the attack, so the emphasis is on the... Hello? Where is he going? I'd like to try and seem as if he was, I guess, faking that he was going to do some aggression. I don't know. But what's happened is Vitality on the other side have went and taken main for themselves and got a double kill.
Yeah, Ara has no safety to go back to with the refract as well, so it's looking like this is a very real possibility now. GX wanting to fight fire with fire, but they might just be consumed by the flames which kill them.
Well, Ara now looking to try and fight forward with support, but Vitality looking to brawl with them. They're ready.
It's happening.
They've taken off the gloves, and it's all up to Flickless to deny a 13-0 here. As he hides, cowls away from the bodies that are sent his way. Vitality will have the first 13-0 of 2026.
The Giants are crushed under the thumb of Vitality in the opening map. A humiliating way to go on their own pick, no less. But we will have to see if things could possibly get any better and they can reset heading into the rest of the series, Cairo.
Yeah, definitely. I believe we have Jenny on the sidelines with an interview.
I know I'm taking you away from your team right now, but that was insane. 13-0. You had 1 death. What the hell?
I'm just better.
That's it. That's just down to it. I mean, look, this was phenomenal performance from Abyss on Abyss after what we've seen against BBL. Next map coming up. What are you doing to make sure you get the exact same performance?
Bait.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us over here. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with the second map of the series.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't even let us celebrate a 13-0. How did you guys prepare to come in with a perfect map? Nothing's perfect, that's for sure. As much as we're obviously very, very happy with that one, there's still a lot of things that we can tidy up on, but I will say a lot of credit to Ben and to SLK as well for the system improvements that they brought for this week, and really with the vision that they've had for nailing down a lot of the fundamentals. We just went back to focusing on some slightly different stuff. We had to develop our maps a lot after we brought Unfake in, and then we went back to just working on the basics. And actually, funny enough, when you let these guys do their thing, and with a little bit more attention on just making sure we're not overdoing stuff, making mistakes, yeah, they look pretty good. So yeah, credit to the guys that I'm lucky to work with. And as you know, someone like Chronicle's pretty good at playing the game.
A lot to digest there from Pal, but a great insight in regards to what they did focus on to get this 13-0, the first one from kickoff.
A lot to digest. That coach confession was bloody longer than the map. Oh, he was yapping on and on and on.
And he was complaining that we didn't let him celebrate a 13-0. But from a coach's perspective, in terms of like the fact that they went back to the fundamentals, developing their map pool, just letting the players do what they want to do, it seems like these are the three perfect
Well, I
recipes.
think honestly the thing that I caught on was him talking about Scott and SLK. And to me, those are the people who are probably coming in with the preparation. And I was extremely impressed by the preparation side of things. Not only the fundamentals, it felt like they knew exactly the saps Giant were trying to run and how to counter them. Like there was a round where they just like faked B and then went through a B split, and like nobody was watching the flank from Giant at all. It just felt very well game planned, in my opinion.
That's the thing. When we were watching it, we were trying to figure out, like, is Yampi just calling like a masterclass, or is it preparation? I think from looking at the rounds in more detail, like we could kind of see that they just know exactly where Giant X are playing. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know how to manipulate the map. Because
I think it was a combination of both.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a combination of both, but you could tell that Vitality went super hard on the prep here.
Yeah, and that's also what we want to see, but also kind of what we're expecting to see from Vitality. Some really great from them. From GX's side of things, unfortunately, this is another 13-0 to their name, which not the greatest position to be in, but let's say on the positives, because we're trying to be very positive today. Looking at Profex specifically, because he was 18-1?
He was insane. His first death was on like round 12. Like I was watching in anticipation thinking, oh my god, he's gonna go the whole map and just not have a death. Like,
imagine!
The way he was playing was just so well, and I think that Profek is someone that doesn't always get the flowers that he deserves. We can see here, he's set that VCT EMEA KDA record with 18. So yeah, props to him for being able to set a record in his second year in VCT.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA now has a new record to break. Good luck to everybody out there, because this was an absolute masterclass and phenomenal to see. But even greater was a sideline interview where he's like, I'm just better. Like, okay, you go, King, pop off. And that's exactly what he did.
No, but it also made me laugh when you were like, how are you going to do this in the next map? And he was just bait. Like, just bait
perfect.
my team.
But concise, to the point, sticking to fundamentals. Exactly what we want to see from them. But another player that was really doing great was Chronicle, I think. I mean, we can't go without actually praising this player as well.
Yeah, I felt like Kron last week had a decent performance, and we didn't even speak about him this week because it's just like, we just expect that from Kron. Like, just week in, week out, he's going to be this kind of player for them. But yeah, when he gets 360 ACS, I feel like we do have to kind of remind ourselves that he still is probably the GOAT.
Probably, yeah, I think definitely kind of the go. And I think as well, like, the fact that he can put up those kind of numbers on an agent that's relatively new to him, new to his agent pool, is super impressive. So yeah, very good.
All in all, impressive bounce back from Vitality after what we've seen last week against BBL, where it felt like a completely different team, truly a little lost, but seems like they've found their footing. GX, however, on the other hand, this is a team that has had a better record, so to say. Didn't feel like they had like very one-sided games so far in Kickoff, up obviously until this point, because the 13-0 is a big question mark. So we also have a coach confession ready from Pipson to see what he had to say about this one and the upcoming match.
We haven't seen you play Breeze yet this Kickoff. What can we expect from you guys on it? I think you can wait 5 minutes and you will see. That's it.
I mean, 5 minutes is how long that first map was, so you know.
We're just saying that about both coach confessions.
You know what?
Well, I feel like they're obliged. If I'm a coach, I feel like I'm obligated to give, you know,
a little bit of insider information.
Yeah, give us something. Like, give us something to like.
I mean, he gave us a great joke.
That's true.
Like,
that's true. To be fair, Pipson last week when he didn't get 13-0'd did give a very good answer about Sentinel role.
Yes.
But the Sentinel role today not looking great for them here either.
Breeze, however, coming up next. And when we're looking at GX specifically, this is not something we've seen from them just yet, in Kickoff at least. So maybe compositions that we've seen last year can be resurfacing here, or do we think that the meta shift is too dire for them to replicate that?
I can't even remember Breeze last year. It was so early in the year, I can't.
We didn't have Breeze in the map pool last year.
Not at all?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It's been gone for that long. No.
Wow.
Yeah, we literally never mind that Breeze last year. So I wonder if they do lean back into that kind of double initiator identity that we've seen from Giant X. I think that could potentially work out from them here. West side, I would like to see on the Viper rather than the Chamber, I think.
Okay, well, that's exactly what you're getting, Billy.
Yeah, apparently I am getting that. I think to see Gribby on the Omen as well is interesting. I know that Minnie and I have kind of been discussing the Viper Omen, the Viper Astra type situation. I think for this kind of composition it works well. They'll be able to fight for that A main space very heavily with this Omen and Jet, and hopefully be able to set Ara up on the Operator again.
I think both comps here are looking very comfortable, and I don't see a breach this time, so I'm not happier.
And you see a Jet.
Jet, I'll be honest, I don't like Jet that much, but I think on Breeze as a second duel, this is absolutely fine, and for someone like Durkee who's just very comfortable on it, I think it makes a lot of sense. Giant X, they're going back to that Aura Flickless, you know, KO plus entry duelist approach, and I think that sets them up really nicely. But I do think Vitality have looked pretty decent on those maps when we've seen them. And I think there might have been a reason why Giant X haven't played this map yet.
Yeah.
But because we haven't seen it at all, it means that they have been able to study Vitality a bit.
Yeah, and I think at this point as well, to highlight here, the fact that there is no tape from GX kind of is going to really push Yampy and his IGL into the forefront in terms of whether or not he'll be able to call in these rounds when the prep isn't already there.
Definitely, because we praised so heavily Team Vitality's preparation in that first map, it really is up to Yampy to step up his IGL to be able to get the reads against Giant X. I think when you're going up against two initiators though, it is easier to kind of get that information pretty quickly. So yeah, I think for Vitality, as much as they have 2 wins on this map so far, it was against Ulf and it was against Team Liquid, and so I don't want to like read too much into those wins. I still think that Giant X have the opportunity to be able to bounce back into this map and potentially, you know, have footage on Vitality.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a lot about Aura this map, I think. Just the Jet on this map, he's going to be by himself on that duelist, getting the operator out, hopefully, which we know he's very good at on defense sides.
Yeah, well, we don't have to ponder any longer because once again, we are ready to head into our second map of today, Breeze with Haza and Cairo, who seem to be giving us the quickest games in Kickoff.
It would certainly seem that way. You could throw all you knew about this GX team in the previous map out of the window. Heading into Breeze, there is nothing on record for the time being. So I think that's what it's all about, this consistent theme of going back to basics, taking it one step at a time as they hobble out of that first one onto what they're hoping will be a change for pastures anew.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X have got the easiest reset. Listen, guys, we were just warming up for that first map because there's no other way to look at it. If you deep it, then you're going to put yourself in troubled waters, and, well, it could be troubled considering that GX have never played this map in Kickoff yet.
The lower bracket looming above their heads. The smallest of change in direction in Kickoff can cause a big change in destination. With a stacked field, this game against Vitality has not suited them best so far. But the pistol round is a great way to start. Simple group up from the attack side on A. Just Chronicle left hanging in mid.
I mean, Vitality started the last map on the attack, and they start this one once again. They look to try and brute force their way through the site, but they are taking their time, letting themselves think about the approach, and they've entered the site and look to go back out in mid.
Just wrapping their way back through, I suppose. Yampy able to get the better of that gun duel in the end, bring it back to even footing, 4-on-4, and GX want to fight this.
Yeah, that they do, and towards the double doors where they're just walking towards Vitality and towards their death. Ara's still worried about main and wondering what is going on by Vitality calling this. I don't know if it was even planned as they start to walk through on towards the site. Ara isn't the one to come out first. It's going to be Flickless. Dirk at least getting that trade, and well, the Jet now under fire. The Viper coming through mid, and Ara needs to hold things down by himself and just can't quite get it done. So Dirk gets the spike down. West side now to take up the clutch. He's seen the Jet. Dirk doesn't take his opportunity, but 1 versus 1, and it could be very monumental considering West side doesn't have a lot of bullets left. But he is the one who comes out on top. And Giant X will get their first round of the series.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Steely nerves from Westside. Holds the line and breaks the ice for GX. Huge confidence boost to just get them on the board more than anything else. I mean, even in this round, you can see some of the issues in trying to play together. This double door peak not working out. Getting the better of the individuals in the end, and sometimes that's all you need.
4 bullets, by the way, is all that was left.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Highest headshot percentage in the league for the 3rd time in a row as it stands.
Yeah, not anymore. Jampy did come out with the highest headshot percentage after the last map.
Yeah, well, I think a lot changed after the last map, so we'll call
that's true.
A spade a spade, and yeah, the statistics should hopefully rewrite themselves, but we'll see.
Well, fingers crossed. Giant X trying to deny orbs, but the spam not quite working out. And at this moment in time, Giant X do have control of the other one. His Vitality look to head in that direction.
Flickless here is the furthest foot forwards that GX currently have. Very passive perimeter currently being held, but Cloud's drone gives Ara an opportunity for a look in. Still diligent with this Outlaw.
It's the Spectre that I'm worried about. Flickless, ready to spray down, and the spam this time will be much better than that of the Sheriff, although forced away and respecting what Vitality can do. So with 3 bodies here, you're expecting Giant X should have everything that they should need to hold this one down.
Yeah, GX don't know how many numbers are here though. They're yet to call any big rotation. Do have the bodies in place to deal with this though, and Cloud has already found the opener. Yampi goes down as the tip of the spear is blunted. The rest try and follow through, but like cattle to the slaughter, there is little to be said of this one. And GX will end it with an in-zone flawless.
Yeah, fantastic work. The fact that they can get everything through to the next round, and I mean, Vitality will be happy with the fact that they were able to get both orbs, and I mean, players getting felled. So Yampi that bit closer to his dimensional drift as well, just 2 away.
Status quo Valorant.
It's all back! It's all back, boys!
That's exactly what you're going to do, though.
Yeah.
Keep the vibes up as much as possible. This is how Vitality built their own empire on the previous map. If GX can snowball this with a bonus round win, could be huge. You're looking at Ara's Outlaw potentially causing a problem here. It's only Yampi on light shields, but he's just 1 off that ult now.
The game plan, from Vitality coming into play. Dirka's Vandal not quite connecting, although very, very close. And Yampi, does he escape here? No, he doesn't.
No.
Escapes in the forever box. And Ara is going to double down.
Brilliant from Ara. Landing that second kill after finding Yampi as the only target in striking distance for the Outlaw. Still 3 members left on the Vitality side, but just a minute left to play with. If Kron can find Flickless here on the hard clear, then maybe it would be a way back in, and it's a brilliant adjustment from Kron in the end.
Yeah, and a way in towards a site here as Kron needs to clear Grubby up high, but can't quite win out the duel. Did it just in time. So now Vitality a bit homeless in terms of where they get this spike to go, because, I mean, GX are well stocked either side of the map.
Really running dry on info as to where's safe, where they can lay their hat, what they can do. Profek walking into trouble, and Westside getting himself an upgrade as well. There comes a point where you cut your losses. It looks like Unfake is still all in on this idea, at least for the time being. Back into mid he goes. Cloud is waiting, but Unfake does get the better of him. It's just him versus the clock right now, as Vitality will look to reset in the next. But a huge win for GX to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I'm wondering to myself, is Vitality maybe came in a little bit too complacent, overconfident? Because you're seeing some of the mistakes being made here. In terms of, like, Yampi maybe not having a TP set up, feeling confident to take these duels. And, yeah, Vitality maybe underestimating their opponent a little bit, which...
yeah. Perhaps, right? I mean, it's so easy to do.
What is this world we are living in?
I have no idea, Cloud. You and me both. But it is one of those ones, like you said, sometimes you get overconfident, maybe you peek an angle where, you know, when everything you touch is gold and you're feeling like Midas on map 1, you just need that mental reset. And that's the bigger picture with Vitality's kickoff campaign so far as well, having won those first couple matches and now coming into this off the back of a defeat. Durka gets things started, though, exactly as you'd hope, as the one rifle bearer.
Looked as if Kron was looking for it as well, but...
It does make its way to Kron at the end. Unfake's like, you know what, that's fine, man.
Yeah, I'll bow down. And at this moment in time, will GX bow, considering there is a lot of bodies identified through that knife.
The question is, do Vitality maybe want to invest this Yoru, or do they have bigger plans for it at this point in time? I mean, still a pack of 4 pistols.
I thought for a moment that Dirka would be the one to get the Bladestorm online, you know, give something else a little bit more danger. Yeah, but I mean, like, that's the question, right? Like,
oh, this is a great pickup for him, though.
Yeah.
Bogdan's Law and all that. Outlaw in hand. That's an old one.
Let's see it.
West side, a little hot under the collar now as Vitality have made the most of the mid control, but Flickless stamping that out where it stands. The Orb doing the heavy lifting on the main side of the push, and Grubby has already wrapped back around. This kill from Unfake catches our interest for just a moment, but still all eyes on Grubby as the closer here. Vitality don't have time, they don't have space.
One enemy remaining.
And if Flickless doesn't finish it off first, then Cloud will instead. Grubby's just been flanking for the last 30 seconds. He gets nothing.
Yeah, and GX get everything. 4 in a row. And the next biggest task will come up, and that's going to be a rifle round to try and contest with. The good thing for Vitality is if they do lose that, as we spoke about, that Blade Storm that has come online. But I think the big component for this one would be Yampy's Dimensional Drift.
And from the other side of the server, Flickless has a null command to respond. Now, with Breeze being such a big map, to see how much impact he can find on that here and what the timing looks like. It's a knife to set up Ara for this early peak.
I like that operator. First time bought, and Vitality well aware of what GX will be wanting to do with Ara having op money.
After making that first incision, Yampy wasting no time to use this Euro ult. He hasn't quite tracked Cloud's position perhaps, but does wrap. Finds Grubby caught out of position. 5 versus 3 situation with Vitality still scaling into the crosshair of Cloud, but he can't cut them off. And so the supply line goes dry. GX best to take what they have to the reserves.
Yeah.
As Vitality look like they will be getting on the board here.
I think Kron's just gone AFKs. He looks to play Joker and potentially cutting off any rotates. And with that being not undiscovered for GX, Vitality can use that again in further rounds if they wanted. But overall, operator saved. Vitality happy to be back to winning ways, but can't deny Westside that save. And he's actually come away with 2. And as you just heard, a Viper's Pit for the next one, which is most concerning.
And now Vitality don't want to hunt. 3 can buy for 2, but not the other way round. And when you look at the credits on those bottom 3 players on the right-hand side of the HUD, the money isn't great. So just taking things one step at a time. Same as should be on the minds of the GX players, as they have given themselves a foothold to really dig into now in this game. And Ara's op, not quite seeing itself as a component of that just yet, but a real facilitator for the macro.
Yeah, I mean, that's now like what I guess, I don't want to be too harsh on Ara just yet, because he might like build into this one.
Sure.
But we didn't see it work on Abyss, and now the first time we've seen it on Breeze, that's the first time that Vitality actually won a round.
And I think the story on both sides, at least from that previous game, is form versus class, right? Durka has that history.
Yeah.
Ara has been slightly more in form, I guess, just for the last game's sake. But unperturbed by the situation here, Blades are out.
So is the Viper's Pit.
Vitality searching towards B, but judgment clouded by those fumes.
It seems as if they might be forced to try and head towards the A side where the spike was already placed.
This is exactly what GX would be hoping for, at least from the broader perspective, that Euro ult not available to be used to clear it out. You can see it's been the same default from Vitality. GX been pretty happy to give them orb control, albeit concessions in terms of a fight back thereafter.
Problem being, is Ara's operator's so high up. How do you consider this if you're the attack?
Very strong off angle. Same one Grubby was playing the previous round, so.
Yeah, but Yampy got that from coming through the new stairs, and well, nobody even looks to check. That's the second time that we've seen a player from a high position get the kill, the entry. And it seems as if the operator will actually get denied. Kron's entries look pretty good. And he's got his own Viper's Pit now with a spike inside it.
Kron always the gold standard, and now the beating heartbeat of this Vitality post plant. GX looking to give it a go, but they need a kill quickly.
Yeah, and it's Durka and Main that they'll look to try and identify. He protects the pit from the outside, but it's not a player you want to try and challenge, and certainly not now, as the blades come out, and it's prime Durka. He wants to hunt down the last remaining, as Westside looks to escape. And he's been successful so far.
The West Side is off in exactly that direction. Durka already circling in, blood in the water. Vitality have their second round now secured with the spike detonation in a moment's time. GX have to try and find a way to bring things back together. It was a very slow mid-round, albeit, you know, a non-existent one from them there. It was simply set up the pit on one side of the map, off on the other. And Vitality should, in theory, be walking into trouble wherever they go, but
yeah,
Tron is the troublemaker.
I feel as if there needs to be an awareness, because it's both sides of the map that every time they try and execute into it, Vitality, they're getting caught and undone by someone in a vertical position, which realistically, like, when you get to the 6th round, you should start to consider it maybe.
Oh, maybe. Who knows? Just have to see.
Poison orb.
Op is still online for GX though.
Yeah, but you look at the money and it's really starting to cost them as well.
Yeah, it is. Round not quite a swing yet in terms of the finance, but Vitality are keeping them honest here. And Unfake still holding on to the Hunter's Fury. Could just be looking for it in their execution here. Grubby dropping back to a deeper line of cover, but Durka happy to play chase. Ult coming in, trying to set up this play, and Yumpy is the one rewarded instead. Fake out turned by Cloud. Still bunkered up, and Durka just overlooks it. The captain committed to this position, and the only stalwart on the site as it stands.
Yeah, but the spike goes down, and look at Flickless. He has the KO ultimate.
Unfake still playing from this runway though, which continues to persist beyond that KO ult as it pops in. Null command thrown to the fire, but it's Yumpy that just scorches them alive, sends them packing, and with that, Vitality drive that 3rd round home.
Yeah, within 1 now is Giant X. Great start, looks to be faltering, and they had ultimates that they committed past 2 rounds. Viper's Pit, the round previous to the last one, and Flickless there with an ult command. So Giant X not getting the value that they're looking for, and that's really worrying, because Vitality in their own right are starting to go through their own ultimate cycle and coming out on top of momentum firmly at their backs.
Pipson again trying to rally the troops. His calls, unfortunately, fell on deaf ears in that first map, but this is already a better showing. Vitality, on the other hand, just trying to keep that steady curve of improvement. When you look at their placements, since partnerships began in this context, last year wasn't what they were looking for, but it's a culture shift that we're expecting with the changes to the roster, the coaching staff, what's been brought in from BBL. And it's matches like these where if you can show a little bit of tenacity, then absolutely you're on the right track.
Yeah, it feels like that last year's Vitality was like the Galacticos. You could see the potential of the roster, but it wasn't built in the best way. And now when we look at this one, it's a completely different beast. Same sort of renown to it, but like a completely different system. And I guess it really comes from all the way at the top to the last player in the pack.
Exactly. The Alchemy. Well, more balanced and with some spice in there for sure. Only so many trophy-winning players you can sign to a roster before one comes your way. The Man City of Valorant, perhaps?
Come on.
And this round, GX would be wishing they had that kind of cash. Ara has moved on to a Blade Storm. Here, but it's Flickless that falls first.
Here.
Couple pings going out by Durka, a little bit worried it seems about potentially players walking out from double doors, but GX now a little unsettled themselves, starting to head players towards the middle portion, or at least the escape from the middle portion into their spawn. Trying to cover all angles, and now you're looking at the defense being so thinly spread that, I mean, there's holes, there's gaps that Vitality can now start to really try and punch through. So they group up and they go to A main.
Just with the changes to Breeze and how much more accessible mid feels to the attackers, Vitality have been setting this up quite nicely. Have the numbers coming into the execute. So many players lit up by that blind there from Grabinho, but no reward. Vitality in through the front door again. Kron still creeping on this backline, but GX, no answer.
Oh, but Cloud does take a load of damage, but at least gets one back in his favour, so the numbers get reduced by one.
No, but Aaron's lost the blades and lost his life as well. It all comes crumbling down. This house of cards, which built for the first 4 rounds, are retaliated to with 4 of Vitality's own. An even score now between the teams as we head into the latter stages of this first half.
Yeah, I mean, that's now every single time that Giant X have timed out, Vitality have won the preceding round. I mean, I know that there's a little asterisk to that because they won 13-0 in the last one. But right now, we are not seeing the value being brought from the timeouts.
Shadows traveling.
Vitality a little quicker in their approach here towards A.
Ready.
Yet to really let it rip with breakneck speed. But 4 players early in A main. Kron is wandering elsewhere on the map, but might just be going around the world as it's Durka diving in. Be trying to use the paranoia. This time it's not going to hit, but he does still find a kill off the back of it. Flickless as well.
Yeah, there's a little hesitation from Vitality as you look to reset, and that's because of Chronicle finding so much space towards B.
He's been making moves from early here. Chronicle in on the ground floor, looking to see if he can build up the rest of Vitality on his back.
Depends on his kill.
On the line, but Kron wins the duel, and the floodgates open up.
Yep. Vitality looking to get straight in, support them, and look at GX, they've got so long to try and get towards this side of the map, and even Unfake finding another onto Ara. Now the numbers in favour of Vitality, and so is the time.
So Vitality set up a steeplechase towards B. There is a wild card in the mix. Unfake's op, lending them the numbers now. So Grabinho and Flickless have to find a way to regroup either end of the map, and Grubby taking his time on this flank again.
Yeah, and Flickless now actually on the side, so this is a completely isolated duel.
Trying to buy as much attention as possible, but when does the coin drop? Is there even enough time for this? GX taking so long to go through the motions. Grubby just has to cancel, that's it, the round is done. Flickless walk away with as many frags as you like. It won't change the outcome. Vitality in the lead.
Yeah, and not only that, you're completely right. It doesn't matter how many players go down for Vitality. They're basically at max creds as well. So it doesn't really harm the economy that much either. And Vitality now 5 in a row. And even when we got to the post plan, if you go back, and I don't know if we'll be able to see on the replay, but look at the utilities still up, right? Kron still had Snakebite. There was an info dart coming up for Unfake, and actually on top of that, when you look at Prophet, he still had Paranoia and Smokes. It was so unwinnable for Giant X, even after how well they defended the A site.
There is still money beneath this GX team. The round is fiscally possible. But physically, still waiting for that result. The momentum has shifted as it was all one way at the start of this series. Do not rub your eyes. The top left is not deceiving you right now if you've just joined.
Yeah, maybe Vitality this time decided to give Giant X a head start, but with this round, they're taking their time in terms of what they want. Waiting to see if Giant X make the first move.
I think when you even just look at the philosophy of PAL's teams in the past, Focus, BBL, Breeze, Haven, always been maps that they've liked to try and work with, really making the most of that macro game, stretching you.
Yeah, I mean, expansive maps has been one of his best criteria in terms of a coach, being able to coach that macro, and right now a fake towards A side has kept players stuck there, and the entry to B is perfect.
Flickless can't quite wrangle the bull in time, but pops up to hit the bullseye. Prophet right between them. And so a 3-on-3 setup, but still Kron lurking.
Yeah, and he's still got that snake bite as well. Unfake with 2 shots. Where does he play from? Looks to be on site, all alone, but does have the protection of Dirkazop.
Under the microscope, but has this line held. First shot won't land, but up steps Chronicle. And when he stands at the plate, he will not miss. Just like that, Vitality keep getting better and better. It's the round which, in fact, props Profek up on 1,000 kills.
Yeah, a fantastic player. Rookie last year, and now coming into this year, finds himself on a super team, right? That's what it's been named as. And he's a massive part of that because people really, I think, underestimated his value and what he brought to BBL. And right now for Vitality, the lowest burst deaths of the league, and just so consistent.
Feel like a team reborn after that blitzing against BBL. Different standard here, perhaps, but a 2025 champions grade team as far as GX are concerned. Their first final in EMEA in Stage 2. And here, it's bits and pieces. A couple Sheriffs, Marshall. It all still feels quite static in terms of their positioning.
It's the threat in that Vitality can bring at any moment in time. And the fact that there's only 2 here and 4 for Vitality makes things so much easier. Derka so quick on the mark, and Ara looking to try and escape, but he's not even going to get the chance. Spike will go down with ease, and Giant X, they're gambling. They're trying to throw knives in the dark.
I mean, Derka so aware of the common angle held there by Westside, incredibly sharp. And it's the exact kind of response you want to see after a performance like last week. Last couple of GX players trying to make their way through. It is still a 3-on-3 here, Cairo.
Yes. Time is ticking away though, and the gun's not really in favour of Giant X, but somehow they make it work. So we're looking at Kron to try and clutch up here as the last 2 players have rescued rifles, and there's plenty of time here to get this defused.
Yeah, it almost comes down to the wire, but actually GX make light work of it. A thrifty round allows them to get on the board for the first time in the last 6. So
just a lot of untradeable positions there for Vitality. And yeah, shots like that somehow working out in favour of Giant X.
It's a weird one, right? It catches you by surprise. Didn't feel like the tempo of the rounds that we'd seen made it look like that was going to happen. But it's given GX a massive opportunity. Let's not undercut that fact. The op is back out for Ara. He is going to be towards A, almost solo here, as Westside is the only one looking at middle. More numbers for GX on the B site, where the spike is sat closest to in this default.
Vitality are just so quick to just start the split.
And Flickless has already moved away, so
yeah,
he's very quickly going to be called back into action.
And there he is, coming straight back, but is the timing going to work out? As the Hunter's Fury actually looks decent, doesn't quite connect the second bolt, but Kron running out of the smoke is an easy pickup. The disconnect there from the players coming out of the link position as they go from backside and win the duels, but still Grabinho from the corner. He tries to hold on, but doesn't anticipate unfake. So Spike recollected, and essentially a 2v2.
Ooh, Ara off the line meant he couldn't land the flick. Westside still flanking here.
Yeah, and he's going to deny. Oh, what I thought was the Spike, not the case. So 2 versus 1 for unfake and Yampy. And it's Ara to try and come back with an operator. It's the worst position. He needs to attempt this. With this being the last round, there is a rifle in front of him, but almost deceiving an opportunity to pick up. So instead, goes with the operator. Doesn't want to chance it. Doesn't want to give away any sound cues to someone to peek him. The time is ticking away. You need to get a move on, mate, because you won't have a chance to even try and defuse this. Already down to 16 health. Vitality will finally get there. An advantage to the next half.
An unreal round from Unfake as well. Outside the range of the KO counter ult. Setting up the execution. and then finishing it off cleanly. Vitality keep an advantage on the half. Is it enough to bring it home?
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
GX keeping themselves in this game with 5 rounds, but with how things started, 4 on the bounce, to then find themselves on the receiving end of a 7-5 half is leaving a sour taste in the mouth. They'll hope that another pistol round is maybe on the horizon, because that would be a great chance for them to start clawing back at this lead.
I think so far, for a first defensive performance on Breeze, it gets pass marks for me, if not probably above average. And now comes down to the attack, because as everyone knows, on the attack on Breeze, that's where we really expect teams to do well.
Sure. I mean, good cop, bad cop, perhaps. The lovable Scott, giving a little bit of praise there. I don't know. We'll have to see. I definitely think that now moving on to the attack, this could look really good for GX. But when you consider the fact they're up against double duelist as well, Vitality have the Yoru, just the amount of positions that can be taken up.
Nice.
It's an aggressive one here to start, and Yampy just wants to jump straight in. He won't stop. It's 2 already, and it might just be the round. It is.
That's a fantastic way to open up a second half. Straight away, pace change. Giant X left scratching their heads. And yeah, I mean, I don't think, what else is there to say?
Yeah, no, look, Vitality clamped down immediately. Yampy here, many times you could have decided, you know what, actually, I'm going to back up. No, flashes himself through the smoke, knows that the rest of his team are making their way through Elbow.
Nice, boys! Let's go! Come on, boys!
Perfect start. Perfect start.
Yeah, and Giant X going back to the same position, looking to try and maybe recreate the round that they didn't get to do last time. As it seems it's straight in towards site. Unfortunately, Dirka's here with the Outlaw. Nice double, and Kron as well. Looks as if there's going to be another professional round from Vitality. Only losing 1.
Look, blink and you will miss it. GX sent marching orders from the B site, 2 rounds consecutive. The question is, will they now start to divulge? Do we get anything else? This is already much better from Dirka as well.
One enemy.
Just
One enemy.
showing how much he's matured. I mean, you talk of his relationship with Kron. Was saying on the podcast a couple weeks ago as well.
The GOAT of VALORANT.
He's a different player now. He's changed in many ways, and just being able to reset series on series, that's what you expect of someone such high quality as him.
Cutting through.
There's a lot expected of him and of Vitality, and at this moment in time, looks as if they're reaching that expectation. Didn't in the last series, but I mean, the good thing about Vitality here is they're up against a pretty good opponent in Giant X, and it's looking like that last match was just a drop in the pond.
And that's where we then come back to the gatekeeper conversation that we were talking about earlier on the first map as well, where RGX now maybe starting to drop off a little bit. How much longer could they live towards a lower bracket potentially? Questions which we'll answer soon. This is the bye round, and well, the first minute or so doesn't involve too much. Standard orb towards mid to try and threaten that pressure, but Yampi's still diligent.
Look at Vitality though, they're so heavy towards the east side of the map, and I mean, Kron's all alone.
The setup is fully for main. Kron's going to be able to get the molly off here and the orb, so no one should look to disrespect this early.
30 seconds left.
Buys a little bit of breathing room for this rotation. Ara the only one to have made the jump so far.
Yeah, I mean, Unfake trying to support from the backside, but a lot of space lost towards the front of site.
Kron now rounding the corner, but it's Ara to crest it first. Find the dome on top. And with it now being a 3 versus 2, actually, Vitality start to claw things back. It's Profek looking for more than just the 1,000 kills. Durka to do it all, though. The smoke fades, the angles open up, and it just feels rough to try and dissect. Flickless little info. Ara, the star of the show this time. GX do get on the board.
Yeah, they are able to win out. They lose 2 for it, but at the same time you'll take it in towards the next and maybe make the attack economy a little bit thin. But Vitality completely caught off guard. You can see again the setup in terms of allowing for those rotations to come back. But I don't know if I necessarily like that fight towards backside in terms of Unfake taking a swing then when he doesn't necessarily need to.
From what we can see, and before the barriers go up here, GX have been very direct, very straightforward in terms of how they're playing it thus far. Yampi spots the hand of Ara and will make no mistake on the second engagement, but he tries to fight Flickless. Go down. Unfake very quickly responding though.
Spike down B.
And like a player unleashed, the current IGL goes down and the former steps up in his place.
Yeah, Unfake this series has not looked like the substitution and looked like part of the roster. Pal spoke about it in the coach confession, but how they were trying to bring Unfake up.
Yeah.
That kill from Westside does make things a little bit dodgy.
They know exactly where Cloud is here, so Durka has been sent to search for him, but Westside arriving could pose an issue.
I mean, Unfake there with the operator.
It was you
and the classic. Hello?
He's doing absolutely everything. He's doing it all. And it's just been great to see this performance from him here as well, because I have to say, I was looking back at the stats, and actually his kickoff performance so far, on the whole, has been just subpar of where he was in stage 2, when he was in-game leading as well. So, yeah, just having that freedom.
Nice Spartans!
Definitely helping him out.
Yeah, it seems like the Vitality coaching staff is enjoying this, but if you're a GX fan, you won't be. You're expecting them to pick something up here, man.
It's B again.
Yeah.
Take flight.
No deviation. So Ara is heading towards the mid-tunnel, but you would hope they wouldn't try peek the op. Oh no, Ara does get in behind, so much better.
Definitely looks like a much better Giant X round as Unfake forced towards the CT portion, but Giant X really infesting this site, and that smoke earmarking a very deep space, so the operator picked up for Grubby, and that spike going down.
Yeah, huge tool in post-plant here.
Yeah, but the players have escaped out through the wall as Durka, but needs to be careful of Ara's position. He did come from tunnel last time. Can he do it a second time? And prove good! As Giant X look to respond. All 5 alive. And Vitality caught off guard.
Been made to eat my words. The B execution was exactly what the doctor ordered. The only deviation was Ara's reprisal through middle, but making all of the difference at the end of the day. Another thrifty pickup for GX to break this string of rounds.
And that's a massive round as well, just because of the break of rounds, but also because when you look at the scoreline, right, 7 to 10 is not that insurmountable. And realistically, GX could really change things up. Seems as if, at the moment though, Vitality maybe being a bit conditioned towards the B side and heavier towards the Durka now positioned. And actually taking mid space.
Yeah, just with the Guardian, it's through elbow he's going to head. Profek has a paranoia teed up for this, but Westside is equal to it and then some.
Yeah, Vitality forced towards a lower buy just to protect what could be the round count in the next one. Yeah, Classics, Marshals. We're expecting Giant X to win this. Expecting being the keyword.
Sure. Yeah, we can run with that line. The headline here in this round for Vitality, I suppose, would be Chronicles Marshall, or maybe Yumpy's Bandit, who knows? See if he could steal away an eco here or there, but it doesn't look like GX are going to give him what he's looking for, at least immediately, but there he is, pops up with one.
And looks like he
Gets
could
another.
Yeah, this is looking doable once again, but
Yumpy?
Oh, nearly teed up for more. Can't quite get it to work though. So it's Profix Phantom, a spray down perhaps, but not quite working out. So we are within 2. That expectation met.
Yeah, just tracking those Bandit plays, man, with a really keen eye to see if we get anything.
Pansy and Hypot really big
they
on
love it.
Mate, a couple of bandits themselves.
I was very much enjoying them trying to get you to give us that KO monologue.
Well,
and you know what? The KO's been looking pretty good from Flickless so far. He's top of the pops. He's
always
got his ult here as well.
Yeah, always.
Surely there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, I think it always does look good, right? Flickless being able to have that long-range capability of setting up Ara.
Looks like maybe would have been realised through Grubby here, but no, actually, Unfake Rip lands both bolts of the Hunter's Fury. And while the third one is chasing shadows, Vitality have exactly what they would have been looking for. They've taken away the Omen smokes at this stage in the round, so
yeah,
they've taken away all the smokes.
And the flashes. It does not get any easier. Vitality once again showing who's boss. A much better performance from Giant X, but looks as if order shall be resumed.
What a round where they were defaulting as well. Maybe the B hit would have been better. I don't know. Yeah, it's a strange one. It felt like
you've been conditioned yourself, mate, not just Vitality.
I have.
I have the spike.
The hair care routine again, of course.
What?
Conditioner. You know what that is?
I don't, mate. I don't. I use Head and Shoulders. I'll be completely honest. I'm a head.
Well, at least you don't have dandruff.
That's true.
This is terrible. Vitality, look, this is a 2v2 on the beloved B site, though.
30 seconds left.
Dirk at elevated angle. You're a big fan of those, and hey, it's done the damage.
Well, Giant X was as well, and they've got a taste of their own medicine. So with 20 seconds remaining, and Ara not feeling too healthy himself, that's probably going to be a save call for the time being. And I don't know if Vitality really want to go chasing here either. Seems as Dirk is interested.
Why wouldn't you be? It's worth a roll of the dice, but anything beyond this may be called into question. Vitality still not with the best of finances. Chronicle backing his ability, and well, had he peaked it, Cloud is just sat with the melee out. Heading into this next round, GX do have so many ults to work with, and for a team which is so fundamentally sound as well, I feel like one of the biggest missing pieces today is just the amount of individual fights we're seeing taken where there isn't really a setup to see anything more develop off the back of that.
Yeah, 100% agree. And yeah, I think that, as you said, the big round going to come through the ultimates. The only problem being is Vitality have a couple of their own. Most importantly, the dimensional drift, and maybe Kron's Viper's Pit if he can get his up online. I like this from Yumpy though.
Yeah, it gets into mid early, but GX haven't really been exploring this territory as much as you would expect, other than just the Viper Orb in double doors and maybe a drone out here from Cloud. Yumpy has a TP, and of course the knife is down from Flickless, so he'll be able to get out if he needs to.
Derka denied any chance of supporting his teammate, so Yumpy TP's out. The A side stronger. That is where GX is leading. This split though needs to be important. They're going to try and make their way through double doors. Oh, what?
Oh, quick trade out in behind. Yumpy looking for something, but it's Westside flooding the feed. Teammate back up on their feet. As Profek is flashed in, he just can't finish it off.
Yeah, it looked like a team flash there for a minute, but we do settle in a 3 versus 4 in favour of Giant X, and that Viper's Pit down.
Flashed in by Flickless. Right, 1,000-page doc on that one, but for now, it is the man advantage for GX. The hit up, and Vitality looking for a way back in.
Oh, Ara in a little pocket of his own, and as he pops out, his health was low. The classic would have been enough, but Profik round the sides, not had the best of maps, even though he did hit that 1000. And unfortunately, it looks like Kron will be looking to covet the operator, if he even gets a chance to.
And he won't. Clouds to put the final details on it. GX back within 2, keeping Vitality on the edge of their seat here. I mean, so what actually happened?
Does it bring out his... Does he accidentally, like, use his mouse wheel and bring out his knife? Surely not.
I have absolutely no idea. We'll have to round review, maybe. Who knows? Go back and have a look.
No, let's get Mini to get the telestrator out, and he can tell us exactly what happened.
You saw on the replay there as well. Yeah, it was Flickless.
Unlucky dude.
Bit of a team flash.
Yeah.
Things not really going the way that either team would have hoped there, but GX do profit from the situation, and it has forced a Vitality timeout here to just try and correct things.
Yeah, and I think that's fair enough, to be honest. It's not... That last round was just a calamity, if we're being real. The nice setup in mid, and you could see that GX really cleared that well through smokes and taking their time. But it was that timing through mid in terms of re-clearing it with the dimensional drift, leaving Unfake all alone to hold double doors, and then Yampy trying to attempt to bring himself out of the dimensional drift. It'll be a nice head clearer as well for the French org, and see what happens.
Still with the lead as it stands. GX chasing a game which has always felt a step ahead of them from that first map into Breeze. Vitality selection, but one which we are yet to see from our attackers. This their debut. Flickless firing on all cylinders again, just trying to be the catalyst for the rest of his team. Knife looking to clear mid, but Vitality right off the back of this into elbow, making themselves known, and Grubby goes down. No trade.
Yeah, it's impossible to get the trade as well as Vitality retreat, happy with what they've got, and Giant X feeling themselves forced to try and put pressure elsewhere on the map.
We'll just be riding on this A execution now. Unfake with the drone. Does spot out some of those oncoming players. A dash across with the flash landing this time. West side dealing good damage in the meantime. But Yampy in transition has arrived on the A site. 3 versus 3 here for Vitality to try and contend with, but Flickless drops the first. Cloud the next. It's got to be Profik, and it won't this time. Double digits on the horizon, unless Durka has something to say.
It would be a monumental 3 versus 1. Has all the utility and his ultimate if he needs it.
Deep clear on the mid player first up. West side yet to make his way back in. Durka still in the firing line. Dashes closer, but towards Flickless, he welcomes that with open arms. GX do get to 10.
Yeah, that they do. All right, that's now 5 rounds on the attack to the 4 of Vitality. Very similar scoreline towards, or nearly similar towards that first half. So we really need to keep our eyes on this as it's getting very, very close.
It's actually broken the thigh of Vitality here as well, so they'll have to eco for this, be looking towards the next round as an opportunity to take 12 perhaps. Durka has blades though. Again, he's continuing to roam this mid space, which GX have either fully committed to or drifted away from, and right now it looks like they're trying to invest player numbers here. Just flirting with the idea as they move towards B.
And overall, Vitality, all they net has space cleared. So GX, on the other hand, begin to quicken the pace, but Durka's blades are here. And he takes his chance, but not really getting anything from it. Giant X very clinical on the take of the site.
Exactly what was required.
Spike planted.
And with this, Vitality into a retake where, you know, they have a drone, a clone, but how much can you possibly do with that?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you've got Ara sitting behind the wall, ready to go. Shots are being hit, but in the end, it comes down to a 2 versus 1 from Unfake. Ara escaping, so at least he's known about, but he doesn't know where the Viper of Westside is. Well, it does now.
Yeah, parting gift of a smoke there, but that drops.
Yeah, and now the spike being half. So Unfake takes to the rifle, seeing if that's how we can try and win this. That molly is not good. This is worrying right now, but Ara comes in at the right time and evens out the round count. A little bit anxious in my books.
Yeah, but we move on to the limits of regulation nonetheless. And again, Ara is the saving grace for this GX side. Flickless to flash in and get things started. The dynamic duo of Kron and Durka coming up empty-handed this time. And that is now 5 rounds from 6 for Giant X. They've really flipped the script in this second half. The attack going through the motions, and now a full A hit levied.
Told you that defensive half was decent. If Giant X can be as good as what they can, easily come back in this one, and they have done. At 11-11, they try their luck on A, where they have had success in rounds previous, but need to make this landing stick right now. As Yampi tries to play around his own clone, makes it work! As the rest of Vitality are here to walk through Giant X! Vitality finally move on to map point!
As if they weren't even there, Vitality keep that march forwards by putting 1 foot in the door. That's round number 12. GX having their streak broken. Brilliant work from Yampi here. The flash to self-set the final kill. But more than anything, it's just setting those priorities and saying, yeah, we're going to fight you as soon as you push out, rather than just relying on one player to anchor in that position. All on the line here. Or it's the lower bracket that face GX.
Well, the Odin has set up Prophet in towards main. He's looking to knock them down, but can't quite get more than 2. The Odin of Unfake falls as well. So Yampi, in the same position from last round, will net himself another kill. But it still ends up in a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, GX get their advantage back through the null command, and Vitality might just have overplayed that one.
Might, but the health pools once again not favouring GX. That could be a big molly as it forces Flickless into the open, into Durka's arms. The wall goes up, stops Vitality. Any more lines of sight? But Westside looking to try and hold on now in a 1 versus 2 to keep GX in the series, force them to overtime, but it will not happen. The super team gets past marks, more than so, to be honest, Hazza, after that defeat to BBL.
Yes, Yampi's Vitality are vengeful tonight as that tour continues. Liquid ticked off the hit list, and now he gets past the Giant X side, which gatekept him and others from a global event last year. The exact kind of return to form that you want to see from a roster of this caliber. The first map was a one-way affair and then some. GX did well to reset into the next, but was still not enough for a first time out on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see the individual performances, even from both sides, right? With such a close map, I think Prophet, the only outlier there, even though he did get that 1K, that record, right? Yeah. But overall, I think the big part here is just how cohesive Vitality were when they were doing well.
Absolutely, and just building on what we know from them, GX on the opposite side, unable to replicate what we saw against Heretics just the other day. And that's got to feel so frustrating, especially with Abyss being a key part of their map pool and looking that far off the pace.
Yeah.
You can put it down to a bad day in the office, but I think the implementation of some ideas was fully lacking. Vitality, on the other hand, a real confidence booster.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? They have eliminated a map that looked like a weakness for Vitality, and that's the big positives here. The map pool looks so much stronger.
Have to see what they have to say about that and others, as we are going to be heading over to the post plant where Yampi and Chronicle will be joining us.
It very much was down to the wire, Billy, in this second map. Yeah, it looks a little empty here. But wow, 13, 11. Yes, there we go. It's been a long day.
Math is mathing. It's fine.
Math is mathing, time is timing, whatever it is. But great performance from Vitality, 13-0. They managed to close out the second map as well, which a little bit closer, but I think that's a great testament to GX as well in regards to what they had in the tank today.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to like quickly speak on Giant X before we wait on Yampy and Chronicle coming here as well. I think in terms of Giant X, their approach to Breeze, it still looked good. I think something that Minnie and I had kind of discussed was the composition that they went for, leaning back into that double initiator. I think at least they stuck to their identity, if that makes sense. Like,
Fair
yes,
enough.
it didn't work out for them today, but I'd rather them be very clear on what their composition looks like and what that identity is, rather than try and go for something wacky and crazy and it not pay off, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I mean, kudos to them, I guess.
You don't sound very convinced, but you know what? I'm going to give you this one. But with this loss, GX is going to be dropping into that lower bracket. So maybe going back to that drawing board, specifically when we're looking at Abyss, because that was, yes, that was a map.
That happened. Yeah, that did happen.
Fun.
What do we even analyze with that? It was a 13-0. Like, what do you want me to say?
You know what? We've all been there sometime, right?
Yeah, it is a tough one. It definitely is a tough one. I think, yeah, now they obviously find themselves dropping into that lower bracket, so they now need to be able to find the form quicker rather than later.
Absolutely. Surprise, by the way, everybody. We're joined here this time around with Chronicle and Yampy. Congratulations, guys. I'm going to start off with the 13-0. Who wants to take that one?
Yeah, I can take it. It was it was a redemption from me last year. You know, revenge, sorry, not revenge. You know, we Giants denied us in BBL the championship championship place. So yeah, I wanted to come back with you know, with the bang. So
fair enough. It did feel a little bit personal.
Yeah,
it did. That's kind of funny because I had kind of set this match up as like, oh, there's a little bit of a grudge match here. So to hear that you wanted to 13-0 them because of the champs run last year is very interesting. But I also wanted to ask you about the prep, Yampy, because you guys came into Abyss, as much as it was a dominant scoreline, the prep looked so good. Was majority of that prep based, or was it like you IGLing, calling in the moment?
Well, prep, we had a good preparation. We knew the comp that they're gonna play. We knew kind of how to play, especially on the attack side. And yeah, I changed some of my routines earlier in the day that maybe helped.
Absolutely.
I mean, from my perspective, it was also like our comp is their counter.
Yeah.
Like literally, I mean, it felt like they couldn't adapt to us for the whole defense side for them, but at the same time, like what they could do. Like when their comp is around, like flooding, doing some crazy stuff, fully re-clearing, and you have just one agent that blocks the whole utility. So I mean, you cannot do anything, and you have to suffer, I say, and that's it. Like, I mean, sometimes that's the problem of those comps. Like, you just like if they're just one-sided, you cannot have plan B, or at least they didn't create a plan B to actually play super well against us. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. And for GX, that was a 13-0. I also want to go into the prep that you guys have done for this week specifically, because last week against BBL, it was also a little bit more one-sided from their end of things. We spoke to Durka earlier, who said that you guys implemented a lot of changes. Pal in the coach confession kind of said the same thing. We're focusing on fundamentals, focusing on communication. What has that been like? I'll start with you, Chronicle, in terms of like the focus for this week for you specifically.
I think the biggest problem of our game against BBL, particularly, because previously it wasn't that obvious. I think it was more of our team play and how we interact with each other. There was many issues about us even doing basic mistakes, like not even picking together sometimes, and it was just snowballing us into like some very bad moments. Like, if you look, for example, on the BBL match once again, you can look, yeah, there were some moments where we could easily take the advantage of us maybe winning some crucial rounds and something, especially on Haven after like winning a pistol, but after we instantly lost the anti-eco round just because of very poor fundamentals. Like, I mean, obviously you're gonna lose this game. And this time we decided to focus only on fixing those type of mistakes, because strategically, we cannot really prove are the strats again good or not. Like, maybe we need to change them or not. Just because, like, if we have bad fundamentals, how you can say that strats are bad? I think that's like very important topic to talk about, and that was our main focus.
I want to ask you about joining this Team Vitality Chronicle, and I want to pull up some of your stats as well while we speak about it, because you have been performing really well, even in that loss against BBL last week. How has it been joining this organization, being part of this roster, and also how has it been jumping onto the Veto? Because this feels like something very new for you.
Yeah, I mean, Veto is definitely new, even though in off-season already played with it. I will not say that like it really was that much different, but like we did some changes as well. I think it's very nice to play in Vitality. Like honestly, a lot of support from both fans and the organization itself. Like also, I'm surrounded with insanely great people. Like you cannot even imagine how happy I am to play with all those guys. Because
you look happy as well.
I mean, like that was my biggest surprise because obviously, like after coming from successful rosters, like having all the time like very good players, I would say, at least not if not the best on their roles, especially like coming to the team. Obviously, like people will say I'm crazy or that was a risk, but like first of all, like we can prove them wrong right now. Or maybe later, that like they were obviously wrong about my teammates. And second thing, also, yeah, I mean, they surprised me as well. Like I'm enjoying the playing the game right now, and I'm having a lot of fun with all of them. And like it doesn't matter like if we win or lose. I think I'm still happy. At least for now.
I love to hear that. That's really sweet.
Absolutely. And Yampi, also from your experience with the team, now that you're in the position that you're in, and having such great prep and so like really great people behind you to be able to set you up for success, how has that been for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to have players like Kron, and it's been, I think my job, what I try to do is just make sure that they are playing their best every game. So I try to support them, even when I'm playing Euro, I try to support them as much as possible in and outside the game, that I make sure that they're feeling good, they're playing good, and yeah, I mean, it's nice. Like, I can't say I'm surprised, you know, playing with them, that how good they are, because they have proven it in the past. But yeah, it feels good.
What does that look like then, making people feel comfortable, like, off the server and in the server? Like, what's the makings of a good IGL?
I mean, I can answer for him. I mean, for IGL, the easiest job is to make everyone else's lives easier. And just make them play the proper game without sacrificing their individual performance. Also keeping the team in that cycle of actually powering through all the problems and also not falling apart, because that, like, I think IGL is the hardest role, first of all. People underrate what IGL does in the team, and also people are not really understanding what IGL should do and what qualities he should have in order to be that good IGL. Like, and also in my experience, there are actually not that many actual IGLs who will be really proud of themselves calling an IGL. And like for me, Yampi is the one, because he has. I mean, like for me, it's very important for an IGL being that like a rogue, that like actually not moving, like he is also like full of energy, and also he's, when he needs, he can be straight. When he needs to be more easier on people, calmer, he also doing that. I mean, understanding people, that psychology of human beings is very important, that people should also understand while being an IGL. I mean, this is crazy. And I can yap for it for 10,000 years.
It sounds like there's been like a really good culture built around Vitality in this roster this year. Tell me about Profek. What on earth happened today? I think he got like his first death on Abyss on round 12. For anyone that's not had Profek on their radar.
Depressed, like,
really? We're gonna start flaming
baited everyone and still didn't make it happen, bro. But no, but I mean, he is a very nice guy. Like, he is kind of, I mean, I don't want to call that that word, but he's a clown of our team.
That's a good thing.
Yeah,
I mean, but a clown in a very good way. Like, he consistently keeps the right mood for the teammates, even like when something is going wrong. And sometimes he also might be a little bit more harsh than usual, but I think it's in a very good way. And again, like his ability to play smokes is super good. He's one of the most skilled smokes players, at least in EMEA. And maybe if he'll have a chance to prove it, he'll do it also on international stage, which I hope he'll do as well, all together. But yeah.
To get to the international, you have to beat Fnatic next. We actually had, oh, great, I like this already. We had Alpha earlier. And he referred to you guys as Fnatic Academy?
Well, it's BBL Academy. We have more people from BBL than from Fnatic, so...
Anything you want to say to him, though, in that regards?
Yeah, I mean, if it's BBL Academy, I think I can't remember how Fnatic record is versus BBL Academy.
I mean, I cannot. It will be hilarious if Fnatic Academy next time wins against the main team. Who knows?
Who knows? We're going to have to wait and see, but that is a match coming up. Also, in general, I want to ask you with how the bracket has played out and some of the teams that we've seen going to internationals, GX now included is in this lower bracket after this loss. Are there any teams that really surprised you with how they have performed, whether that is like they've done really well or they've just like not lived up to your expectations, Yampi?
I think only team that has surprised is Gentlemates for me.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it's just a surprise that they did so well. I think BBL were, I said it before, that they were one of the favorites in my opinion with Giants because they were the only team that didn't do any roster changes during the off-season. So I kinda expected those teams to do well, but I think Gentlemates is like, surprise.
Yeah, same for me. I think BBL obviously, like, I think I was expecting them to do good. Like, I never underestimated them, and I feel like they obviously are now proving everyone that they are a super good team. Like, I mean, through the whole years of Tier 2, they were just destroying everyone, and even on Ascensions, they were playing super well. So, I mean, that was no surprise that they will do well here. And yeah, I think everyone else, I mean, it's hard to mix up. Like, I thought BBL Pacific, oh, no, BBL Pacific, Pacific, sorry, it's Pacific. Pacific will do better, but honestly, they got unlucky.
Does it surprise either of you, though, that Gentlemates or BBL are going to be the #1 seed for EMEA going into Masters Santiago?
I mean, honestly, like, what can I say? I don't care about seeds.
Okay.
I mean, but honestly, if Gentlemates will go as a first seed, yes. If BBL, no.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
You guys agree. Perfect.
Yeah.
Great. We also have the games for tomorrow. I would like some predictions in regards to that. I don't know the games off the top of my head, which is exactly why they're going to be on the screen. KC Heretics and Liquid Ulf. Do you have favorites? Do you want to throw out some predictions here?
I think for me, KC and Liquid will win.
I mean, I was surprised that you said KC with the results, but since they're all my friends, I cannot say not KC. So KC, of course, and the second one, Liquid.
I think that's based.
Yeah.
I'll reserve my judgment until tomorrow.
Everyone is in agreement. We absolutely love that.
You see synergy in the team, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah. On the server and even on the post run. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. And once again, congratulations on today's win. That's it from us from today. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So hope to see you then. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow. But before we leave, we'll leave you with the Razor end of day highlights. Bye.
Will have spotted the man behind, and somehow he's almost doing tricks. It will be 9-3. It will be a dominant defensive half coming out of Fnatic. Free time, Rupsik's done well, but then I swear Buster made noise in the heavens. They're 11-3 up at this half. It's been nothing but defeat. And in the final hour, they have stepped up. V1 after the pick. Rook's position now revealed. Malphia ready and waiting for the jump up. That's all come crashing down for Fnatic as Na'Vi seem to have map 3 locked in.
Rocket. Let's go, Rocket Man. Woo! London style.
They need to get back on it. They need to do it now, and they've done it at the last second. I need a win. It's all going to come down to the timing. Crashes.
What?
I'll just pull something from it.
Nice, boys! Unbelievable darts right now. Literally like big fish after big fish after big fish.
180. 180.
Nah, that's a 180.
Could be very monumental considering Wedgeside doesn't have a lot of bullets left.
Woo! We're so back. We're so back. We're
Yampy, does he escape here? No, he doesn't. No. Escapes in the forever box, and he protects the pit from the outside, but it's not a player you want to try and challenge, and certainly not now, as the blades come out, and it's Prime Derka. He wants to hunt down the last remaining.
But it's Yampy that just scorches them alive, sends them packing, and with that, Vitality drive that third round.
Oh, Bartos.
A good fake!
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take